Mr. Haldeman, I think that in light of the facts that are coming out, both you and I would agree that this went far beyond just a few men breaking into the Watergate, but rather it's revealed a situation both within the committee to re-elect the president and within the White House, whereupon everything that was touched was corroded.
No, sir, I will not in any way, shape, or form ever accept that allegation or contention. There is no way that any man in this country can make and establish the case that everything in the White House, everything the White House touched was corroded, and I think that does a grave disservice to this country even to state it. And I apologize immediately for having responded with that amount of vigor, because you touched off a spark that I should have quenched and responded with a little more patience and care. But Senator, that is just a thing that is not true, and it's a tragic thing that anybody could even think that it might be true.
Well, I see this every day as I sit here and these people come before us. And I would only say this, that the real problem is that your definition as to who does a disservice to the country has always been far too broad a definition.
In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons acting individually or in combination with others in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC senior correspondent Robert McNeil.
Good evening. H.R. Haldeman, often described as once the most powerful man next to President Nixon, today politely and modestly denied a long catalog of charges by other witnesses implicating him in Watergate. His demeanor, in contrast to the pugnacious behavior of John Ehrlichman, collapsed only once into a show of anger. That was when Senator Weicker, as you just saw, suggested that everything the Nixon White House touched has been corroded. Haldeman said he had a deep sense of sorrow for the wrecked lives of those involved, but he accepted no responsibility. Repeatedly using the phrase, "I don't recall," he denied he'd ordered destruction of his files, that he'd been advised of pre-Watergate planning, that he'd heard any talk of executive clemency this year. The liveliest moments of the day were provided by committee members clearly addressing President Nixon through television, who picked through the mystery of why Haldeman had been allowed to listen to tape recordings the committee can't get. Senator Ervin accused the White House of leaking the tapes through Haldeman and described Haldeman's version of the crucial March 21st meeting as counterfeit evidence. And he got Haldeman to agree that the best proof of whether Dean's version or Haldeman's was the true one would be the original tapes themselves.
And it turns out that there are still other people besides Haldeman and the President who've heard some of those tapes. At the White House today, Deputy Press Secretary Gerald Warren told reporters that presidential lawyer J. Fred Bazart has listened to one recording of a March 20th telephone conversation between the President and John Dean. And Warren said that White House Assistant Steve Bull has heard another recording of a presidential meeting on March 14th. That news did little to brighten the mood of the Ervin committee members. They're already confronted with a dilemma by the Haldeman testimony about the tapes, what Senator Ervin repeatedly referred to as Haldeman's interpretation of the tapes. During a break today, Vice Chairman Howard Baker talked about the problem with NPAC's Peter Kay.
We've been led into a situation, I suspect, and we've gotten some information we very badly wanted. We got it in the worst possible way. It may be the leading edge of some opportunity to get more information or even the tapes themselves. It may be some grand strategy I don't understand. But as I said in the hearing room a moment ago, when you think about it, what's the alternative? The alternative would be to refuse to hear the information, and that's a pretty tough position for the committee to have to be in. So I think the chairman was absolutely correct when he said, in effect, that we've got to admit it, but we've still got to weigh the value that we give to the evidence as distinguished from the original tape.
Attention shifted briefly from the Senate side of Capitol Hill today as Congressman Robert Drinan introduced a resolution to impeach the president. Their proposal by the Massachusetts Democrat, a longtime opponent of the president's, was referred to the House Judiciary Committee, and no immediate action is expected.
Today was a long one for Mr. Haldeman, so tonight will be long for you, faithful viewers. Here is NPAC's hour-by-hour viewing guide to the testimony. In hour number 1, the former staff boss at the White House refers to himself as a just taskmaster, not a hard one. Also in that hour, Counsel Sam Dash asks him about a memo listing $90,000 to be spent by Charles Colson on black projects, also known as dirty tricks. In the second hour, Haldeman says he was willing to accept John Dean's explanation of meetings about Gordon Liddy's plans, although he does not remember hearing about them until after the break-in. Asked if it's proper to use campaign funds to support criminals, Haldeman demurs, saying, "I don't know that I can judge." In hour number 3, Haldeman says the tape of the March 21st Dean meeting shows the President and I were right in our recollections. Asked about Magruder's perjury problems, Haldeman says Magruder didn't inform me about them. In the third hour, there's more debate over presidential tapes, with Senator Ervin charging that Haldeman's version of the tapes amounted to counterfeit evidence, and Senator Baker says Haldeman's access increases the committee's need to examine them. In the fourth hour, Haldeman says the most shocking piece of information given to the president by John Dean was the Hunt demand for money. Under questioning from Senator Ervin, Haldeman admits he asked his counsel to talk to White House lawyers about revealing the tapes, but he says he didn't consult the White House about the substance of his testimony. In hour number 5, Haldeman says that $400,000 was used to oppose Governor George Wallace because President Nixon had been advised it was for a sound political move. Also in that hour, Haldeman admits he was given other tapes, but did not listen to them because he didn't attend those meetings. In hour number 6, Haldeman testifies that when he had the tapes, it was never contemplated they would be made known to the public, and he admits there was actually more than $1 million left over from the 1968 campaign. In the final hour, Senator Ervin reads a letter from the Justice Department indicating no information was available linking Democrats to acts of violence in the '72 campaign. Haldeman replies, "That confirms my statement that there's been no investigation of those acts." And now the morning begins with Senator Ervin gaveling the committee open.
Will come to order and counsel will proceed to question the witness.
Mr. Haldeman, I think your statement was quite lengthy and it covered much of the ground in which our questions are going to be aimed at. But to go over again, and I think you mentioned that how you started your political campaign or your political activities with the President, could you tell us how and when did you first meet President Nixon?
We met only very briefly and in a cursory fashion in 1951, I believe, when he was a United States Senator from California, and I was in Washington on a visit and paid a courtesy call on the Senator's office. I had no continuing contact with him from that time on until 1956, when I actually started working.
How did it come about that you started to work with him politically?
I volunteered to serve in the '56 campaign, and my services were accepted.
And during the '68 campaign, what was your role in that campaign?
And in the '68 presidential campaign, I was chief of staff for Mr. Nixon.
And after that campaign, when President Nixon was elected, you became assistant to the president and staff director. Is that not true?
Staff director was not part of the title, but it was part of the function.
Right. Now, could you tell us, as clearly as you can, what that function was as staff director?
Well, I described in my statement the initial intention that we had in staffing the White House to have 5 or 4 principal assistants to the President with general responsibilities and no specific areas of responsibility. Those intentions had to be abandoned as we moved into specific areas, and my responsibility became that of White House Chief of Staff, as it had been personal Chief of Staff for Mr. Nixon during the campaign. That included the administrative responsibility for the operation of the White House office, the planning and implementation of the President's schedule, the overseeing of the process of paperwork coming to the President and going out from the President, and the functions that are required within the White House office with relation to the flow of paperwork to and from the President, and a general coordinating function amongst the various segments of the White House staff.
I take it would be fair to say that under the President, you were in fact the boss of the White House, was that not so?
Administratively, yes. Substantively or from a policy viewpoint, no.
Could you explain that?
Yes, I had the administrative responsibility for the operation of the office. I had the supervision of the White House office budget, for instance. But I did not exercise policy or substantive responsibility or authority over the assistants to the President who had those responsibilities. As I tried to delineate in my statement, Dr. Kissinger in the area of foreign policy and Mr. Ehrlichman in the area of domestic policy, others in the areas of congressional relations, press relations, communications for the executive branch, general consultation to the President and that sort of thing, did not report to me on the substance of their responsibilities, but if they needed more office space or more staff facilities, we had to work that out within the White House budget and the available space, and that came under my office's responsibility. It was generally handled by the staff secretary.
Well, Mr. Haldeman, without limiting it to the question of who reported to whom or how maybe the hierarchy chart would look, as a matter of fact, your close relationship with the President and your activities as a Chief of Staff did not limit itself to just the administrative functions. As a matter of fact, even in Mr. Ehrlichman's role, you would, from time to time, be asked by the President and would make expressions in regard to policy, would you not?
Not to any great extent on policy, Mr. Dash. I would on procedure or the question of whether everything that should be available was available to the President in a policy decision matter, but not an opinion as to whether this was the policy we should pursue or should not pursue.
Would you be asked from time to time by the President concerning your views on various policy issues?
Oh, I'm sure from time to time, but not as a regular process, and I would not want to imply that I was a part of the policy-making process in terms of substance. I was in terms of procedure.
You spent quite a bit of time with the President on your working day, did you not?
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you traveled with the President and spent more time with the President than perhaps anyone else than Mr. Ehrlichman. Would that be true?
That's correct.
Now, could you tell us what your staff was that aided you, your direct staff, that aided you in carrying out your administrative functions?
My direct personal staff consisted of one or two, depending on the period of time, one or two administrative assistants and several secretaries, and that was it. The administrative staff in the White House was supervised by the staff secretary, and he had responsibility for the operations of the mechanics of the White House, the support units and that sort of thing. Then, as Mr. Butterfield has described to you, as my deputy, he had responsibility for a number of specific areas of White House operations. They, I don't know if you want me to get into the details on those. I assume not.
You have mentioned Gordon Strachan. What was Gordon Strachan's position with you? He
was a staff assistant to me.
And when did he become a staff assistant to you?
Probably in 1970.
And also, what was Mr. Higby's role with you?
He also was a staff assistant or administrative assistant.
Now, could you distinguish between the two roles, Mr. Strachan's role and Mr. Higby's role?
Yes, Mr. Higbee had been in that position with me during the campaign. In fact, he had been with me in private business before I joined the campaign. And
Was this the advertising business that
Yes,
you
sir.
testified to?
yes, he was my principal assistant, if you want to describe it that way, and was thoroughly familiar with all of the operations of my office, backed me up, handled phone calls and correspondence for me, oversaw the operation of my office, and handled contact for me with a number of the other administrative offices in the White House. Mr. Strawn came in later, as I've indicated, as a second staff assistant, and was responsible for handling paperwork in my office, the in and out of correspondence and papers, as I think he's described, and had the responsibility for the political area and for liaison with the committee to re-elect the president when it was formed.
Now, Mr. Ehrlichman has testified to the fact, I think, that you were at the same college together, university?
Yes, for a couple of years we both attended UCLA.
And were you instrumental in bringing Mr. Ehrlichman to the White House staff?
Not really to the White House staff. I was instrumental in bringing Mr. Ehrlichman into the Nixon campaign of 1960, and his association with Mr. Nixon at that time and in subsequent campaigns, those of 62 and 68, resulted in the president bringing him into the White House staff.
And I take it that you enjoyed both a personal relationship with Mr. Ehrlichman as well as a business relationship with Mr. Ehrlichman.
That's correct.
What was your actual working relationship in the White House with Mr. Ehrlichman?
It was one of two equals with different areas of responsibility. Mr. Ehrlichman's in the area of domestic policy, mine in the area that I've described. We met with the senior assistants, the other senior assistants in the White House on a regular basis each morning to review the day's work, and met from time to time during the working day, some days and some days not, on specific matters that might come up that would involve both of us. But he operated quite independently from me and I from him.
But basically, it would be fair to say that on almost a daily basis, you kept each other informed as to important matters that were going on.
We kept, the entire staff did. That was the purpose of the 8:15 staff meeting. I don't mean the entire staff, but the 4 or 5 senior staff members did so in a 15-minute to half-hour meeting every morning.
Now, what was your relationship to Mr. John Dean, your working relationship?
It was the relationship of his, in conjunction with his function as counsel to the president. He was a member of the staff with a specific area of responsibility, legal matters, relationships with the Justice Department and other agencies related to legal matters. And
under what circumstances would he report to you?
he would report to me administratively, again, if he needed more people in his office or if he needed more office space or something of that sort. He received assignments from me or via me from the president in things that needed to be taken care of that the president initiated. He had a reporting responsibility, I guess you would say, to me in the sense of his general responsibility as counsel in terms of reviewing documents for the president's signature and general, if it's not downgrading the profession, general legal housekeeping. But he also reported to a number of other people on the staff directly as he was called upon by them for substantive assistance in their areas.
As Chief of Staff, Mr. Haldeman, could you tell us how tight a ship you ran at the White House?
Well, it's been amply reported here as being a tight ship, and I tried to run a tight ship, and I think successfully most of the time.
And would it be fair to say that you were a hard taskmaster and often cracked the whip?
I don't know. I didn't feel I was a hard taskmaster. I felt I was a just taskmaster, but I guess some who didn't rise to the task, felt that the whip was cracked sometimes. We operated of necessity on a basis of very extensive delegation of authority and of expecting people to get done what they were told to get done, to handle the responsibilities that they were understood to be handling, and to do them without making any mistakes. We did, throughout the White House operation, operate on a what's known in some industries as a zero defect system. We attempted to do everything right.
How close to zero did you get?
I'm not sure. That's hard to evaluate.
Well, therefore, and would it not be also true that in your job, especially in making recommendations to the President or being able to make decisions, that you certainly wanted to be on top of the important facts you needed to make those decisions?
Now, I didn't have to make decisions for the President.
I said of making recommendations or in any decisions that you had to make at the White House.
Yes, but let me, I was not making recommendations even to the President for decisions. I did take the responsibility, have the responsibility for getting the material to the President for making decisions. And I did review the material before it went to the President to be sure it was complete. But I did not make the recommendation. The recommendation was made by the staff member or administration official responsible for the area in which the decision rested.
Well, then, to carry out that function, to see to it that the President had the information he needed, you saw to it that you were on top of the facts.
I saw to it that the facts were available. I did not attempt to stay on top of all the facts on any given matter. We had other people far more able than I in any given subject area who maintained the knowledge of the facts. All I did was raise the question if it appeared that the facts weren't complete or that one side had not been presented adequately, or that the opposing views had not been included.
Well, but at any time when you needed the facts, you could be able to get them very quickly, or at least you expected to be able to get them very quickly.
That's correct.
Now, moving forward to the establishment of the Committee for the Reelection of the President, could you, Mr. Haldeman, tell us, we've had testimony on this, but we'd like your testimony on what you know about how the Committee for the Reelection of the President got started for the '72 campaign.
The concept of the committee was a result of a desire on the part of the President and the rest of us that the campaign for re-election be handled outside of the White House and by people not on the White House staff and assigned to general White House duties. And the organization or means of doing this was the Committee to Re-elect the President. It was set up, you have better information than my recollection on this, but it was set up in 1971 and started on a gradual basis and built as the election time or the campaign time drew closer, and built in terms of staff and activity at a fairly substantial rate. We looked to the Committee to Re-elect to handle the mechanics and operations of the political campaign. We expected and had close liaison and communication back and forth with the committee, or the people at the committee, at a lot of levels in the White House, or from the White House to the committee, and from the departments in the government to the committee and government appointees. As you know, we had an extensive surrogate program, for instance, of speakers that were out.
Why, Mr. Haldeman, was it necessary to set up this separate entity, the Committee to Re-elect the President, when there was a National Republican Committee and a political entity in the Republican Party for the campaign of 1972?
Well, very simply because the National Committee is the official body of the Republican Party. It has the responsibility for mobilizing the Republican vote and turning out the Republican vote, for developing and supporting candidates, Republican candidates for office at all levels, state and federal. And the campaign for president required, beyond the Republican Party, the effort to reach out to independent voters and to Democratic voters to make an appeal to them for support, as well as to mobilize the Republican troops that the National Committee had the responsibility for. So there was quite naturally a need for an organization beyond the Republican National Committee. As you know, after the convention, there was a further organization set up of Democrats for Nixon, which was directly involved in the effort to develop Democratic support specifically.
But as set up, did not this committee to re-elect the president really constitute a form of alter ego to the White House and the administration? In other words, the political branch?
Well, no, I don't believe so. I think it was set up so that the White House wouldn't be totally involved in the business of preparing for and conducting a political campaign.
But
excuse me, go ahead.
I was just going to say, but isn't it true that at the time it was set up and the time that a number of White House staff people did move over and take positions at the Committee for the Reelection of the President?
Some White House staff people did, some people from other departments, and some people from outside.
And it is true that Mr. Mitchell, the Attorney General, had been designated to actually run the campaign when he left his office as Attorney General in March. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, what particular role did you play in either staff assignments or the moving of staff from the White House to the committee, the approval of staff moving to the Committee for the Reelection of the President?
I played a role in the sense of an understanding with the committee that if they were going to talk to people in the White House about moving over to the committee, and they did, as you've indicated, take a number of people from the White House, that it would be done with our concurrence at the White House, that they wouldn't move in, and there were some problems in this regard from time to time, where there was somebody they wanted who was also needed at the White House, and it posed a conflict that we wanted to resolve. There was also a problem at several points in time of the committee running people into jobs at higher salary levels than they had been receiving at the White House, and this was a matter of concern to me. I didn't like people being persuaded to leave the White House and join the election committee for the purpose of making more money. And so I was involved in the question of compensation to that extent. I was consulted, I would say, on the senior people that moved from the White House, or middle-level people. There were a number of people from the White House that moved over to the committee that I had no involvement with at all.
Now, were you also consulted with regard to major decisions that the committee was making?
Some, but not on a consistent basis. We had, rather than being consulted on major decisions, we had a close working relationship with the committee that was implemented in the campaign period by the twice weekly meetings in Mr. Ehrlichman's office with the campaign committee people and senior White House people. And we, in order to maintain continuing coordination, the campaign director, Mr. Mitchell, and later Mr. McGregor, sat in the regular morning White House staff meetings so that the campaign people would, or the campaign director at least, would know what the ongoing business at the White House was, issue positions and that sort of thing, and vice versa, so that he could keep us posted at the White House as to what was developing in the campaign.
Did you receive quite a bit of memoranda from the committee?
Yes, sir. I think you're referring to Strawn's political memoranda. I didn't receive memoranda directly from the committee. Gordon Strawn, as my staff man with that area of responsibility, received all of them.
Just what was his area of responsibility? What was he supposed to do?
He was supposed to handle the liaison between my office and the campaign committee.
And
to keep himself, I can expand on that a little bit.
Yes, please.
To keep himself basically fully posted on the campaign, on what was going on, to keep me posted as I needed to be for information for the President, and to be available to answer questions or follow up on matters that might be raised by the President and from time to time others in the White House with relation to the campaign.
now, were you consulted in any way at times on budgets or matters involving the financing of the committee?
Only in a very general basis. As I indicated in my statement, I did receive overall budgets, I believe, from time to time, and I did receive information in more specific nature on advertising budgets, because this was an area in which I was more directly concerned. And I, excuse me, I reviewed the advertising budgets primarily for with relation to the question of timing, of intensity of advertising, and to some degree regional concentration. I did not get into the details of the budgets, and I don't believe that I had any responsibility for budget authority or approval.
I'd like to show you, Mr. Haldeman, a memorandum of February 3, 1972, from Mr. Bruce Curlie to you concerning the Committee for Reelection Support, which discusses general budget items. Do you recall, by the way, I should ask you, do you remember, or does that memorandum, does it, have you seen it before?
I'm going to have to look at it first.
I know,
Mr.
I'm
Dax.
asking you to look at it and tell me whether or not.
Could I take a second and look
Yes,
at it?
please.
Thank you. Yes, without, I better look at the whole thing. I was going to give you a general.
But take your time, Mr.
Okay.
Haldeman.
Can't read part of this on the bottom of page 2, but it's a bad Xerox.
A very bad photocopy. It's the only one we received.
It doesn't appear to be a significant area, though.
No, I didn't intend to ask you anything about that bottom area. You recall that this particular memorandum, which has administratively confidential on it, deals with the question of the presidential and first family travel budget, and then it has items for pre-convention, convention, and post-nomination budget. And then on the second page, there's some reference to the staff, and also there's a reference to Mr. Colson and a statement $900,000 for the Colson office consists of $660,000 for mailing and information retrieval, $150,000 to expand his mailing list, and about $90,000 for black projects, black in quotes. Do you recall those items and why they were being presented to you in a memorandum?
This overall memorandum, as it indicates, is for financial support for the White House from the Committee for the Reelection of the President. As I think I indicated, the committee provided financial support for activities that were not deemed to be governmental activities, but that were conducted by the White House. The principal of these being, of course, the travel of the President when he was on a purely political trip. At any time during the campaign period that the President or any member of his family made a trip, they were required, of course, by security regulations to travel on government aircraft and with government security. But the committee reimbursed the government for the cost of all such trips at all times, so that there would be no cost to the taxpayer for the purely political activity of the President. This same would apply to other activities that were carried out by other staff members. The item identified as staff and reimbursement of specific staff members, I would assume, had to do with their travels and expenses incurred in speaking tours and that sort of thing on behalf of the election campaign, as contrasted to their duties in the government. The Colson office question appears to be primarily for mailings, and Mr. Colson's office was the point of contact with groups and organizations outside of government, labor organizations, business organizations, veterans organizations, other particular interest groups. And I'm sure that at his instance there were a number of mailings designed for these specific groups, and that this was to cover support for those mailings.
You know what the reference to quote, black, unquote, projects means?
I'm not sure.
Have you heard of, we've had testimony before on black advance projects. Does that make, do you know what that means?
I've heard that testimony. I would not think that this would relate to black advance projects as such, because Mr. Colson was not concerned with advance work or campaign travel at all that I'm aware of.
Well, and then there's one item that says this budget does not include White House polling expense, which I understand will be handled in another way.
Yes.
Is that a reference to what later did happen, the transmittal of $350,000 from the committee to the White House for polling purposes?
I think it probably is, yes. I'm not positive, but it would appear to be.
Well, at least to this extent, would this cover the area you were saying that you would be advised of general budget matters?
No, not at all. I was speaking of the campaign budget rather than the, this is what I would call campaign support for White House budget. I also saw from time to time, or at some times, the overall campaign budget, the big spreadsheets that spread out the planned expenditures on a month-by-month basis for the various campaign activities.
Now, I think in your statement you also said that...
Could I interject just a second? Going back to this one, this you haven't indicated, but this is a memorandum that I approved. And on the last page it indicates my approval. It sought my approval from the staff secretary of the White House to submit a budget that the White House estimated would be its expenses that would be properly allocable to the reelection committee rather than covered by the
You may
White House budget.
You may also want to read the note that you wrote
Sure.
after your approval.
I wrote, I initialed it in approval and then said, unless AG wants whole budget. If so, give it to him with understanding it is a very rough guess. My point being, the recommendation here was that we submit only the pre-convention budget in February. In other words, the budget for the time up to August 20th. And my point there was that I was recommending we submit only that. Unless he wanted the entire thing, it would be difficult to estimate the post-convention budget at that time.
Now,
I don't know. Don't need to raise it.
Now, what was your relationship with Mr. Mitchell in the committee for the reelection of the president?
was one of very close communication and cooperation, not on a very frequent basis, but he kept me posted on what was going on and what problems he had, if any, in the campaign. And he had problems from time to time with the White House in cooperation that he was seeking, or information or something that he'd raised with me. And I passed on to him complaints and information and suggestions from the White House, other people in the White House, and from the President.
How did you communicate? Did you meet frequently, or did you do it by telephone, or what way?
A little bit of each. To start with, he was in the morning staff meeting, so there was a chance to communicate there. We, during the campaign period, had the twice-weekly meetings in Mr. Ehrlichman's office, and that was for the purpose of just exactly this kind of communication. If anything came up that needed to be covered on a quick basis, it was covered by telephone. We met from time to time, not with any great regularity or frequency. By met, I mean in other meetings than the the regular staff meetings that I've indicated.
Now, in the summer or the fall of 1970, Mr. Haldeman, were you not concerned about the existing program of intelligence gathering with regard to either domestic dissent or security?
You said in 1970?
1970.
Is that, let me forget which programs went into effect in which years. Yeah, 1970 was the time of the concern on domestic security.
How did this concern arise?
May I read from the President's May 22nd statement where he outlined
Well, I
this?
think we
Because
have that. Why don't we have your testimony on it?
All right. Well, my testimony would be in exact accord with that.
Well, did you help prepare the President's statement?
No, sir,
on
I did
22?
not. I did not. But I would say that delineates in a few words the extent and nature of the problem as it existed at that time, the reason for the White House concern, and the reason for attempting to take some action.
Well, I still would like, rather than you reading the President's statement.
I haven't read it. I didn't read it.
I know. I said, would you just give us, and as briefly as you can, your own recollection?
Sure.
Of what that purpose was, what the problem was?
The problem was and I've indicated this in my statement, I believe also, was the wave of violence, bombings, arson, trashing and other sorts of activities of damaging property, some of them killing people, that were sweeping across the country at that time.
And this led to what we have now been referring to as the Houston Plan, did it not?
Yes, it did.
And I take it you were aware of all of the facets of the Houston Plan, what the recommendations were being made, and as it finally went up to the President.
Not in any detail. The inception of the so-called Houston Plan was a meeting that the President called. Well, first, Mr. Houston, as a staff man, had done some preliminary work on analysis of the problem and analysis of the efforts to deal with the problem and of the shortcomings that appeared to be in existence at that time with relation to the problem and the efforts to deal with it. As a result of which, the President called a meeting of the heads of the various security agencies, the FBI, the NSA, the CIA, and the DIA. I sat in that meeting, as did Mr. Houston. The President discussed with these agency heads the nature of the problem, the shortcomings of domestic intelligence, the concern that some of the activities that were underway or being threatened during that period of time were possibly, at least, and I think demonstrably, as I recall, connected with foreign activities. Some of the organizations that were declaring themselves out to destroy institutions and in some cases the government were doing their training in foreign countries and were studying under foreign dissident organizations. And there was a feeling that there was a crossover here that needed to be dealt with in terms of better intelligence, that we didn't know who was causing these things, who was directing them, who was financing them, nor did we know what they were going to be directed to. So,
well, how did you receive specific evidence of these events? You didn't know, you say, who was doing what, but obviously you were concerned there were events that occurred. What evidence did you have as to who might be involved?
Well, there was evidence in terms of the people who were carrying some of them out, at least, and self-declared both intentions and backing and reasons for what they were doing. There was some intelligence. There was some FBI intelligence in this area. There was some Secret Service intelligence in this area as it related to presidential threats and security. And there was some investigative reporting by the press going on as to background of some of these activities. And all of these, I think, would add together to be the sources at that time of what we did have.
But is it your statement that you were not fully aware of the specifics of the Houston plan?
I was not. Let me get into how that was set up. In the meeting with the President and the heads of the security agencies, the problem was outlined, and the President made it very clear that he expected some cooperation, which did not exist at that time between these agencies, in getting better information, evaluating the information more effectively, and disseminating it so that action could be taken if there was action indicated, or at least awareness. There would be awareness of what was happening or what was going to happen. The group assembled in his office at that time was designated by the President as a task force to prepare recommendations for him as to what ought to be done, what steps should be taken to meet the problem and carry out the requirements or requests that the President made of this group. It is my understanding that those agency heads themselves, or by designation of members of their staff, did set up such a task force under the chairmanship of Director Hoover, which prepared an extensive set of recommendations. Mr. Houston worked with them, I understand, on this, or at least they transmitted these recommendations to him upon their preparation. And those recommendations were submitted to the President. They were submitted, as was customary procedure, to Mr. Houston, the staff man assigned to that project, through Mr. Houston to me, and through me to the President.
So Mr. Houston actually reported to you?
He reported through me in this particular area. He was, well, I don't know where he was assigned at that time. He, at some time, part of the time he was at the White House, he was on the staff of the council, and part of the time he was in Mr. Buchanan's staff.
Well, in reporting to you, or through you, you saw all of the papers that were being reviewed, did you not?
I saw the paper, not all the working papers of the committee. I saw the recommendation that went to the President.
Did you read the recommendations that went to the President?
I'm not sure whether I did or not. If I did, I didn't in any detail. I had a general idea that it was a proposal for an expanded intelligence activity.
Were you aware that in that proposal there was a recommendation for both national and internal security that there be an increased use of wiretapping and surreptitious entry or break-ins?
I'm not sure whether I was or not. I may very well have been.
But were you aware that Mr. Hoover, director of the FBI, opposed, at least, and entered his opposition to most of the recommendations of that plan?
I knew that, I think in the recommendation itself, which was signed by Director Hoover as chairman of the committee, he had indicated in the various recommendations his disagreement with some of them, in spite of the fact that they were the committee recommendation. He was transmitting them as the committee recommendation with his dissent.
Well, now, did Mr. Houston seek to get your assistance in overriding Mr. Hoover's objections?
Yes, I think he did.
And did he send a series of memoranda to you with regard to that?
I've seen the memoranda that have been put into exhibit and reprinted in the papers, and they would indicate that he did, yes.
Well, did you just see them as they were reprinted in the papers of the record, or did you actually recall receiving those memorandum and read them?
I have a general recollection. I can't identify having seen or read or acted upon any specific memorandum without looking at it and reviewing it. I do know that there was a definite concern on Mr. Houston's part, and on the other side, on the President's part, that we knew there was a problem going into this. One of the reasons for bringing this group together was the fact that communication between the FBI and other intelligence agencies was at best minimal.
Let me just show you one, and I think this has already gone into the record. One memorandum, see if you can recollect it. It's a memorandum dated August 5, 1970, from Mr. Houston to you, subject domestic intelligence, which is primarily dealing with the problem of Mr. Hoover's objections and indicating that the program ought to move forward and asking your assistance. All I'm asking you to do is we take a look at it, see if you do recall it, and if you do, if you could comment on it.
May we keep this, Mr. Dash?
It's my only copy. At the moment, we can make a Xerox copy for you. Unfortunately, our Xerox machine is broken down. That's why members of our committee do not have copies. This has been entered in the record at a prior time.
I cannot positively, without any doubt, say I read that memorandum at the time it was sent to me, but I have a very clear recollection of the general content, the problem that existed at that time, and I probably did read this memorandum.
Would it be fair to at least characterize that memorandum as Mr. Houston being considerably upset over Mr. Hoover's obstinacy in opposing the plan and
Yes.
indicating that it was quite urgent that the plan go forward and seeking your assistance?
Yes.
Yes. Now, do you know why Mr. Hoover opposed the plan?
I'm not sure. I don't recall whether these memoranda outline the nature of his objections or not.
Now, are you aware, after the plan was submitted to the President, that this plan was in fact approved by the President?
Yes.
After that approval, was the plan implemented?
No, it was not. As I understand it, the approval was rescinded, I believe it was 5 days later, by notification to the agency heads, and that therefore, in effect, the plan was not implemented.
Why was it rescinded?
Again, as I understand it, because of Director Hoover's objection to a number of parts of the plan.
Did you know that Mr. Mitchell opposed this plan, the Attorney General?
I'm not sure that I knew that he did or that he did.
Well, he has testified here before this committee that he was not in on the original planning of the plan, but when he first learned about it, I think he said through Mr. Deloche of the FBI that he went to see you and the President and strongly opposed it, and then the plan was not implemented, and he assumed that was partly on the basis of his objection. Do you recall that?
I don't, but that is not necessarily, I certainly wouldn't deny that if Mr. Mitchell does feel that's the case. I don't recall, I do recall the plan not being put into effect. I recall considerable discussion back and forth as to whether it would be or not, and the ultimate decision first to approve and then to rescind.
Did you become aware of an in-house White House effort for a special investigative unit? after the Houston plan was rescinded?
Well, the step following the rescission of the Houston plan, as it's now called, was the formulation of an intelligence evaluation committee that was another interagency and interdepartmental group. It was not an in-house White House group, although there was a White House representative, I believe Mr. Dean, on that intelligence evaluation committee. And its purpose was one of the purposes of the Houston plan, coordination between the various intelligence agencies and an attempt to share and evaluate intelligence.
And who was supervising this?
I'm not sure. It was set up, it was not an in-house White House unit, as I said. It was an interagency unit. I believe John Dean was the White House representative on it, and I'm not sure how it was structured.
Would it be true that it was Mr. John Dean's role to be liaison for the White House on intelligence programs like this?
Yes, it would be.
Now, did there come a time when there was an in-house White House special investigative unit?
You're leading, or the question relates, I assume, to the Special Investigations Unit that was set up in 1971.
Yes.
I was aware that such a unit was set up at the President's request, yes.
And did you know who was put in charge of that?
I knew that David Young of the National Security Council staff and Bud Krogh of the Domestic Council staff were the principal men assigned to that work.
All right. Could we have that back, or we'll make a Xerox copy for you, Mr. Wilson, if we could have that memo back. You say that Mr. Krogh was taking general supervision with Mr. Young in that area.
I knew that Krogh and Young were assigned to this responsibility. I don't believe I know, or knew at the time, or know now who
did you know
who
that,
was over whom.
Did you know that Mr. Hunt and Liddy took a part in the role of the so-called plumbers?
I guess so. It's hard now, knowing it so thoroughly through testimony here, to know whether I specifically knew they were, as those two names were involved in this assignment at that time or not.
Well, is it your testimony, Mr. Haldeman, that with your role, in your role as Chief of Staff, where you certainly had administrative responsibilities over everything that was going on at the White House, who had office space and whether telephones would be set up and things like that, that an operation of this kind, a special investigative unit, would not, come to your attention until you would know who was involved, who the staff people would be, who would be working, who would be on the payroll?
No, I would know who, that such a unit existed, but this unit was set up as an internal unit, using as the two principal staff people, people that were already on staff. This wasn't an addition to staff. This was a reassignment of people, one on Dr. Kissinger's staff and one on Mr. Ehrlichman's staff, to a special project. That was done very frequently and probably most of the time without my knowledge, because these were assignments that would come and go.
Well, if new people were brought on staff, like Mr. Hunt or Mr. Liddy, wouldn't you have to know about that as the staff director?
Not necessarily by name. If they were brought on within an existing budget, each division within the White House budget was broken down by divisions within the White House, and each division had an individual responsible for it. In addition, I don't know if this is true at that time, but at some point in time, the Domestic Council, Mr. Ehrlichman's area, had a separate budget, funded separately by the Congress, not from the White House budget. So any activities of the Domestic Council or conducted within the Domestic Council budget, I would very frequently not be aware of at all.
Well, you knew at least the reason...
Same would be true of the National Security Council budget, which was also separately funded.
Well, you knew the reason why this special investigative unit was set up, did you not?
Yes, I knew that it was, the proximate cause was the Pentagon Papers leak, and that it was set up for the purpose of looking into that and other national security leaks at that time.
And you were personally also, when I say personally, certainly in your role as the Chief of Staff at the White House, and your personal role, interested in seeing that such things didn't occur, you were concerned about such leaks, were you not?
I was personally concerned about them, yes.
Yes. Did you discuss with Mr. Ehrlichman at any time, not in any official reporting role, the work of the Special Investigating Unit, what it was doing about looking for these leaks?
No, I don't think so, other than the fact that there was such a unit and they were working at this. We may have from time to time talked about whether they were making any progress or whether we were getting any information.
But did this come up on the senior staff meetings when you had senior staff meetings to keep on top of what was going on at the White House?
It may have. I don't recall any specific reference to it.
Did it come to your attention?
The subject of leaks came up
yes,
often, of course.
As a matter of fact, I think in your own statement that you were, at one point there was a plan by which you yourself have indicated the President dubbed you the Lord High Executioner.
Yes.
For leaks.
That, however, was on a broad basis, not specifically related to any individual leak or to necessarily to the area of national security or domestic security.
I understand
that. It was the whole leak problem.
Now, did you learn in discussions with Mr. Ehrlichman or at your senior staff meetings in the mornings about the focusing in on Mr. Ellsberg as a suspect, not only as a suspect, but as an effort to get more information about him?
I don't think so, and not through those means. Ellsberg was, of course, a figure in this and in the public reporting of it, so I assume he was at that time, and whatever was in the press I was aware of.
Did you know that there was an effort to get a psychiatric profile on Mr. Ellsberg?
No, sir.
Did you know that a group had been sent out to California to seek, through covert activity, access to Dr. Fielding's records?
No, I did not.
A psychoanalyst of Mr. Ellsberg.
I did not.
And Mr. Ehrlichman at no time would be discussing this with you?
He did not discuss it with me.
Before Sam Dash moves on to other intelligence operations, including Operation Sandwedge, we're going to pause. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a break for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service.
the work of the Special Investigating Unit, what it was doing about looking for these leaks?
No, I don't think so, other than the fact that there was such a unit and they were working at this. We may have from time to time talked about whether they were making any progress or whether we were getting any information.
But didn't this come up on the senior staff meetings when you had senior staff meetings to keep on top of what was going on at the White House?
It may have. I don't recall any specific reference to it.
Did it come to your attention?
The subject of leaks came up
yes,
often, of course.
As a matter of fact, I think in your own statement that you were, at one point there was a plan by which you yourself have indicated the President dubbed you the Lord High Executioner.
Yes.
For leaks.
That, however, was on a broad basis, not specifically related to any individual leak or to necessarily to the area of national security or domestic security.
I understand
that. It was the whole leak problem.
Now, did you learn in discussions with Mr. Ehrlichman or at your senior staff meetings in the mornings about the focusing in on Mr. Ellsberg as a suspect, not only as a suspect, but as an effort to get more information about him?
I don't think so, and not through those means. Ellsberg was, of course, a figure in this and in the public reporting of it, so I assume he was at that time, and whatever was in the press I was aware of.
Did you know that there was an effort to get a psychiatric profile on Mr. Ellsberg?
No, sir.
Did you know that a group had been sent out to California to seek, through covert activity, access to Dr. Fielding's records?
No, I did not.
A psychoanalyst of Mr. Ellsberg.
I did not.
And Mr. Ehrlichman at no time would be discussing this with you?
He did not discuss it with me.
Before Sam Dash moves on to other intelligence operations, including Operation Sandwedge, we're going to pause. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a break for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As the questioning resumes, Mr. Haldeman is being asked whether he'd ever heard about John Caulfield's Operation Sandwedge proposal.
Now, I take it you were also aware of the sandwich plan which Mr. Caulfield presented.
Yes?
And that also was a proposed intelligence plan, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And are you aware of what occurred to that?
Of what occurred to
Did that
it?
plan...
It was dropped.
Yes. And did you have any role in seeing to it that it was dropped?
I don't believe I did. I think that it sort of dropped of its own weight.
Well, somebody had to say no. Who says no on this plan?
It's my impression that nobody ever got around to saying no. Nobody ever said yes, and so it never happened.
Now, did you know Mr. Ulasewicz, Tony Ulasewicz?
No, I did not.
Never met him?
No.
Did you know that he was working for certain White House projects?
I knew there was a man employed outside on certain White House projects. I, at some point, knew his name, but at that point didn't know how to pronounce it. And
Did you know it as a different name? Did you ever hear of a Mr. Rivers?
No.
Now, when Mr. Magruder was playing a very active role at the Committee for Reelection of President, certainly in the fall of 1971, were you aware in the communications that you were probably getting from Mr. Strawn that there was a concern in the oncoming campaign of demonstrations and violence that might take place?
Yes, that was a matter that was discussed from time to time, and I was very much aware of it.
And were you aware of the fact that there was a feeling that there was a need to develop an intelligence capacity to determine who might be involved in this kind of activity and how to prevent it?
I don't recall a discussion of intelligence capacity in that sense. There was definitely discussion of the problem and of needing to know what the nature of the problem was. It was most intensive in relation to the convention site and the potential problem that was rumored to be building at San Diego. And we did have intelligence on that. We had Secret Service intelligence.
That's right, but did Mr. Magruder talk to you directly or by memoranda concerning the need for the committee to have its own in-house capabilities for intelligence with regard to the campaign?
He may have.
Did you become aware that Mr. Gordon Liddy was employed by the Committee for the Reelection of the President?
At some point I did, yes.
Now, when was the first time you became aware?
I'm not sure.
Did you become aware during the late period of 1971, November or December?
I'm really not sure, Mr. Dash, when I knew. I don't know for sure when he did become employed by the
Let me ask this. Were you aware prior to the June 17 break-in?
That Mr. Liddy was at the committee, yes.
Yes. Did you have anything to do when he was employed? You said when certain senior people would be employed, you would have to have some clearance on your part. Now, he was employed as counsel for the committee. Did his name come by your desk for approval?
His name came by my desk at some point in connection with his salary. That was one of the cases where I think a salary was going to be paid that was higher than what he had been getting at the White House or was out of line with some other salary, and there was some discussion of the salary question in that connection.
And you don't recall anything further about that, did you?
No.
And that's the only recollection you have of Mr. Liddy's employment and your role in the employment?
Yes, I believe it is.
Now, did you learn at a point in time of a meeting in Mr. Mitchell's office, one on January 27, 1972, and then another meeting on February 4, 1972, attended not only by Mr. Mitchell, but by Mr. Dean, Mr. Liddy, and Mr. Magruder?
Yes, I did.
How did you learn of that meeting?
Well, I'm not positive. I learned of it in recent months, and probably also in the summer of 1972, by way of Mr. Dean recounting to me the fact, or his assertion that there had been these two meetings. As I recall, he told me that they had been in December and January of 1971-72, and that he had attended the two meetings, that he had come to me after the second meeting and had reported to me that at that meeting there had been presented an intelligence plan that was totally inconceivable and absurd. He characterized it in some colorful phrase, I think, of that kind, and said that he had turned the plan off, that Mitchell had concurred with him in turning this plan off, that he felt that there should be no further discussions of this kind of an intelligence program, and he intended to participate in no such discussions, and that he recommended the White House not participate if there were any such further discussions, and that there should not be any, and that I agreed with him.
Well, now, this discussion you're now testifying to that you have, Mr. Dean, you said the summer of '72. Is that after the June 17 break-in that this discussion took place?
Yes, it is, and I'm not positive. It's a general recollection that this took place in the summer. It's a clear recollection that it also took place in March of this year.
Yes. Now, you say in that discussion you have, Mr. Dean told you that right after the February 4 meeting in 1972, he came to you, and I think you've already described that how he described this meeting and said that the White House or something shouldn't be involved and should be turned off, and that you had agreed. Do you recall his doing that?
I don't recall it with any clear recollection, but I was willing to accept Mr. Dean's very specific and very positive recounting to me of what had happened. I didn't find it incomprehensible, and I do want to make one point that arises in this that I have only recently become aware of, though, because my recollection very clearly is that Mr. Dean told me that these meetings took place in December and January of 1971-72, and that he reported to me after the second meeting. I don't have any recollection of his ever saying to me what the specific dates were of the meetings. When we got into the March period of this year and started an intensive checking of facts and figures and logs and so forth, checked my log to see whether in fact I had met with John Dean at any point early in 1972 that could have been the meeting that he had described to me. And I found that there had been such a meeting on February 1st. That, I assumed, was the meeting to which he referred, and was in the back of my mind a general confirmation that he probably had come and told me about this situation, and that the February 1st time that we met was the time that he had done so.
Right.
I didn't realize, Mr. Dash, until watching these hearings, that the two meetings were held on January 27th and February 4th. And if, in fact, Mr. Dean met with me on February 1st, excuse me, then our meeting, well, Mr. Dean did meet with me on February 1st. If our meeting on February 1st was the meeting at which he told me about an intelligence plan, it apparently was between the two meetings rather than after the second meeting. And that may be the reason, well, no, I'm not going to speculate, but I will say that I have checked my log also to determine whether there was any other meeting with Mr. Dean during that period of time, and I find no meeting in the months of January or February except the meeting on February 1st.
Mr. Haldeman, we've received copies of your log.
Yes, sir.
Would you say that your log and the log you kept were accurate in the sense that every meeting that you would have had with Mr. Dean would appear on the log?
I think they would. In that, do you want me to describe the genesis of that log so you know what its basis is?
Yes, I think that might be helpful.
All right. This was not a date book. This was not an appointment book, and I didn't maintain any appointment book because I didn't maintain any predetermined schedule. This log that you have was maintained by my secretary, whose desk was immediately outside the only door to which there was access to my office. And she recorded in this log every person coming into my office and the time that he came in, and every person leaving my office and the time that he left. That part of the log is very accurate and was very accurately kept, in that it was firsthand knowledge of the secretary at the desk of people coming in and out. That desk was always, or virtually always, manned when I was in the office. If my principal secretary wasn't there, another girl would fill in while she left the desk. The log does have some potential inaccuracies in the effort to record my participation in meetings outside of my office, because then she was only aware that I had left the office and was not always aware where I had gone or with whom I had met.
Well then, leaving aside any report that Mr. Dean made to you of these meetings, were you not informed by Mr. Strawn through a political matters memorandum of a sophisticated intelligence system that the Committee for the Reelection of President had developed with the approval of Mr. Mitchell sometime after March 30, in fact, shortly after March 30?
I don't recall being so informed, but I don't recall any of the other 30 or 29 decision items that were apparently also covered in that memorandum, and it's not surprising that I wouldn't.
Would a political matters memorandum dealing with a sophisticated intelligence plan for the committee at a budget of $300,000 strike your attention?
As Mr. Strawn's described it, a three-line item in a rather thick political matters memorandum dealing with, among other things apparently, 30 decisions that have been made by Mr. Mitchell at the Key Biscayne meeting, would not strike my attention. No.
Well, do you recall asking or having Mr. Strawn prepare a talking paper that covered a number of these items and including the intelligence plan?
No, and that wouldn't be the normal process, Mr. Dash. You're referring to I assume, the talking paper that he referred to in terms of the meeting
right.
I was to have sometime shortly after that with
the April 4 meeting with Mr. Mitchell.
And Mr. Strawn, when he knew that I was having a meeting with Mr. Mitchell or having a meeting with anyone else with regard to the campaign or the committee, on his own initiative and within his area of responsibility, prepared for me a talking paper listing those items of discussion that he assumed would be useful or desirable to discuss at that meeting. The talking papers were not drawn up jointly by the two of us, and I did not tell him what to put on them. I knew what I wanted to talk about. What he was doing was trying to jog me by way of a talking paper on items that I might not think about that he thought might be useful to discuss.
Now, when you received a political matters memorandum and read the item, how did you indicate that you had noted the item or read it?
Varying ways. I sometimes made margin notes, I sometimes made checks by items, and I sometimes made no mark at all.
And if you had read it and made a check, that would appear on it, I take it.
That's correct.
Yes. And if there was a talking paper for a meeting with Mr. Mitchell on April the 4th, that would be part of that political matters file, would it not?
I don't know.
Well, if there was, I'm asking the question, if there were such, that would be part of the file, would it not?
I don't know that it would be.
Well,
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
There are a number of political matters memorandum that you received. You said you received a number. Do you recall how many political matters memoranda that Mr. Strawn sent to you?
Over the 2 years or
during the period, say, from January 72 through June 17, 72.
I don't recall the number. I would have to guess that it would probably in that sort of a period would be 10, something like that.
His testimony is that this particular political matters memorandum was number 18. If you wanted to find out what was included in political matters memorandum number 18 to refresh your recollection right now, where would you go?
I'd go to Mr. Strawn.
Mr. Strawn doesn't have the document, I take it. Would the document be at the White House?
Well, I understand from Mr. Strawn's testimony that he destroyed the document, so I presume that it wouldn't be
So
at
it's
the
not at the White House.
I don't know whether it is or not, Mr. Dash.
Have you gone to the White House in preparation for your testimony?
Yes,
to
sir.
look at papers of yours?
I've looked at my notes, yes.
Your notes? Have you looked at any of the political matters memorandum?
No, I haven't.
Now, you heard Mr. Strawn's testimony prior to your testimony here. Did you go to the White House to see if there was a political matters memorandum number 18 at the White House?
No, sir.
Now, Mr. Strawn has testified that he did present to you, shortly after the break-in, when you returned to Washington, this particular political matters memorandum number 18, which included the reference to the sophisticated intelligence plan at $300,000 and some other, the talking paper, and I think some other matters. And that you said, and this is his testimony, that you said that the file should be clean after he had indicated that this particular file might link you, or by some way, to the break-in or the activity of the break-in. Do you recall that conversation with Mr. Strawn?
I don't recall, excuse me, I don't recall the conversation. I don't recall the testimony as being quite as you've described it. And as I said in my statement, I don't recall Mr. Strawn or my giving Mr. Strawn such an instruction.
Such an instruction to see that the file would be clean.
That's correct.
You didn't use that expression.
I don't recall using it, no, sir.
Do you have any explanation as to why, after that meeting, Mr. Strawn would go out and shred that political matters memorandum number 18?
Well, by Mr. Strawn's statement, which is the only really source I can use for knowing why, he indicates that he destroyed what he considered to be politically embarrassing material. And as I recall, under direct questioning, he quite specifically said that he did not think he was destroying anything that contained any evidence of illegal activity.
But on the direct questioning, he said that he did it not on his own initiative, but at your instruction.
He said that in his statement, I believe.
Yes.
No, I guess that's right. It
Yes.
was not in his statement. It was under questioning.
Now, do you recall after receiving that the political matters memorandum, or you don't actually recall receiving that political matters memorandum, do you recall telling Mr. Strawn in April, sometime shortly after the meeting with Mr. Mitchell, that he should contact Mr. Liddy and tell Mr. Liddy to transfer his capabilities from Mr. Muskie to Mr. McGovern with special emphasis on the relationship to Senator Kennedy?
No, I don't.
You don't recall giving him that instruction?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea why Mr. Strawn would testify under oath here that he received that instruction from you? I mean,
Mr. Dash, I think that my attempt to determine why someone else does something is something that I should not get into.
All right, let me ask you the
sincerely
question.
feel that we've, in this whole thing, bogged down so much into the opinions of what one person thinks some other person might have done, rather than what that person knows he did or didn't do.
well, you say that Mr. Strawn worked for you since, from 1970 on.
That's correct.
Did you, during that period of time, develop an opinion concerning his loyalty, concerning his character for veracity?
Yes, I had a very high opinion of both his loyalty and his thoroughness and his veracity.
Now, when, Mr. Haldeman, and how did you learn of the break-in on June 17, 1972?
That seems to be the crucial question, and I have to give, I guess, the most incredible possible answer. I don't know, Mr. Dash. I simply don't remember how I learned about it, or precisely when, or from whom. But let me explain that at that time, that weekend, I was in Key Biscayne The President was out at Walker's Cay, and I was at the Key Biscayne Hotel. And I'm sure that sometime during that weekend, somebody told me that the Democratic National Committee had been broken into. I'm not sure who or when.
Now, what did you do when you learned that?
Nothing.
When or whoever told you?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No.
Did you learn, while you were at Key Biscayne, did you have any information that somebody connected with the committee to re-elect the president was involved?
I think I did, and I think that came in a phone conversation with Jeb Magruder on the 18th, on Sunday, which it's always been my impression was placed by him to me, but I understand he says it was placed by me to him, and I'm not sure which is which. But there was the point of that phone conversation, the purpose of it was to review a statement that the committee was planning to release, and it was releasing it in conjunction with the either already publicized or assumed about to be publicized fact that Mr. McCord, who did have a connection with the committee, had been one of those arrested at the scene of the break-in.
Now, what came through your mind when you learned that Mr. McCord, did you know, by the way, who Mr. McCord was?
I don't believe I did. He probably told me at that time who he was.
But I take it you did learn that he was the security chief of the committee to re-elect the president.
Yes.
Did it occur to you that this might be an embarrassing matter for the campaign?
Yes.
Now, when did you get back to Washington after the break-in?
I think on Monday evening, which would be the 19th.
Did you have any, is that when you had a meeting with Mr. Dean? Did Mr. Dean report to you then about what he had learned about the break-in?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure that I had a meeting with Mr. Dean at that point. I believe we probably got back late Monday evening and then I went home.
When did you meet with Mr. Dean after you got back?
I think, and I've got sort of a capsule of my record here that's subject to correction by the details, but I think that there was a meeting the morning of the 20th with, in which I was present with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Ehrlichman, and that Mr. Dean was in part of that meeting, and Attorney General Kleindienst was in part of that meeting.
Now, at that meeting, do you recall that there was a general discussion as to what happened, what information was current concerning the break-in and the relationship of the committee?
I have no specific recollection of the content of that meeting, but I'm sure that given the time situation, that it must have been in regard to the Watergate break-in.
Now, it is true, if you look at your record, that during that period, right after you got back, there are about 2 or 3 meetings in different days.
Yeah.
I think you met with him on the 20th, on the 23rd, and on the 26th. Does your record show that?
Now, I show, this is an example. Now, my log of June 20th does not show a meeting with those people that I've identified. That I've got in my summary here as a result of information from other sources. What my log shows is a meeting in John Ehrlichman's office, which is all my secretary would know. She didn't know who was in the meeting.
Right.
I'm sorry, and then you were going...
Well, I was saying, do you have a record of a meeting with Mr. Dean on the 23rd and again on the 26th, after the meeting with him on the 20th?
Not in the log, no.
Well,
On the 23rd?
Yes.
Doesn't show a meeting, I don't believe.
Do you have it in a summary that you may have got from other sources?
No, that doesn't show a meeting with Dean either. I think that I talked with Dean on the phone that day, that morning. I don't believe I met with him, but I'm not sure.
Now, when you indicated in your earlier testimony that Mr. Dean did give you a report of what happened and told you at that time that he had told you earlier about telling you after one of the meetings. Could you place at any one of those meetings when he told you?
No, I can't.
Would it be your recollection that it would be during that week when you got back?
Not necessarily, no. As I say, the only meeting that I see with Dean during that week was the meeting in Mr. Ehrlichman's office on the 20th, apparently.
Now, did you have a meeting, did the President either communicate with you or did you have a meeting with the President shortly prior to June 23rd, 1972?
I'm sure I did. You want me to check?
Well, you met frequently with the President, so
yes,
you're pretty sure you find such a meeting. Do you recall, prior to that meeting on June 23rd, the President having a discussion with you concerning the investigation that would be ongoing with regard to the Watergate break-in, and a concern he had that such an investigation by the FBI might include the work of the Special Investigating Unit in the White House and also CIA?
Not prior to the 23rd. I do recall such on the 23rd.
On the 23rd?
Yes, sir.
Was that on the 23rd itself? Mm-hmm. Is that what prompted your having a meeting with Mr. Helms, Mr. Walters on the 23rd?
Yes.
And could you tell us what was the purpose of that meeting with Mr. Helms, Mr. Walters? What you said and what they said?
Okay.
To your best recollection.
I've covered that in my statement, and I don't know how much detail you want to get into on that. I have made a more detailed statement before another Senate committee that's looking into this matter in considerable detail, and I'd be glad to read that statement or put it into your record if that would be helpful.
Let me just ask you this question, because I think we do have your statement, and
yes.
I think we also have your more detailed statement that has been submitted to us.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Helms and Mr. Walters have recounted their recollection of the meeting, and Mr. Walters has testified and provided memoranda indicating that at that meeting he was in effect ordered by you to go to see Mr. Gray and tell Mr. Gray that an investigation of the Watergate matters might uncover CIA activities and therefore to restrict the investigations to such an extent as not to do that. Now, do you recall that such a conversation took place?
Well, I'm not sure of the accuracy, and I don't think you want to get into the specifics of Mr. Walters' testimony. I think you're asking for my recollection of that
yes.
conversation. So without commenting on either the accuracy of Mr. Walters' recollection or your recitation of it, because he's given a number of different statements and depositions in this thing that make it rather complex. But the meeting, one of the purposes of the meeting, as assigned to me by the President when he, on the morning of the 23rd, told me for me and Ehrlichman to meet with Director Helms and Deputy Director Walters, in addition to ascertaining whether there was any CIA involvement, whether there was any CIA concern about earlier activities of people who had been arrested at the Watergate, was to tell the CIA directors that the FBI had expressed concern that as to whether there was CIA involvement or any impingement.
Did you know at that time that Mr. Helms had actually told Mr. Gray the day before, on the 22nd, that there was no CIA involvement?
I did not know that prior to our meeting with Mr. Helms and Mr. Walters.
Did he tell you at the meeting?
Mr. Helms told me at the meeting that there had been no CIA involvement in the Watergate operation, and that he had so informed Director Gray. So I learned that at that meeting. I didn't know it prior to the meeting.
Then why was Mr. Walters asked to go back to Mr. Gray and discuss CIA problems?
Because, and this seems to be a very difficult point to get across, but because there were other items of concern. The question raised was not solely the question of whether the CIA had been involved in the Watergate break-in, but also whether the investigation of the Watergate break-in, which was to be thorough and total, could possibly impinge upon the activities totally unrelated to Watergate and related to national security or to covert CIA operations, the activities of some of the individuals who had also been involved in the Watergate and had been arrested at the Watergate.
But did this involve the concern over the Mexican checks, which had come through the committee and took a route through Mexico and back to the committee through cash, and ultimately some of that money ending up in the possession of some of the burglars?
That I don't recall a state of knowledge about that whole circuit of activity at the time of the June 23rd meeting.
Well, do you recall discussing at that meeting that one of the concerns that the CIA might want to have is the investigation by the FBI with regard to the Mexican money?
No, I did not.
Mexican relationships?
I don't recall the Mexican question being raised either by the President that morning in his instructions to me to hold the meeting or by me in the meeting.
All right, now, were you aware, by the way, there was any follow-up by Mr. Dean with Mr. Walters concerning these same concerns that you've testified to?
I was not at the time. I was not until this all was under investigation by the other Senate committee.
Mr. President, may I interrupt to ask Mr. Dash? He referred to having copies of the transcript of the appearance of Mr. Haldeman before another Senate committee. I'd like to ask if he has copies of the transcript of Mr. Haldeman's appearance before the grand jury.
No.
Or a summary of it from the district attorney's office.
No. We have neither sought such information, and I think the committee's position has been that under Rule 60 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, this committee is not entitled to it, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Now, I think we have asked Mr. Haldeman in our interviews as to his testimony before the grand jury, which Rule 60 does permit him to give us, and I won't ask him now because I think we've had that information. Now, were you aware, Mr. Haldeman, that during this period after the break-in, during the latter part of June, through July and in August, there actually were daily meetings between Mr. Dean, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mardian, Mr. LaRue, and frequently Mr. Magruder. And at such meetings, the discussion of Mr. Magruder's involvement came up, and a plan developed for Mr. Magruder to tell a false story before the grand jury. Did that ever come to your attention?
No, sir.
Mr. Dean has testified...
Not in anywhere in that period of time.
I'm talking about that period of time.
Not until recently.
I know that you have more recent information. I'm really directing you now to that period of time.
It did not.
Mr. Dean has testified that he was serving really as a liaison. The reason he was at these meetings over at the committee was that he was there to report back to you and Mr. Ehrlichman what was going on, and that in fact he did report back and informed you explicitly about Mr. Magruder's problem, that Mr. Magruder was involved, and that it would be a serious question as to whether he could get through the grand jury. Do you recall Mr. Dean making such reports to you?
He did not so inform me.
And did you ever have any information that led you to be concerned about Mr. Magruder's involvement in the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate?
At that time?
At that point, at that time.
I don't believe so. The only way I would have, other than Dean telling me, which I don't think he did, would be if there were press reports. And again, it's hard to remember what was said when, but there were various allegations at various times as to someone's
No, I'm particularly
someone's
asking,
involvement.
and I think you're responding concerning Mr. Dean's reporting to you.
Right.
Because that was a testimony before this committee. Now, do you recall any meeting with Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell has testified before this committee that he learned for the first time on June 21st, after being debriefed by Mr. Marty and Mr. LaRue when they spoke to Mr. Liddy, that he learned for the first time about Liddy's operations, which did not only include the break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters, but his plumber's operation, which included the Ellsberg break-in, the forged DM cables, and some other things. And Mr. Mitchell characterized these things as White House horrors. And he testified that shortly after learning of these things, he reported them to you and to Mr. Ehrlichman for the purpose of discussing the need to keep the lid on these things so they shouldn't get revealed to the public. You recall Mr. Mitchell reporting what he learned from Mr. Marty and Mr. LaRue in these areas?
No, sir. If I could expand on that.
Yes, I don't, please don't rest on a no or a yes answer. You're giving me more of those than I got from Mr. Ehrlichman. I would be very pleased to have your expanded remarks.
Well, excuse me, the Vice Chairman wants something?
I was just about to say, Mr. Chairman, I have no criticism of sidebar remarks. I've made my share in this hearing, but to say we get more yes or no answers from him than we did from Mr. Ehrlichman may or may not be significant to the record, but it seems to me not particularly in assistance of our inquiry of this witness. Mr. Chairman, might I make one other request at this time? I'm having trouble following some of this testimony, not only in terms of available exhibits, but in terms of reference to previous transcript pages. When, as in this case, Mr. Mitchell testified so-and-so, it would be very helpful if counsel, both counsel, that is, minority and majority counsel, would annotate their notes so that we know what reference they're speaking of. And if it's in a statement that a witness has made, as in the case of Mr. Strawn, if they could annotate it for the purposes of that statement, it would be helpful. I don't expect that we can change horses in the middle of the stream and do that today, but if we could do it, say, beginning this afternoon or tomorrow, that would be very helpful to me.
Senator Baker, in the interview which has been provided to all senators, the various references to Mr. Magruder's testimony that relate to Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Strawn's or Mr. Mitchell's do have various page references to the transcript noted.
Well, I'm not talking about that, Mr. Tash. I'm talking about your questions to the witness. That's what I'm having trouble keeping up.
I've not been interviewed, though, Mr. Dash, since the...
no, I'm not talking about...
since Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Strawn have testified.
No, I'm talking about a summary of the interview which has been prepared in advance for the committee's use.
I see.
Which does have cross-references to the various transcript.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think the point being is that when you go off into a statement of what another witness said, the summary, of course, is a summary and hopefully accurate, but is not verbatim. And one word or an emphasis, a particular emphasis, is particularly important. So I personally plan to abide by that, and think it's a good procedure.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I want to say very frankly that on one occasion, in reference to Mr. Strawn this morning, Mr. Dash made an unfaithful paraphrase of the testimony.
Well, can you refer to that?
Yes, I'll give it to you later on.
Let's don't get into controversy about this. We got a lot of daylight, haven't got as much daylight to burn as it is. And I think that if counsel can comply with the request of Senator Baker, it'd be well, but I have to say I think that it'd be very difficult to examine the witness if you have to stop and annotate the basis of each part of the question.
But we will, Senator Baker.
Mr. Dash, just a minute. Just so the record is entirely clear on the subject, I'm not suggesting that counsel would reference in their question the transcript number. I'm simply saying that it should be available so that if we want to know, we can. I do not suggest that for members of the committee, but under our new procedure whereby members of the committee are going to try to severely limit the length of their inquiry, counsel will carry a greater burden of the examination. So what I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, and I indicate that it's a new procedure, therefore I certainly would not call for it today, is that as counsel propound questions that assume the testimony or statement of a witness previously that they have available on their notes, the transcript or statement reference, so that I can privately ask where it comes from and take a look.
Yes, and
I think it'll be very helpful to...
And on this particular question, as it appears in the summary that has been given to every member of this committee, Mr. Chairman, dealing with the question of White House horrors, the summary does provide that this refers to the Select Committee transcript, pages 3692 to 93, and also pages 37, 35, 36, 97, and 98, Mr. Mitchell's testimony. This is part of a summary that has been provided for each member of the committee. But I will have that available for you, Senator.
And supply it as often as you conveniently can, Mr. Dash, so we don't have to ask for it.
Mr. Dash, I was going to expand on the no answer to that question, if I could. Not the no answer, but the no in answer to the question.
Right.
The reason that I say that is that I did not know of any of the items that I can recall reading in the newspaper or hearing Mr. Mitchell testify to under the category of White House horrors. At this time last year, I learned of some of them in March and April of this year, and others of them in the course of these hearings. But I did not know of the items that have been enumerated in if you have Mr. Mitchell's testimony there, or if you have something where you could list those specific things which he cataloged as White House horrors, I believe that I did not know of the existence of any of those things.
I gave you some examples, but the ones, and I don't believe I'm misparaphrasing the testimony, he spoke of the Ellsberg break-in.
I did not know of that.
The DM cable.
I did not know of that.
The spiriting out of Miss Dita Beard from town.
I didn't know that.
And certain wiretaps that had been taking place for certain security purposes.
I did know of security wiretaps.
Now, when did it come to your attention, Mr. Haldeman, that certain funds were being raised to pay for the legal fees of the defendants?
Sometime in the period shortly after the Watergate break-in, and I'm not sure, again, of any specific date or occasion on which I became aware of that, but I was told at some time in that period, and was told at other times subsequently, I'm sure by John Dean, and I think possibly also by John Mitchell, that there was an effort by the committee to raise funds to pay for the legal fees and for family support of the defendants who had been arrested in the Watergate burglary.
Now, when you received that information from Mr. Dean or Mr. Mitchell, did you raise any questions? Did you ask why Mr. Mitchell, who was heading up the campaign, and Mr. Dean, who was counsel to the president, would be involved in raising funds to pay for legal fees and family of burglars and wiretappers?
No, I didn't. This was incidental information that I received and dismissed. I did not pursue it in any way.
Well, did you consider that if that became public, that it might be a matter of embarrassment for the campaign?
No, I didn't consider that.
Why not? Well, you didn't.
I'm not sure that one is able to explain why he didn't think something, but I didn't. Let me say that as a partial explanation, I have had a general awareness that there was a public effort to raise funds for the Watergate defendants, and I don't know that I knew that these efforts were different than the public effort.
Do you know what?
There was a reference to a Cuban,
for the
Cuban fund.
Right. Did you know whether there was a public effort to raise funds for Mr. Liddy, Mr. Hunt, Mr. McCord?
No, and I never heard any discussion of this in any context other than as a group, the defendants. There was no discussion of individuals by name.
And is it your view, since you say you didn't consider it, but I could ask at least the question, is it your view that persons who had high position in the administering the president's reelection campaign, and certainly the president's counsel, had any business participating in raising funds for the paying of legal fees for burglars, wiretappers, or conspirators?
This is not a question that occurred to me, Mr. Dash, and I did not ask it of myself or of any of them.
Well, you formed no moral judgment on it at all?
No, sir.
And did you do anything by listening to it in passing reference? Is it your recollection that you condoned it?
Well, I don't think I was called upon to condone or condemn. I think I received information, and that was that.
Well, Mr. Dean gave you information of that kind. I take it he expected that if you disagreed with that action, you would tell him so.
Not necessarily. I don't think it was submitted to me for approval. I think it was transmitted to me as information.
There's a point of information.
Yes, sir.
Now, there came a time, and I think we referred to this briefly when you looked at that memorandum, that you learned that a large sum of money, $350,000, had come from the committee to re-elect the president to the White House.
Well, I didn't learn that it had come from him. I caused it to come from him.
You asked for it.
Yes, sir.
And I think your statements indicate that you wanted it was for polling purposes.
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, it wasn't used for polling purposes, was it?
That is correct. It was not.
Why? Then you learned, and I think your testimony or your statement has indicated, that the money went back to the committee.
That's correct.
And is it your statement that you saw or knew of no connection between the money going back, the $350,000 or whatever went back from that amount to the committee, that you were aware of no connection between that money going back and the need for more funds to pay the legal defense fees and family support fees of these Watergate defendants?
Let me very specifically refer to my statement and to the development of events in that regard. And I can repeat the statement if you want to, or...
I don't want you to repeat the statement.
Okay.
If you could just briefly answer the question as to whether or not you knew of a connection between the money going back and the need for it for defense funds.
As I said in my statement, Mr. Dash, I was asked by Mr. Strawn after the election what should be done with the cash fund that he had been custodian of. I told him that it should be returned, or not returned, but turned over to the committee to re-elect, and that he should work out the means of doing that with John Dean. Subsequently, I was told that there was a problem in doing that. Subsequently to that, I was told by John Dean, again, as I had been told earlier, that there was a continuing need for legal funds, legal fees for the Watergate defendants. And at that time, following this sequence of events, I then said, we have a desire to deliver funds to the committee. The committee apparently has a desire for funds, and I suggested that Dean try to carry out both of those two objectives, which he subsequently did.
All right. Now, you knew at least that this $350,000 represented campaign funds, did you not?
No, they did not, in my understanding, represent campaign funds. The $350,000 came from, as I indicated in my statement, the what's known now, I think, as the 1968 primary surplus fund.
Well, when I say campaign funds, I'm not just referring to the 72 campaign funds. This was money that had been collected from contributors for the election of President Nixon.
I did not know by what means this money had been collected or for what purpose. I knew, as I've testified, that Mr. Kalmbach was custodian of a very substantial cash fund after the 1968 election. I've heard it testified to here that that fund was generated as a, or came into being as a surplus from funds raised in the 1968 primaries.
Well, I guess you knew that the money was certainly in the control or in the possession of the Committee for the Reelection of the President, the $350,000 initially, or Mr.
No, I learned that subsequently also. It was my understanding that the money was under the control and in the possession of Mr. Kalmbach.
All right. Now, when you asked for the $350,000, you asked for $350,000 of what money? What?
Of the money that was in the control and possession of Mr. Kalmbach and which we had been using during the period from 68 to 72, among other purposes, had been using for polling.
All right, now
we'd used a substantial amount of it for polling during that period, and my point was, it was my understanding that that money was going, whatever was left of that money, was going to be turned into the campaign committee and would be considered part of the cash on hand or whatever when they started the reporting period April 7th.
I take it
prior to the start of that reporting period, I made the request, and it was discussed with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Stans, and I'm sure also with Mr. Kalmbach, either at the same time or at a different time, my request that $350,000 of that remaining fund be set aside and not turned over to the committee and not therefore be made part of the campaign funds. I subsequently learned that I thought the money was to be picked up from Mr. Kalmbach. I thought it was in his possession. I've subsequently learned that the money had already apparently been commingled in some way with other funds that did relate to the 72 campaign, but I don't know when.
All right, you knew how Mr. Kalmbach and why Mr. Kalmbach was raising funds, did you not? The funds that came into Mr. Kalmbach's control. Did you know that these funds had something to do with political campaign?
With political campaigns, yes, but not with not necessarily with the 1972 presidential campaign.
That was my question, and I stated I wasn't concerned at this point with what campaign the money was related to, that it was money, at least under Mr. Kalmbach's control, which had been raised for political campaign purposes.
I'm sorry, you said it came from campaign funds, and since this inquiry is dealing with the 72 campaign, I made the misassumption you meant 72 campaign funds.
So knowing that the money that Mr. Kalmbach had control over were political campaign funds from whatever campaign, you also then knew, after it was being sent back to the committee and therefore approved of its use, that it was going that campaign fund money was being used for paying legal defense fees and support fees of the criminal defendants.
I did not specifically know that any or all of this money would be used, nor do I know now that any of it or all of it has been used for that purpose.
I thought your testimony was that sort of at the time it went over, you also learned of the need, and you also approved of the need of using the money for this purpose, although that you did not approve.
No, sir, I did not approve of the need for the money. I did know of the need, and I was not in a position to approve of the need for the money for that purpose, and my interest at that time was in delivering the money to the committee. My interest was not, my motive, in other words, was not for the purpose of whatever the committee was going to do with the money. My motive was that my potential use for the funds had no longer existed, and I did not want the responsibility of maintaining custody of the funds.
Let's leave it at the fact that you knew that the money was going to be used for defense purposes.
No, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Dash. I can't leave it at that.
Well, I'm reading from your statement at page 36. At a later time, Dean mentioned to me the committee's need for funds for legal and family support for the Watergate defendants. And I suggested, Dean, that he try to work out a way of solving both problems by our desire to deliver funds to the committee and the committee's need for funds. Well,
that's correct, but I did not know, Mr. Dash, what was to be done with the funds that were delivered. I didn't know whether any or all of them were to be used for that purpose. I did not know that they were not.
Well, let me put it another way. Did you instruct them when the money went over that it would be highly improper to use campaign funds for paying legal defense for the Watergate defendants?
I made no instructions as to the use of the funds at all.
Did you feel that you should have made any?
No, sir. I felt that the funds were no longer appropriately kept under my control and authority, and that they should be turned over to the committee to reelect and handled by them.
And were you not concerned that how the committee to reelect the president conducted its business in a way that might embarrass the President of the United States?
Had I thought that the committee was going to conduct its business in a way that would embarrass the President, I would have raised that question.
Well, I guess, and I'll just end with this question on this issue. Do you believe spending political campaign funds to pay for the defense of criminal defendants could embarrass the President?
I don't know. I don't know what, it depends on the circumstances and the situation, I think.
What about these circumstances and this situation involving the Watergate?
I don't know that I can make a judgment on that. Again, I don't know clearly yet what the circumstances actually are, what was done and for what purpose.
Is it your view there have been no embarrassing situation, been no embarrassment as a result of this incident?
It's very clear that there has been enormous embarrassment as a result of the overall situation, yes, sir.
Now, I'm not going into the particular meeting of September 15th, which you've already testified to, and I think you've referred to the fact that the September 15th meeting with the President and Mr. Dean, I think we've had quite a bit of testimony on that, and I think your statement is quite complete on that. But I think the committee is interested, and some questions were put, concerning your access to the tapes. I think your testimony was, and your statement was, that you did review these tapes and that you had access to these tapes actually in this very month of July. Is that true? Of this year?
That is correct. Not to all the tapes.
No, I'm talking about the tape dealing with the meeting on September the 15th.
That's correct. The tape of the meeting of September 15th, yes. I did listen to in July of this year.
Now, with a little more detail than you've told us before, could you tell us who initiated the request for your listening to that tape?
I'm not sure whether I did or whether the President did in a message to me, but it was one way or the other on the basis that it ended up being that I should listen to it and give him a report as to its content.
Do you know when you actually received that tape? Or when in July? You said early July, I think.
It was, I don't have a calendar. I was here. This was after I'd moved to California, and I came back to Washington for a several-day period that I believe was July 9th, 10th, and 11th, or approximately in that time, and it would have been during that trip.
Is it, to your recollection, was it prior to Mr. Butterfield's testimony before the committee concerning the case?
Yes, there's no question about that.
Yes. Now, could you tell us in what form was the tape? Was it a cassette, or was it a reel? How did you get the tape?
Was it what?
Was it a cassette, or was it a reel? How did you, what physical form was the tape in?
It's a reel. It's on a regular round tape reel in a box.
And you say this, you listened to this in your home?
That's correct.
Here in Washington?
That's correct.
And was it delivered to you, or did you go and obtain it?
It was delivered to me at the EOB in a guest office that I was using while the reason I was back here was to spend some time reviewing notes in the files that I can't take out, and those are in the EOB up in the attic, and I was over there, and they had provided me with an office to work in when I wasn't up in the file, and the tape was delivered to me at that office.
Why did you select at this time this particular tape?
Well, let's see. I'm not sure. That I had already heard, as I indicated, the March 21st tape. The President, as he has said, had already listened to some of the other tapes. This was a tape that he had not listened to. handled by them.
And were you not concerned that how the committee to re-elect the president conducted its business in a way that might embarrass the President of the United States?
Had I thought that the committee was going to conduct its business in a way that would embarrass the President, I would have raised that question.
Well, I guess, and I'll just end with this question on this issue. Do you believe that spending political campaign funds to pay for the defense of criminal defendants could embarrass the President?
I don't know. I don't know what. It depends on the circumstances and the situation, I think.
What about these circumstances and this situation involving the Watergate?
I don't know that I can make a judgment on that. Again, I don't know clearly yet what the circumstances actually are, what was done and for what purpose.
Is it your view there have been no embarrassing situation? There's been no embarrassment as a result of this incident?
It's very clear that there has been enormous embarrassment as a result of the overall situation. Yes, sir.
Now, I'm not going into the particular meeting of September 15th, which you've already testified to, and I think you've referred to the fact that the September 15th meeting with the President and Mr. Dean, I think we've had quite a bit of testimony on that, and I think your statement is quite complete on that. But I think the committee is interested, and some questions were put, concerning your access to the tapes. I think your testimony was, and your statement was, that you did review these tapes and that you had accessed these tapes actually in this very month of July. Is that true? Of this year?
That is correct. Not to all the tapes.
No, I'm talking about the tape dealing with the meeting on September the 15th.
That's correct. The tape of the meeting of September 15th, yes. I did listen to in July of this year.
Now, with a little more detail than you told us before, could you tell us who initiated the request for your listening to that tape?
I'm not sure whether I did or whether the President did in a message to me, but it was one way or the other on the basis that it ended up being that I should listen to it and give him a report as to its content.
Do you know when you actually received that tape? Or when in July? You said early July, I think.
It was, I don't have a calendar. I was here. This was after I moved to California, and I came back to Washington for a several-day period that I believe was July 9th, 10th, and 11th, or approximately in that time, and it would have been during that trip.
Is it, to your recollection, was it prior to Mr. Butterfield's testimony before the committee concerning the tapes?
Yes, there's no question about that.
Yes. Now, could you tell us in what form was the tape? Was it a cassette, or was it a reel? How did you get the tape?
Was it what?
Was it a cassette, or was it a reel? How did you, what physical form was the tape in?
It's a reel. It's on a regular round tape reel in a box.
And you say this, you listened to this in your home?
That's correct.
Here in Washington?
That's correct.
And was it delivered to you, or did you go and obtain it?
It was delivered to me at the EOB in a guest office that I was using while the reason I was back here was to spend some time reviewing notes in the files that I can't take out, and those are in the EOB up in the attic, and I was over there, and they had provided me with an office to work in when I wasn't up in the file, and the tape was delivered to me at that office.
Why did you select at this time this particular tape?
Well, let's see. I'm not sure. That I had already heard, as I indicated, the March 21st tape. The President, as he has said, had already listened to some of the other tapes. This was a tape that he had not listened to, and a tape that I had not listened to, and it was obviously of a meeting of considerable importance. The testimony regarding which was contradictory to both my recollection and the President's.
Mr. Dean's testimony concerning the meeting on September the 15th you're referring to.
That's right.
Now, did you, at that point, did you ask or request to listen to any other tapes besides the September 15th one?
I'm not sure whether I asked or whether, again, I don't know which side the point came up on, but there was a suggestion of listening to some other tapes also, but I did not do it.
Why?
Because they concerned meetings that apparently also the President had not reviewed, and that I had not reviewed, of course, because I had listened to only the March 21st one prior to this time. But they were meetings in which I was not present at all, and I made the decision myself that it would not be appropriate for me to be in the position of listening to tapes of meetings, at this point in time at least, to listening to tapes of meetings in which I had not been present.
But in late April, you listened to a tape on March 21st with Mr. Dean and Mr. President when you weren't present at that meeting.
I was present at a substantial portion of it,
but you did listen to the full tape.
That's right.
And you didn't believe after hearing, now that you had access to the tape, that's your very rare opportunity, that you had access to the tapes. I take it if you had asked for it, you could have had access to all of the relevant tapes that were testified to the conversations by Mr. Dean.
I don't know that that's the case, Mr. Dash.
Well, you've indicated that you yourself placed a control on yourself and didn't ask for it. But if the President asked you to review this one and give a report...
Had the President asked me to review others, I would have had access to them to review them, yes. I would not have had access on my own authority to any tape.
Not on your own authority, but if you had requested, did you have any reason to believe that you would not have been shown a tape of a meeting with Mr. Dean on February 28th, or with the President, and with Mr. Dean and the President on March 13th, as well as the one on March 21st?
I have no reason to believe that I would have been given access or that I would not have been. I don't know.
And you say that this was delivered to you at the EOB office and that you took it to your own home?
That's correct.
And you listened to it alone?
That's correct.
Now, did you return it personally to the EOB office?
Yes.
Did you make notes?
Yes.
Of the tape? Did you retain those notes?
I retained them at that time and then turned them over to the President later.
And you kept no copy of them?
No, sir.
Did you show those notes to your counsel?
No, I did not.
Did you discuss with anybody else besides the President the content of that tape?
I reported the general Want me to go ahead?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I reported the general content, or let's say I confirmed to the President via, I believe, Mr. Bazard, by phone call from California, my confirmation that the President's and my recollection of that meeting, or our recollection that Mr. Dean's testimony was inaccurate regarding that meeting, that our recollection was correct. His testimony was inaccurate. I did not report in any detail on the contents of the tape.
To whom did you report this to?
I believe to Mr. Bazard by telephone.
When you returned it...
That was to Mr. Bazard for transmission to the President. It may have, I think it was to Mr. Bazard. It may have been to someone else on the President's immediate staff.
Now, do you know when and where you and to whom you returned the tape?
Steve Bull was the man by whom through whom I acquired the tape and returned the tape.
Now
I should explain that as Mr. Butterfield indicated, he was the man in charge of this thing during the time he was there. Mr. Bull replaced Mr. Butterfield in that role and in the office that Mr. Butterfield had occupied when Mr. Butterfield left the White House, and Mr. Bull was fully aware of this operation and the means of carrying it out, so forth, the taping activity. And it was he was, as Mr. Butterfield indicated, there weren't very many people who knew about this, and Mr. Bull was the one man on the staff who did.
Because you knew about it all, during the time you were on the staff.
Yes, I did.
Did you by the way, did you meet with the President after you listened to that tape and make a report to him?
No, I did not.
Did you make any written report to him?
Pardon me?
Did you make any written report to the President?
Only by turning the notes over to him. I did not expand on the notes.
Now, this committee had a subpoena, which was a continuing subpoena to you, to turn over such things as tapes, notes, things of that matter. Why did not you turn your notes over or the tape to this committee, which is in your possession? The subpoena specifically called for you to turn over tapes that were in your custody or possession, and you had that tape in your custody and possession and did not turn it over.
I did not consider it to be in my custody. It was handed to me to listen to for the President and report back to the President, which I did.
You had it in your hands.
Yes, sir.
You had it in your home.
Yes, sir.
Subpoenas are issued to people who have such things, although they don't own them, and they're required to honor them. But I won't argue the law with you, but you did not, at least based on our subpoena, turn that tape over to us on our subpoena.
I was not aware that I was under any such obligation, and perhaps counsel can advise me as to whether I was.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like the gentleman to point out where there is any continuing subpoena.
Well, the subpoena calls for the witness to turn over to this committee all items that he has in his possession.
Where is this? Read the subpoena,
No.
Mr. Dash. Don't paraphrase it like you have other things here this morning.
You have the subpoena in your
I
hand.
have a subpoena, and it's issued to produce on the 4th of May all materials and documents listed on the attached sheet in your possession, custody, and control. Did we have any further subpoenas?
No, you did not.
Is this a continuing subpoena?
Yes, this Mr. Haldeman has been under continuing subpoena to appear here.
Is this subpoena a continuing subpoena?
Well, I don't think we ought to argue the law, Mr. Wilson.
You know it
I
is.
would say that he said documents, and I would say that the President says that these tapes are documents. He says that himself.
Mr. Chairman, we're not concerned with subject matter. We're concerned with time
Well, I was just
and what kind of
explaining-
a subpoena this is. And it's unfair for Mr. Dash to give the impression that there is a continuing subpoena on us. There isn't.
Well, I don't think...
I request that you withdraw it.
Well, Mr. Wilson, every witness that's been subpoenaed has been understood his subpoena continues until this investigation.
Mr. Wilson,
That is not the law, sir, even of the
Well-
Congress of the United States or the courts.
Well, I say that is the understanding.
It isn't the understanding with me.
Well, I'm not responsible for your understanding.
Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to see a copy of the subpoena. It's my understanding that the issue in controversy is not whether there's a continuing requirement for the witness to appear before the committee, which I think there is until he's released and discharged, but rather where there is a continuing responsibility to supply documents past the return date, which I understand to be May 4th. Now, I'm not defending or suggesting one course of action or the other, but there's a substantial difference between the continuing nature of the responsibility of a witness to appear and of subpoena ducus tecum to produce certain documents on a given date. I don't have the subpoena, and I, too, am not going to argue the law, but I really recommend we get on to something else.
Before the committee does switch subjects, we're going to take a short break. Public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearings, Chief Counsel Dash is about to ask Mr. Haldeman about his role in the La Costa meetings.
Now, Mr. Haldeman, when did it first come to your attention that there was an issue of executive clemency being either requested or being discussed concerning any one of the defendants? When did it first come to your attention?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean, that there was an issue of clemency being discussed.
Did you ever hear, and tell us the first time that you heard, that there was a discussion or concern about giving executive clemency to these defendants, either requested by the defendants or considered by people at the committee or the reelection of the president to give this or assert this for the defendants?
The first specific recollection I have of any reference to clemency in this context was in March of this year when we started looking into all these allegations. There was, I think, some reference to clemency or to promises of clemency earlier in press allegations or other discussion, but I don't recall any. If you're referring to internal discussions of the issue of clemency, there was none until it was raised as a point in reporting to the president.
Early January of 1973, you heard internally no reference to any executive clemency issue.
I don't recall any such. You're referring, I assume, to the discussion that other people have had regarding Hunt's offer, and I did hear about, regarding Colson's contacts or communication with Hunt or
Well, did you hear about it at that time?
I don't believe so.
No. I'm only asking about your recollection
I understand.
at that time and not what you've heard from the testimony or anything like that.
It's hard to sort it out sometimes.
I know.
I'm sorry.
When did you, or if you did at all, hear about any blackmail attempt by Mr. Hunt for funds, for more funds?
March 21st.
And how did that come to your attention?
In the meeting with the president when Mr. Dean raised it. He had already raised it with the president before I came into the meeting, but it was, I shouldn't say Mr. Dean raised it. He had obviously reported on it to the president before I came into the meeting. When I came into the meeting, it was again discussed.
Now, were you aware of the fact that actually large sums of money in March had been paid to Mr. Hunt in response to his demand? Were you aware of that?
No, sir.
Were you aware that Mr. LaRue was playing a role in transmitting those funds to Mr. Hunt or Mr. Bittman?
Mr. Dean said so
at the meeting on the 21st.
Well, I'm not sure. No, I don't believe he said that when I was in the meeting of March 21st. But he told me that in the phone call of March 26th, when he spun out to me quite a long recitation of various problem areas. One of them being the blackmail question, and then he got into the money and
is that long phone call you stated from when he was at Camp David?
That's correct, yes.
Well, at page 2259 to 2260 of the transcript of Mr. Dean's testimony, he testified that he reported these demands to you and Mr. Ehrlichman in December of 1972. You don't recall?
No, sir.
That. Now, moving on to the La Costa meeting of February 10, which is actually it's moving back a little from March. I think you've given us in your statement a description of that meeting and its purposes. Mr. Ehrlichman, in his testimony to us, stated that, and quite candidly, that a good part of the meeting was for the purpose of developing either dilatory tactics and any other efforts to prevent this committee even from holding hearings if possible.
I don't recall Mr. Ehrlichman saying that, and I certainly don't recall any discussion of preventing the committee from holding hearings. I do recall a great deal of discussion regarding how to deal with the committee's hearings, and as I have covered in my statement, some areas of concern that arose in our minds in connection with the committee's holding the hearings.
Well, do you recall, this was part of Mr. Ehrlichman's testimony, do you recall a discussion of Acosta concerning the need for perhaps supplying additional defense funds in the criminal case, because if the criminal cases went forward, the fact that the criminal cases would be pending would be a basis for preventing this committee from holding hearings as a strategy.
I recall Mr. Ehrlichman's testimony the other day to that effect. As I said in my statement, I don't recall any discussion of money at the La Costa meeting, and I'm absolutely certain that if there were any such discussion, it would have had to have been an incidental one, because while I was in and out of the meeting to some extent, I didn't miss any major portion of the meeting, and if there had been a major discussion, I would recall it. I do not.
Do you recall that the meeting dealt with the question of evaluating the various members of this committee and an attempt, if possible, to have some impact on selecting minority counsel of the committee?
Yes, there was some discussion of that.
And was there any implementation of that, a follow-through on that?
I don't know that there was. I'm not sure.
Well,
I have a feeling that was, as far as minority counsel, for instance, was after the fact, because he'd already been selected.
I take it you're aware of the so-called agenda items that Mr. Dean has testified to, which went to the President with regard to his meeting with Senator Baker.
Yes, I covered those one by one in quite detail in my statement.
Was that a follow-up from the La Costa meeting?
I don't believe it was. Any event that happens subsequent to another event is in some degree maybe a follow-up on the earlier event, but I don't think this was solely designed as a follow-up to La Costa.
Now, Mr. Magruder testified that in January he met with you during the pendency, actually, of the trial, the Watergate trial, and that at that meeting he unloaded. He told everything about the Watergate matter and indicated even that he would be committing perjury. Do you recall that testimony?
I recall the testimony, yes.
All right. Now, do you recall having such a meeting with Mr. Magruder and his giving you that information?
As I covered in considerable detail in my statement, Mr. Dash, I do not recall such a meeting. And I'm sure you recall our meeting with the staff on the evening of the day that Mr. Magruder had given his testimony, and my total inability to sort out that in my mind. At that time, I asked the staff if you could provide me, by contacting Mr. Magruder, with any more information as to when and what regarding that meeting. And if you have any of that, it might be helpful in trying to understand that.
Let me put the question this way. Without reference to the particular date, and did you have any meeting around that time, in January at all, with Mr. Magruder, or did Mr. Magruder in that early part of the year, January or February, tell you all about his involvement in the Watergate?
Well, that's a two-part question, and let me take the first part. Did I have a meeting with Mr. Magruder at any time during that part of the year? And I wasn't raising the question of date because I was trying to hang on. I didn't meet with him on a certain date. I was asking for the date that he feels he met with me in order that I could check back and see whether there was any way I could substantiate that. On the second point, did he ever make these statements, give me this information? As I said in my statement, categorically, he did not. He did not in January, and he did not in February at the meeting we held on February 14th, and he did not on March 2nd at the meeting we had at that time.
All right, now, turning to the March 21st meeting that you had, that Mr. Dean had with the President, which you were involved in to some extent, Mr. Ehrlichman also. I'm again not going to go into that meeting.
I'm sorry, I missed the date, Mr. Dash.
March 21st.
Yes, thank you.
I'm not going to go into that meeting because I think we've had plenty of testimony. Your statement covers it quite adequately. I am interested in the fact that in April, while you were still at the White House, you did listen to that tape. Now, could you give us the specific details as to how it came about that you listened to that tape? Did you, who did you go to? How did you get the tape? Why did you get the tape?
The President asked me to listen to the tape and to report to him on the contents, specifically on the questions that he had in his mind on it. And I got the tape also from Steve Bull. I listened to it in my office, in a little anteroom to my office.
And was that in preparation of anything the President was doing at that time?
I don't believe so, other than the President, as I have indicated, was very much involved in trying to uncover the Watergate thing. He was dealing daily, I think, meeting daily with Assistant Attorney General Peterson, who was in charge of the case at the Justice Department, and he was spending a considerable amount of time and thought on matters related to Watergate.
Well, I think
that meeting, you see, was the meeting at which John Dean had supposedly laid out to him all the facts of the Watergate. We're now to the point where on April 14th, John Ehrlichman has given him his theory of the Watergate based on the interviews that he's had, and then on the 15th, the Attorney General and the Assistant Attorney General have given him their reports based on the interviews that the prosecuting attorneys had with Mr. Dean and Mr. Magruder. And at that point, the President had quite a bit of information, some of it conflicting and some of it corroborating.
Was it that when he asked you to listen to the March 21st?
Yes, it was after the
April 15th meeting with the Attorney General.
Yes,
and
I'm sure
Peterson.
it was.
Was it before his statement of April 17th?
I don't believe so, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Did you have any role in the preparation of that statement of April 17th?
No, I don't think I did. I didn't normally have a role in preparation of statements.
Did you have any other? You knew that the tapes were there. You were one of the few people at the White House who knew of the system. And by the way, have you heard or reviewed Mr. Butterfield's testimony concerning his description of that system?
I heard it at the time he was here. I have not had an opportunity to review it.
To your knowledge, was that a fairly accurate statement of the system? I'd rather not get into the time of asking you to restate it.
In a general sense regarding the operation of it, yes. I think he was wrong in timing, and I think he so indicated that he might be.
When it started.
I'm not sure it was all put into effect on the same day. I think some parts were added later or something. But the nature of the operation of it was accurately described by Mr. Butterfield.
Well, during this whole period, you say that when the President was really trying to get at the facts, and you knew yourself that there were certain meetings, was this the only time that you were asked while you were at the White House to look at a tape, and was it only the March 21st tape?
Yes, and I think because the March 21st one was the one where John Dean had, in some detail, spelled out specifics regarding the Watergate. The earlier meetings were on other subjects, apparently, or on matters that didn't get into the specifics, which is what the President was trying to find out at that time.
By the way, did Mr. Dean ever show you, in April, a list of persons who would be involved in the Watergate, which included your name on it? So,
I certainly don't recall that at all.
Could you tell us just briefly then, I take it from what your testimony is, that you were not involved in any way in the break-in. You did not have any of the information in advance that would lead you to know that there would be any kind of intelligence of this kind. you were not aware of any of the activities which all the other witnesses testified to, or some witnesses testified, of a cover-up nature, such as having Mr. Magruder commit perjury, although you were aware of certain money being used for a defense fund, that it never was your view or opinion that this was improper or illegal. Why, Mr. Haldeman, did it become necessary for you to resign your position as the second man, really, to the President of the United States?
I think I described that in my statement. It became necessary, or at least in my view, became proper for me to do so because particularly the latter 2 weeks of April, the intensity of charges, inferences, and implications regarding the Watergate and regarding my possible involvement in it, the allegations made or feeling expressed that the President should clean out the White House and all that sort of stuff that was building up to a very heavy crescendo, and the necessity, it had become apparent that I was going to have to prepare to appear before the grand jury and give them as much information as I could, and it became clear that I would be appearing before the Senate committee. And as all of these things came to a point, it became obvious, and it was not hard to determine it, I was not able to carry out my regular duties effectively. I was concentrating a great deal of time on the things that were coming up day to day in relation to Watergate. And the operation of the White House and the office of the President is such that I felt it was very damaging to the operation of the office for anybody in the sensitive position that I was in to be distracted at all. And I had been distracted for some time, and I was very concerned about it.
Well,
I felt that the proper way for me to deal with that distraction was either to take a leave of absence until the whole matter was cleared up, or to resign my position and get the matter cleared up and devote my time and attention to doing that. And after discussion of those two alternatives, I concluded that the latter was the better one and the proper one, and I submitted my resignation.
Well, how long after April 30, when you did that, did you maintain an office or at the White House?
I used the office that I had occupied for some days after that, and then a substitute, a replacement, I shouldn't say substitute, a replacement was designated for my position, and that was only a matter of several days, I think, and I urged that he move immediately into my office. I felt it was symbolically important that he do so, and I moved out of the office at that time.
Did you continue to visit the White House or maintain office space there thereafter?
I didn't maintain office space. I did continue to visit the White House, not on a regular basis, but I did continue to visit the White House after that. For several reasons. One, without trying to overstate it, but the position that I had there was a focal point for a lot of things. And it was not the kind of situation where you could announce on Monday that you were resigning and walk away and have everything take care of itself. I spent considerable time trying to be of assistance to others in the White House and to my successor in taking over my duties, my non-Watergate duties, and to work with them on that. I also spent some time at that time reviewing my notes that were, by the day I resigned, they were impounded and put under the security of the Secret Service.
Now, Mr. Haldeman, just one final question, and actually perhaps a request, and I've asked this to Mr. Ehrlichman. The President has indicated that there may be certain papers that if we could describe them with specificity, he may be in a position to turn over to us. Would you be willing to look at some of the papers that relate to your involvement during this period of time, to your relationship and assist the committee in identifying those papers that the committee wanted to describe them to the President in a request to see them?
I'd be certainly willing to pursue the appropriateness of that. I'm not sure what's involved in that request. I will.
We'll take it up with counsel, and we could perhaps pursue this later with you. I have no further questions.
I'd just like to make one observation about the subpoena question.
Yes, sir.
I was under the impression that the witness was appearing under the original subpoena, which was a subpoena due case taken, which was dated the 2nd of May and required him to appear on May the 4th. But I found that he's appearing here under a second subpoena, which was issued on the 10th day of July. Consequently, the theory that I had that the original subpoena, which is a subpoena due case taken, was a continuing. I think it's been superseded by the last subpoena. And therefore, I think that Mr. Haldeman, since he didn't have the tape in his possession on May the 4th, any time between May the 4th and May the 2nd and May the 4th, that he was not required to produce the tapes before this committee.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
also
Chairman.
concede that the position you took, since there were 2 subpoenas instead of 1, and the second was superseded the first, that your legal position was right. And
Thank
so
you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to bring-
May we make both subpoenas a part of this record?
That'll be all right.
Thank you.
10th, July the 10th. July the 10th. I expect it was better for about half an hour. I think it's got a half hour we can still use.
Do you have the date, Mr. Haldeman, as to when you actually had in your possession the tape in July?
No, sir, I'm not sure what day it was.
Do you know whether it was the early part of July or the middle of July?
As I told you, it was sometime during the period that I was here, the week of July 9th.
You can confirm that date, can you not?
I don't know how I can.
Did you sign a receipt for that tape?
No.
What's the relevancy of this?
Well, if the
question,
tape was in
Mr.
his
Chairman?
possession, certainly at the time he was served the second subpoena, and it calls for the turning over of those tapes at that
I
time.
beg your pardon. The second subpoena is our testificandum.
The point I was making was that the second
The chairman
subpoena...
made that clear just now. I think that's a very serious misstatement.
Well, I think that's really...
I don't understand Mr. Dash doing anything like this.
Mr. Wilson, I think this is sort of what would be called a tempest in a teapot. And I certainly agree that Mr. Haldeman, I expect if I'd been in his position and I was loaned this tape of the President of the United States, who says he has sole control over it, I think I would have returned it under the circumstances, and I certainly would have advised him, like you advised him, since the second subpoena was a subpoena ad testificandum and not a subpoena due case taken, that he was under no obligation to produce it, at least here now.
Mr. Chairman, may I say that I don't understand any of those Latin words, but I would want it clearly understood that my counsel did not advise me to return the tape or not to return the tape or to turn it over to the committee. My counsel did not know that I listened to the tape.
That's the reason I think that the thing is all right, and I think that it is a tempest in the teapot, and so we'll proceed with the examination of the witness.
Ready to proceed, Mr.
Having been a lawyer myself, I can sympathize and rather understand why lawyers sometimes will raise a tempest in the teapot.
Mr. Chairman, should I go ahead right now? Thank you.
Thank
Mr. Wilson, was the point you were referring to a moment ago about your difference in recollection about what was stated to be the previous testimony with regard to Mr. Strawn, the statement by Mr. Dash that Mr. Strawn testified that Mr. Haldeman told him to destroy documents? Yes. Was that what you were referring to? I think in all fairness, we might go ahead and clear that matter up now. I do have the transcript on page 5065 of Mr. Strawn's testimony. and I was questioning him, and I said, you said that he, and I believe I'm using your words, to make sure that the files were clean. Are those words that he used to the best you can recall? And he says, pretty close. I say, were you operating strictly on his words, make sure the files are clean? He says, that is correct. Also on page 5,119 of the transcript, Mr. Strong says he told me make sure the files are clean. Also on page 5,156 of the transcript, he told me to make sure the files were clean, and I went and destroyed them. I believe the record does show that he did not use the words that he told him to destroy any files, but to make sure the files were clean. I don't think we're quibbling over words, because Mr. Strong also testified that in using the phrase make sure the files are clean on page 5,066, quote, looking back now, it could be given a double meaning. So I understand your concern and wanted to clear that.
Thank you. In order to clear up my question, I never did intend to imply or suggest that Mr. Strawn testified that you indicated he destroyed the tapes, and my question included
tapes. We were talking about.
I mean tapes. I mean file. That he used the word clean, and the question I put was that he said he destroyed the tapes, and then the question put by me to him was that he destroyed them on his own initiative.
What are we talking about here?
Not tapes. I said files.
Well, we'll have the transcript tomorrow morning. It's my recollection, Mr. Dean,
I would just suggest in the interest, let each lawyer phrase his own questions in his own way.
All right, Mr. Haldeman, let me ask you about a few things before lunch, if we can. I want to ask you first of all about this June 23rd meeting with Helms-Walters, Mr. Helms and Mr. Walters and Mr. Ehrlichman. You've alluded to that, and you've addressed yourself to that in your statement. What first caused you to believe that perhaps there was some CIA involvement or CIA exposure which resulted in this particular meeting?
I at no time believed that there was CIA involvement or CIA exposure. And I was not operating as a principal in this matter on the basis of any belief that I held. What first instigated or what started the process that led to this meeting was a report to me by Mr. John Dean on either late the evening of the 22nd or early the morning of the 23rd, that in his communications with the FBI was concerned as to whether there might be some CIA involvement or whether their investigation was in danger of impinging upon and compromising any CIA activity.
So was it Mr. Gray then who first brought this subject up, that there could possibly be, or that he might be concerned about it?
It was Mr. Dean who first brought the subject up to me. I have never discussed this subject with Mr. Gray. I didn't that day, and I have not since.
Did he state that he was basing his discussion or his concern on conversations with the FBI or Mr. Gray specifically?
Mr. Dean stated that, yes, sir. Yes.
All right. What I'm getting at is why the President directed you to have such a meeting. And my understanding was that Mr. Gray or someone in the FBI had first raised this point, that it was not you, it was not the President, but someone in the Bureau.
But Mr. Dean reported this to me, said there is this concern, and I believe that he said, I think we ought to have General Walters get over and work this out with Pat Gray. In any event, when I met with the President that morning, as was my custom, I had a number of items to go through with him that had come to my attention or that he had requested me to do something about that I was reporting back on. One of those items was this report from Dean and the suggestion, I believe a suggestion from Dean, that there be some communication set up between the two agencies. And the President, in response or reaction to my giving him this information, said very quickly, and this was not a major official edict by the President of the United States signed on parchment paper. This was a very fast conversation, or a fast item in a series of items in a conversation, where the President said, you and Ehrlichman get together with Helms and Walters and make sure that they coordinate with the FBI, have Walters go over and talk to Gray and be sure that there isn't any problem here. Also, find out if the CIA was involved. and find out if the CIA has any concern about the Bay of Pigs question being re-raised because of the fact that some of these people had been involved in the Bay of Pigs activity of the CIA, and also to cover the point that he had some concern, the President, about the possibility of the investigation of Watergate being extended beyond Watergate itself into matters unrelated to Watergate that covered national security areas. And it came about that fast, probably faster because he's more articulate than I am, and I jotted that down. I did it. The meeting was held the afternoon of the 23rd, according to the President's instructions as I understood them. Mr. Walters, at the meeting, agreed that he would meet with Director Gray, and that was the end of it as far as I was concerned. My responsibility was to bring these matters to the attention of Director Helms and General Walters, and to request General Walters to meet with Pat Gray. That was the extent of my interest in the matter and the extent of my activity in it.
Were you really raising two basic questions? One, CIA involvement, and two, other possible CIA exposure, if you can use that broad phrase?
Yeah.
Well,
plus also the question of well, okay, the other CIA exposure could also cover
Watergate pour-over.
Could cover the question of investigation expanding into CIA covert activities, which was a specific point. You've paraphrased what I said some, and I've tried to be in this one as precise as I can because there's been so much question back and forth as to what did bring this about.
All right. When you ask, I assume you asked then Mr. Helms and Mr. Walters whether or not there was, in fact, CIA involvement.
That's right.
And did they respond to you at that time?
Yes. Mr. Helms said that there was no CIA involvement in the Watergate at all, and that he had so informed Pat Gray.
All right. They told you that on the 23rd?
Yes.
All right. What about the other question about other possible CIA activities that might be exposed? Did they respond to that?
Not in any detail, no. The only area where there was a response to that, and it was, in my interpretation, a sort of a curious response, was on the CIA problem, the question of whether there was a CIA problem with relation to the Bay of Pigs. And on that one, Mr. Helms jumped very rapidly and very defensively to say that's of no concern at all. We don't want to get into that at all. It was a little different sort of a reaction than the calm and flat assertion that there had been no CIA involvement in the Watergate. Now, well, that's not germane.
Well, were you satisfied with his response to your second inquiry? Did you leave that meeting satisfied that there was no possibility of uncovering other possible CIA activities?
Not completely so, no. But I wasn't concerned about whether there was or not. The job that I was to carry out was to request the CIA to meet with the FBI and work out the question of whether there was any such problem.
Were you aware of the fact that John Dean met again with Walters on June 26th?
No.
You did not tell Dean to meet with Walters any more and follow this up in any way?
No. The extent of my communication with Dean in this whole subject area, to the best of my recollection, was a very brief confirmation back to him that we had had the meeting with Walters and Helms, and that Walters was going to be meeting with Gray. I don't think I went in any more detail than that, because that really, the point was to get the two of them together to work out whether there would be any problem or not.
And was it Dean's responsibility to follow up, or your responsibility?
I didn't see it as either Dean's or my responsibility to follow up. I saw it as Walters and Gray's responsibility to follow up.
Did you report back to the President?
I don't specifically recall doing so, but I would surmise that I did, and again in the same sense that I did to Dean, in simply saying that we'd held the meeting and that there was no CIA problem as far as Watergate was concerned, and that they were meeting to go into the other areas.
Did you become aware of the fact that Acting Director Gray had called the President on July 6th?
I don't believe, I'm aware of it now, certainly. I don't believe I was aware of it at the time.
Tom, let's go to this March 21st conversation. The first hour of which the conversation between Mr. Dean and the President, I believe, for 1 hour, and then you came in and the three of you met for 40 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have listened to the tapes of the entire conversation in which you were present, and also the part when you were not present. I'd like to explore with you in a little bit more detail on some of these points that you bring out in your statement. You say, for example, that Dean reiterated or mentioned more than once something to the effect that these were matters which were new to the President. Could you elaborate on that? Did he state it flatly in that way, or did he, by some indication, imply that?
Yes, as I recall, he excuse me.
Yeah, I'd like to raise a point of order. As I understand it, minority counsel is now asking of the witness testimony based on these presidential tapes. Is that correct?
His own recollection plus his refreshing of that recollection by listening to the tapes. That's correct.
Well, the point of order that I raise, Mr. Chairman, is that, as you well know, the committee has not had access to these tapes, but that's immaterial for the time being. The fact is, no other witness has had access to these tapes. And very frankly, and I don't cite any great privilege theory, and I'm not a great constitutional lawyer, but I think I understand the concept of fairness and the American way. And to me, it's grossly unfair that any witness that's before this committee and testifies on the basis of something which has been given to him and to him alone. And I raise this as a point of order that I intend to raise not only as to the March 21st meeting, but also as to the September 15th meeting, that this committee should not hear from this particular witness information which has been solely accorded to him and which has been denied anyone else in the United States of America.
Well, I ruled yesterday that executive privilege didn't apply. Of course, I'll have to say this letter from Mr. Buzzard reminds me of the lady in Shakespeare who said she would never consent, but she did. She said that while she was consenting. This is, I think, a little planned action in which the White House allows Mr. Haldeman to use the tape which the White House denies to this committee and sends down here, lets Mr. Haldeman make the interpretation for this committee, and then sends down through the council 3-paragraph letter, the third paragraph protesting in a feeble way the coverage of executive privilege, at the same time having it foreordained, as far as the White House counsel was concerned, that the committee would overrule this tape. And I share the feeling about the son from Connecticut about the President of the United States denying this committee the tape, the original of the tape. And if this was a court of law, this would never have been admitted in evidence, because his rule that only the best evidence can be received. And this evidence really, with all due respect to it, is, since the original tape is up in the White House in exclusive possession of the President, and this is just some kind of a supposed facsimile of it, I think this is counterfeit evidence. But still, I'm going to admit it, because less we can get.
Mr. Chairman, I don't dispute the ruling. I abide by the ruling of the chair, but I just want to point out that my concern all along has not been as to a constitutional confrontation as between this committee and the President of the United States in regards to tapes. It has been the fact that there was always the possibility that citizens of this country could be denied their rights under the Sixth Amendment of the Constitution by the President of the United States, specifically the right to witnesses to prove their innocence or guilt, as the case may be. And here we have a case very, very clearly in point as to what has always been my concern, where in fact this information has been denied individuals, never mind the committee, individuals, who may or may not be indicted, who may or may not go free depending on the information contained in those tapes. And yet one individual, one private citizen, does have a right to them. And as I say, just on the basis of fairness, I don't have any special doctrine to put forth before this committee, but on the basis of fairness, it certainly doesn't seem to me to be the way we do things, either in the Congress or in our daily lives here.
Mr. Chairman, might I say a word in this respect? Surely no one doubts that I feel strongly about the availability of the tapes. I think surely the fact that this committee has taken a position authorizing litigation over the availability of the tapes in response to subpoena speaks for itself. I, too, have some concern, as I did when I first read Mr. Haldeman's statement, about the disclosure of this information to this witness without access to this committee when this committee is involved in a lawsuit or about to be involved in a lawsuit over this same subject. I entirely agree with my chairman that it's a strange situation, and I must say that we were in a position where we probably had no other reasonable alternative except to overrule the objection and to direct the witness to answer, which he did by the addendum to his testimony on yesterday. It seems to me that the forces set in motion led us inexorably to that. I haven't quite figured out why yet, and I gaze deeply into Mr. Wilson's eyes and wonder. But someday maybe I will know why. But anyway, we've crossed that bridge, and it seems to me that the alternative question is, what would we do if we did not ask, now that we've gotten into the matter? So having reached that point, I must say that I share with Senator Weicker his concern for fairness, but at the same token, I can't resist the temptation to find out all we can find out, and I guess that's where we are right now.
Well, I would designate this method of getting the one interpretation of the tapes to the committee is what I would call leaking the tapes, and there does seem to be quite as much concern in certain quarters about leaking things now as it professed to be in times past.
I might say, Mr. Chairman, that one of the direct byproducts of this situation, where we have in effect now had testimony about the tapes from Mr. Haldeman, one of the byproducts, inevitably, is to even increase further the need that this committee has for those tapes. And I am not going to take a lot of time to argue that point. I think it, too, is self-evident. But if there is any way, Mr. Wilson, that you can help us get those tapes in assistance to the credibility or the value of your client's testimony, then may I implore you to do so.
And may I, Mr. Chairman, implore the President of the United States, not Mr. Wilson, to do so. That's who is responsible for that.
I would like to state that according to, since we're given interpretations of things, I'll give my interpretation of the letter the President wrote to me on July the 23rd, 1973. And I think he sustains our desire to the necessity of us having a tape. He says, however, as in any verbatim recording of informal conversations, they contain comments that persons with different perspectives and motivations would inevitably interpret in different ways. And since the President assures us that the committee might interpret the tapes in quite a different way from the way Mr. Haldeman is interpreted, I'm going to have to confess that I'm going to be rather scrupulous in considering whether I should accept Mr. Haldeman's interpretation.
Mr. Chairman, I think what you've said is what I struggle to say, and that is we're past the point of admissibility.
Yep.
Now we're into the business of weighing the value of the testimony. And it would be a great assistance if we had the original data and information, which I've spoken to previously. Mr. Chairman, this is a good time for lunch.
That's what I was going to ask you. Committee will stand in recess.
What time do you come back?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
As the committee members take time for a little cooling off and some lunch, we're going to take a pause. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a break for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service.
Value of your client's testimony, then may I implore you to do so.
I might state.
And may I, Mr. Chairman, implore the President of the United States, not Mr. Wilson, to do so. That's who is responsible for that.
I would like to state that according to, since we're given interpretations of things, I'll give my interpretation of the letter the President wrote to me on July the 23rd, 1973. And I think he sustains our desire to the necessity of us having a tape. He says, however, as in any verbatim recording of informal conversations, they contain comments that persons with different perspectives and motivations would inevitably interpret in different ways. And since the President assures us that the committee might interpret the tapes in quite a different way from the way Mr. Haldeman is interpreted, I'm going to have to confess that I'm going to be rather scrupulous in considering whether I should accept Mr. Haldeman's interpretation.
Mr. Chairman, I think what you've said is what I struggle to say, and that is we're past the point of admissibility.
Yep.
And now we're into the business of weighing the value of the testimony. And it would be a great assistance if we had the original data and information, which I've spoken to previously. Mr. Chairman, this is a good time for lunch.
That's what I was going to ask you. Committee will stand in recess.
I was going to say the president says that they
Yeah.
will never be made public.
Yeah.
What time do you come back?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
As the committee members take time for a little cooling off and some lunch, we're going to take a pause. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a break for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
After lunch, Minority Counsel Fred Thompson resumes his questioning about that March 21st meeting with President Nixon and John Dean.
It has come to order, and counsel will resume the interrogation of the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Haldeman, I was beginning to ask you about the March 21st conversations, and I think it might be helpful if we separate that part of the conversation which you participated in directly and that part of the conversation which you did not participate in, which you listened to on the tapes. First of all, we have, it looks to me like, your ability to recall your own conversations and your credibility on the first category. In the second category, your interpretation of other conversations which may or may not be just as good as someone else's interpretations. So let's just deal with that first category, first of all, if we might. The part that you participated in, the part of the March 21st conversation with President Nixon and Mr. Dean, which you participated in. Now, first of all, I'd like to ask you, to what extent did your listening to the tape refresh your memory?
I would say that it confirmed my memory. I don't believe it added a great deal.
Let me ask you specifically with regard to some of the points that you've mentioned and ask you to elaborate on them,
Right.
if you will, and raise any other points if you have not, if they exist and you have not set them forth in your statement. First of all, you mentioned in your statement that there was a discussion regarding the Hunt threat. The President again explored in considerable depth the various options and tried to draw Dean out on his recommendation. This is in part conversation where you personally participated in.
Yes.
Exactly what was discussed with regard to the Hunt threat, and how did the President try to draw him out?
It was very much as I described what I heard on the tape later as having taken place in the earlier part of the conversation. Either the President or Mr. Dean, when I came in, turned to that subject and said that there had been a threat by Mr. Hunt, just right at that point in time, that he was demanding $120,000, and that if he didn't get it, he would reveal the seamy things he had done for Ehrlichman. And then the President went through a line of questioning.
First of all, if I might, did he relate to whom that threat was communicated, or by whom?
I'm not sure that he did in that portion of the conversation. In other words, when I was there, I think so. And whether it was then or earlier, what he said was, and what he said to me later in the same regard, was that it had been relayed directly to him, to John Dean, by Mr. Bittman, who was Hunt's counsel.
Was the figure of $1 million mentioned in your presence?
Yes. The point was made that this kind of thing, if it were extended on into a period of time, could go to as much as $1 million.
All right. Elaborate on that discussion a little bit. Who said that?
Dean said it in answer to the President saying, well, I believe in answer to the President saying, well, how much is this going to involve? It's possible at that point that the President said it, saying that Dean had told him that it could amount to as much as $1 million.
All right. Now, frankly, I get from looking at your statement that the discussion of $1 million from your addendum occurred before you entered the room.
There's no question that this whole discussion of the Hunt blackmail, so-called, it was clear when I came in, eliminating my knowledge now of what happened before from the tape. It was clear when I came in to me that they had already discussed this matter, and that the point that was being discussed and the questions and so on that were being raised, they had been discussed before. The President was pursuing it further in interrogating John Dean.
All right, but you don't specifically mention this in your addendum that the $1 million was discussed. I assume there are probably several things, perhaps, that were discussed that you don't have in your addendum. That's one of the things I'm trying to find out.
Well, if I may, I prepared two addenda, depending on what the ruling of the committee would be, as to the restriction that had been placed on me by the White House. And in the effort to get all of these materials ready, we left out, and it's my fault, not the typist, left out part of what should have been in the addendum that I submitted, that was in the addendum that I didn't submit, regarding the conversation after I came into the room.
And do you have that?
If I could read just the pertinent paragraph, what should have been in this addendum, I'd like to.
All right, and I think it'd probably be appropriate if you make that available to us now.
Sure.
If you only have one copy, you can go ahead and read it if that'd be the best way to proceed.
We only have one copy.
All right.
I'll read it and then submit it.
Go ahead and read it.
I would request that after you read the copy, you make it available to the committee so we can Xerox it and different members and council have copies.
Yes, sir.
I may have one.
We may have another one. I won't read the entire thing because it's redundant, except for the portion that that should have been included in both that wasn't, regarding the time after I came.
Well, read instead of doing it piecemeal. If you think it'd be helpful, if there are other matters, go ahead and read the entire.
It's, I think, verbatim in most cases, because all this only covers a portion of what the other one covers, but there was a part left out.
All right,
in the,
just
in the
read that
typing.
if you would. Then. Beg your pardon, verbatim. Are you saying the same as the addendum which you've already submitted?
That's right.
Verbatim with that.
I'll submit the entire thing, and you can run it,
Right.
and I'll be glad to read it all if you want me to.
Well, just
But
read
it's gonna be
the portion.
repetitious.
Read the portion which you desire right now, and then we'll
Okay.
take a look at it, and we may ask you to read other portions.
Okay. I say that, to the best of my recollection, when I entered the meeting, there was a discussion regarding a Hunt threat that he be given $120,000, or else he would tell about things he had done for Ehrlichman. It was clear this had also been discussed earlier in the meeting. The President asked Dean some leading questions about what he would recommend, how such a payment could be made, and so on. There was a reference to a long-term need for as much as $1 million. Dean described a process of transferring and delivering the funds, and this is when Dean said next time he'd be more knowledgeable, at which I laughed. That's reference is why I realized I'd left this out in the addendum I submitted, because in the conclusion I made the point on impressions that his statement that he would be more knowledgeable next time, and my laughing at it, is also an event that he says took place in the March 13th meeting, but in fact took place on March 21st. Then I think it picks up from the addendum that I already have. It's that one paragraph that was left out.
And you say in the addendum, which you have already submitted, that the President tried to draw Dean out on his recommendation. That's obviously a conclusion on your part. In what manner did he draw him out?
By asking a number of questions about how you would get this kind of money, which Dean said was hard to do, and then the President responded it wasn't hard to do to get it, but the question then was, what do you do with it? How do you deliver it? What's been done in the past with it? What are the processes involved? And that kind of what I would call leading question.
What part of the conversation, which you again participated in what part did this particular point arise? In the first part, or?
Yes, I believe that was the first matter that came up.
What major
matter that came up when I was in the meeting.
What makes you think that, from what you've testified to, that the President was trying to draw Dean out? What do you mean by saying draw Dean out?
I think he was asking the kind of question that was designed to try to get the information for himself as to what really was involved in all of this, and what Dean knew about it.
Do you think there was a question in the President's mind at that time as to Dean's personal involvement in the matter?
I don't know. That's something I'm not prepared to...
Well, why would the President ask, what do you do with it when you get it, things of this nature?
He was trying to find out what the process was. Dean had described this, well, I'm going back to what he had done earlier, but he had described it as one of the examples of the things that had been happening, and it was a thing the President was pursuing.
Had he, going back over into the other category a minute, the tape that you listened to, conversation before you arrived between the President and Dean, had this same dialogue taken place, substantially the same dialogue?
Yes, in more detail.
In more detail?
More extensively.
Do you know why, or did anyone express to you either then or later as to why the same conversation was gone into again, the same dialogue in your presence? If they had already carried on this conversation, why it was again repeated in your presence?
No, I don't know why.
What I'm wondering is exactly why the President would ask these questions. Was he really interested in whether or not $1 million could be raised for this?
No. I don't think he was. The questions he was asking weren't in the direction of whether $1 million could be raised, but rather in the direction of what this process was that Dean was describing of blackmail and what was done about it.
Why would he want to know the process, do you think?
I think he was trying to find out what was going on.
I'm not sure. What do you mean what was going on? Who exactly was trying to do the blackmail? Exactly how they were trying to carry it out?
He had already been told who was doing it. He was trying to find out how it was being carried out, or how it would be carried out.
Did he ask Dean what Dean's participation would be in case they went about that method of raising money?
I'm not sure that he did. I think he was asking him in a more, he wasn't asking in a specific sense. He didn't say, what do you do, what does so-and-so do? He asked what would be done, what would happen. They were open kinds of questions, as I recall them. Now he made the point, as I have indicated in the earlier session, he'd lead him one way and then he'd lead him the other way. In other words, he would ask, well, you do this. Is this your recommendation? Is this what we need to do? Is this what ought to be done? Is that what you're saying? Then he would go the other way and say, but you can't do that. In other words, we can raise that kind of money, but it would be wrong to do it.
What I'm getting at, and again, this is your, of course, asking a conclusion from you. Why would he ask Dean if this was his recommendation to him, if in his own mind he was not going to consider it, unless he was suspicious of Dean and wanted to know Dean's own involvement in the matter, or to what extent Dean would possibly go in order to raise this money?
I think he was at a point where he had, well, it's very difficult for me to characterize the motives, except that it was clear that he was trying to get information. Now, why he was trying to get the information is not clear to me, or certainly I would say it was not clear to me then. I think that he had heard a number of things in that meeting, and this was, I think, the most shocking thing to him, the one that was of most concern to him, and was the one he was exploring in most depth.
Now, you stated previously, I believe it's in your addendum, that in the first part of the conversation, which you did not, where you were not present, when you were listening to that conversation, the President said something to the effect that it was wrong.
Yes.
I take it he did not say that in your presence.
I don't recall that he did, but it's very hard on something like this, as I'm sure you understand, to say affirmatively that something was not done, because I'm going on recollection of what I can.
All right, continuing on with
go back of what was done.
All right. Continuing on with the points which were discussed in your presence, I believe you state that they discussed Ehrlichman's suggestion that everyone in the White House should go to the grand jury, all the people who should go.
That's right. There had apparently been a meeting of the President and Mr. Ehrlichman that morning prior to the meeting with Mr. Dean, at which this suggestion had been raised by Mr. Ehrlichman.
Well, how was this suggestion raised? Who raised this suggestion?
I believe the President did, in saying that how do we deal with, now he's looking now at the total situation, that there now appears to be these various problems that Dean has enumerated, facts regarding this whole thing that the President had not been until that time aware of, and then the question, he started exploring what do you do about it?
Was he trying this out on Dean, so to speak, to see how Dean would react to it?
That's certainly possible. I think he was seeing how I'd react to it too.
How did you react to it?
My reaction, I think, either at that meeting or at a meeting later, was that the way to get this thing uncovered and out was to put out a White House statement. That was my view on the thing at that time, that we should try to put all the facts together, put them into a definitive statement of those facts, and release it. And that was my view, as contrasted, I believe at that time, to Ehrlichman's view that a way to get all this established and in a proper forum, and recognizing, I didn't understand the legal problems involved in the question of rights of defendants and all that, which were of concern to the others, and which were apparently an impediment to my idea. It wasn't my sole idea, but the idea I was espousing of putting out an overall statement on the subject.
Of course, you're not a lawyer. Did you realize at this time that grand jury testimony was taken in secret?
I know a lot more about grand juries today than I knew then, and I did not know. And I think again in this period, I didn't know how a grand jury worked, but I suggested at one point, or raised the question, I don't again know if it's in that meeting or some other meeting, that the grand jury sounded like a good idea if we could then release the grand jury testimony. I didn't know that you couldn't release grand jury testimony, and I thought maybe that was an approach. That, in other words, you made a record at the grand jury and then released the record. I now know the grand jury can't do that, but I also now know that the people who testify at the grand jury can do that. So, in effect, we could have followed that route.
Mr. Haldeman, what was Dean's reaction to the suggestion that you go before the grand jury?
His suggestion, or his reaction, I don't know that he reacted to it at that meeting. He may have.
What was his, there's been other testimony on that subject, what was his general feeling in that regard from what you know of conversations which you personally have had with him?
Well, it did come up in the afternoon meeting that same day.
21st?
I believe so. And it came up at several times in the period of that week. Mr. Dean's position on the grand jury idea was that it would be a good idea to have everybody go to the grand jury, but with immunity. And that was the best way to get out the truth, is if everybody were granted immunity. Now again, he should have known as a lawyer, I didn't know at that time, that one acquires immunity only by first invoking the Fifth Amendment. And had I known that, I would have strenuously objected to that approach, as John Ehrlichman did object. Not on the grounds of the Fifth, as I recall, but on the grounds that it didn't make any sense.
Did anyone ask him why he felt like that either he or the others in the White House needed immunity?
I didn't hear
you.
You
Recall whether or not anyone ever asked Dean why he felt like that he or others in the White House would need immunity?
I'm not sure. I think that...
In other words, if there had been no wrongdoing, there would have been no need for immunity.
Well, but he had indicated at that point, at least to the President, and at later points when this was discussed, he had indicated, had told me that he felt there was a potential problem. And that it extended, in his view, it extended certainly to himself and possibly to me and possibly to Ehrlichman and to Kalmbach, Mitchell,
all right.
Magruder.
Some of these matters were discussed between the President and Mr. Dean before you arrived on the 21st. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right, we'll get to those in a minute. Let's continue on with the part that you participated in. You stated in your addendum, Dean said that he was aware that he was presenting things to the President had not previously known. How did this come up? And in what manner did he state it, and what was the President's reaction?
I recall one, because it's in the notes, one specific thing where as they were discussing one of these items, the President was asking some questions that I don't think the questions were quite making sense to Dean. And he said, well, Mr. President, I know that I'm covering things with you here that you have known nothing about. It was a clear and flat statement to that effect.
Mr. Haldeman, did you ever discuss this conversation on the 21st with the President at any subsequent time, or discuss the same matters at any subsequent time which you discussed on the 21st?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you refer in your addendum also to the fact that the President said on a later occasion that he had no intention to do anything about money.
I see what you mean, yes.
And that he did not know anything about the cover-up. When did that conversation take place, and what was discussed in that conversation?
I'm not sure. I can't pin a specific conversation on that. This was in going back and going over these. From that point on, from March 21st on, the President became very much involved in seeking information about some of these things and talking about them with various people. As you know, he put Mr. Ehrlichman into the fact-gathering business on the 30th of March, while we were in Key Biscayne over the weekend on the 23rd. He raised a number of questions that came out of his sorting through what he had been told by John Dean on the 21st. And I'm not sure at what particular time he would have said this, but it's very clear that he had made that point.
All right. Now, does this pretty well exhaust all the subjects, all the major points in the conversation of the 21st, in which you participated?
Well, then the point that the President wanted Dean to meet with Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Ehrlichman, and me, and there was some discussion about that, when that should be and how we should do that or something to that effect, and such a meeting was set up for the next morning, or the next day.
All right, now let's go into the other category. Part of the conversation between the President and Mr. Dean when you were not present. You mentioned, first of all, that Dean told the President that there was no White House involvement with regard to the break-in of the DNC and that he'd gotten his information from Liddy. Is that correct?
Yes, he went through, I believe, some of the details of how the break-in had been engineered and brought about based on, I think, the testimony that had been provided to the at the trial and so on, and then said, however, that he had talked with Liddy right after the break-in, and Liddy had told him that there had been nobody in the White House involved.
All right, let's separate that into two categories: the break-in on the one hand and the so-called cover-up on the other hand. What did he say concerning who might have known about the break-in, who might have been involved in the planning of the break-in, and so forth?
He said that Liddy, of course, had been, that I'm almost sure that at this time he was not certain, but his opinion was that Magruder had been involved in the planning and the knowledge of the break-in, and he indicated that he wasn't sure whether Mr. Mitchell had known about it or not.
Say anything about you?
No. In regard to the break-in? Or knowledge of the break-in?
Well,
you said you were dividing it into two parts.
Yes, I am. I was asking specifically with regard to the fruits that he felt that you might have seen, which might have been some indication of that. As far as I can remember, that's the only point that he mentioned.
He said that as far as at that time, the terminology was pre-June 17 and post-June 17. And he divided his report into pre-June 17 and post-June 17. And regarding pre-June 17, he said Liddy had told him no one in the White House involved, that his own, he described his meetings with the Attorney General and Liddy and Mr. Magruder, at which there had been intelligence plans discussed. I don't believe that he indicated, and I'm virtually certain he did not indicate any thought that these meetings had specifically related to the break-in at the Democratic National Committee, but had been general plans for general intelligence programs, but with totally inconceivable kinds of activities. I believe he told the President that he had reported to me on those meetings after the second of those meetings, and that he had recommended to me that this be turned off and he be not involved at all in any such thing.
Is that a meeting which you do not remember? Is that in your?
That's correct. The meeting at which I don't recall. I have no specific recollection
An
of the
alleged meeting, I guess you'd rather put it.
But I very definitely recall his recounting his assertion of that meeting to me at later points in time.
And he told that to the President, too, as best you can remember.
Yes, I think he did. And then he, I believe, said that his concern as far as the White House was concerned, as far as the White House was involved in the pre-June 17th area, was in two possibilities. One, that there had been a phone call from Colson to Magruder, which could have been considered or could be construed as pressure by Colson on Magruder to go ahead with this project. He, I don't think, went into any real specifics on that. And the other point was the question of whether Haldeman had seen the, as he called them, I think, the fruits of the bugging activity, because it was his understanding that the fruits had been sent to Strawn.
What was the basis of his understanding?
I don't know that he identified a basis. I don't recall that he did. I think he simply said it.
Did he, any time subsequent to that, talk to you about where he was getting his information, where he got his information, that you possibly might have seen the fruits of some of the surveillance activities?
I think it's hard to put this into when, but he had told me that Magruder had told him that he had sent bugging material to Strawn.
All right. Did he tell you that Strawn had said anything to him about his receiving such material?
No, the only recollection I have as far as Strawn is concerned is that he had consistently said that he had not received such material.
All right. Does that pretty well cover the pre-June 17 discussion?
Those 2 points were basically it as far as pre-June 17.
What about post-June 17?
Post-June 17th, he said that there were also 2 areas of concern, that one was clemency and the other was money. And in the clemency area, where he felt there was a potential problem, was in the fact that, as he put it at that time, as best I can recall, Colson had talked with Hunt or Bittman about clemency. There had been a conversation. I don't think he went any further than that. I don't think he asserted that there had been any offer or anything of that sort, simply that there had been a conversation.
Is there any mention at any time, either in your presence or out of your presence, that you heard from the tape about Colson's offering Hunt executive clemency, or through someone else possibly relaying a message that he could expect it?
Well, there was, in the sense that on March 23rd, when I got to Key Biscayne, the president had gone down the day before, the president called me over to his house, and he then, having read the McCord letter, or I hadn't read it, but I'd been given been told of the reading of the McCord letter and the allegations that were contained in that, had raised the point with me that here we were with new ongoing developments on the Watergate, and the White House was still not moving ahead to get this thing cleared up, and he had picked up facts from Dean, and he had information from Dean that he was concerned about, and he specifically asked me to call Colson and to ask him about this question of whether he had offered clemency or had any conversation regarding clemency with Hunt.
All right. And all of this now that you've been relating, is this all from the tape, as I understand?
No, sir. We're not like March 23rd. It has nothing to do with it.
I'm sorry, but I'm not talking about March 23rd.
Okay.
I jumped back a little bit.
Yes. Anything that I'm talking about in terms of the March 21st meeting in the morning is
from the tape.
Of necessity from the tape, yes.
Now you're talking about a personal conversation with the president on the 23rd?
That's right.
All right.
You asked if there had been any
Yes,
conversation after that. Of course, I don't recall any conversation after that in the March 21st meeting, if that's what you meant, and I'm sorry, I didn't understand that to be your question.
Mm-hmm. What about during the 21st meeting?
I'm sorry, about what?
Was there any mention at any time in the 21st meeting which you participated in, or part of the meeting which you did not, when the general subject matter of Colson or anyone else having offered Hunt executive clemency?
Well, that's the point I just said. That Dean did report to the President that one of his two concerns post-June 17 was clemency, and in that regard, the reason for his concern was that it was his understanding that Colson had talked with Hunt or with Bittman about clemency.
All right. And the discussion then, the 23rd, of course, followed that. It was along that same line.
That's right.
And you've already mentioned the so-called blackmail point that was discussed.
That's right, which was cited as an example of the problem of money. He also, that was the most recent example. He did describe to the President some background as in the sense of money for defendants, that there had been an effort, and in fact money had been obtained and provided to the defendants. And I'm virtually certain that he said that this was for legal fees. In other words, let me put it the other way. I do not recall in that meeting, either when I was there or at any time prior to when I came in, but what I heard on the tape, any reference to money being supplied for defendants' silence.
All right. But only what you've related. What did you hear on the tape concerning the Ellsberg matter?
That, I think, was only a passing reference as he was talking about other possible areas of concern. His principal areas of concern post-June 17, well, I've already described them, were money and clemency. Pre-June 17 were the phone call and the fruits. Then he said there are other possible related problems that may come out. And among them are, and I'm not trying to cite a conversation because I think some of these came up, these weren't presented as a list of other problems, they came up in the relation to other things he was talking about. But he in the course of the conversation, referred to the Ellsberg doctor break-in, which was the first time I had heard any reference to that. I mean, when he talked about this later was the first time I'd heard any reference to it. I'm sure I had heard it before I heard the tape, because I think it was discussed during the Camp David period. But the Ellsberg break-in, something about something at the Brookings Institution, the Segretti matter, Kalmbach's general money raising and expenditures.
Chappaquiddick?
That's right, the Colson investigation of Chappaquiddick. There was a reference to that.
Did the President indicate that he was familiar with any or all of these potential problems that Dean raised?
No, I don't believe he did. I think they were sort of, these were not, I don't recall any of these being gone into in any detail. They were raised as other potential problems.
Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Haldeman, I would...
You're the first one.
You know, that's bound to happen, I guess.
I knew it was bound to happen. I've been waiting to see who would be the initiator.
You realize, of course, that about all we have to go on as far as this tape part is your own recollection and credibility.
Yes.
Has it occurred to you that these tapes might be made public, either as a result of a court determination, potential lawsuits?
I'm very much aware of that, and I'm very much aware that my accuracy in attempting to describe the contents of those tapes is subject to verification, possible verification, and I would not want to imply that I'm making any greater than normal attempt to be accurate, but I assure you I'm making every possible attempt to be as accurate as I can.
All right, Mr. Haldeman, let me ask you about another point. Did you have discussions with Dean from time to time about your own personal involvement, what vulnerability you might have with regard to post-June 17 activities?
John raised the question of possible vulnerability with me during our series of phone conversations while he was at Camp David and I was at Key Biscayne, or perhaps after I was back in Washington and he was still at Camp David. Generally, in terms not of legal vulnerability, and he generally spelled it out that way. It would come up as he was describing what he was finding and what the problems were. He said, there's a possibility of a problem for you here in the question of the $350,000, and that would arise if it were determined or felt or alleged that this money were used for defendants' silence or something of that sort. And whenever he raised that point, which he did several times, I recounted my understanding from him that was not the purpose of this money.
But in your face-to-face conversations with him, did he ever raise any other point that might make you legally vulnerable or raise some appearance of impropriety?
Well, in the March period again, he did at times raise the point that another possible vulnerability on my part would be my having okayed Kalmbach raising funds. But at other times, he cited that only as John Ehrlichman's vulnerability. In other words, that he had only checked with John Ehrlichman. That didn't always come through the same way. Sometimes it was that he had checked with John Ehrlichman and me before he asked Kalmbach to raise money. At other times, he said only that he had talked with John Ehrlichman.
You recall when the last time you discussed this matter with him, the last time he mentioned your possible problems?
The last time I mentioned my possible problems?
That he mentioned your possible problems to you. Was it in your Camp David conversations when he was there on, I believe he went there on March 23rd, did he not?
March 23rd, came back on the 28th. No, I'm sure that because we had continuing discussions on through the period up to April, I guess up to mid-April. So I would guess that this question would have arisen during the course of those discussions at some point.
Now, of course, from his testimony before this committee and from newspaper stories that leaked out at various periods of time, there have been many other statements made concerning your activities, starting back as early as June '72 about Mr. Dean, or stories attributed to Mr. Dean. When did you first get an indication that he was going to state that you were implicated in other ways, besides the two ways that you've mentioned?
I guess from the newspaper stories that were reporting what he was supposedly going to tell this committee.
Well, were you talking to him during the period of time when his attorney was going to the U.S. Attorney's office, talking to the assistant U.S. attorneys about his problem?
I was during the period, during the week of April 1st, during time we were in San Clemente and he was in Washington, and he told me that his attorneys had met with the U.S. attorneys in informal sessions, two such sessions during that week in April, and he told me what the nature of the general nature, at least, of their discussions had been, and he told me, as I said in my statement, that the U.S. attorneys had told his attorneys that they were not concerned with any post-June 17 questions, and they were only concerned with the pre-June 17 problems, and that in that area they were not seeking Dean as a principal or as a target, as apparently they put it, but were seeking him as a witness, and that they had indicated to him that they probably would not be seeking me as a witness even, and had no interest in me as a principal or a target.
Out on April 14, Ehrlichman made his report to the President. Is that correct?
Yes.
On April 15th, Peterson made his report
yes.
to the President on his findings. On April 17th, the President made his statement about major developments have come about and no one in the White House would have immunity, something to that effect. And on April the 19th, Mr. Dean issued his famous scapegoat statement. Mm-hmm. What did you take that to mean at the time?
I didn't know.
Was this any indication?
I didn't know, because at that time there was no, I didn't know why he would feel compelled to make a scapegoat, or that he wouldn't be a statement that he wouldn't be a scapegoat.
Had he, up until that time, given you any indication that he was going to make any allegations against you, except those two matters with regard to the money?
No, and he didn't indicate those as allegations he would make against me. He was talking with me on a very cooperative basis as to what he considered to be potential problems, and in the nature at that time that we were talking about them of being embarrassments rather than legal problems. But he did say that this could even get to the point of being a legal problem if it developed into a circumstantial chain of, I think he put it, a circumstantial chain of evidence leading to this.
Mr. Haldeman, let me ask you one more line of questions. You have in your statement on page 28 the following paragraph where you make some allegations yourself. See, moreover, the pranksterism that was envisioned but have specifically excluded such acts as the following: violent demonstrations and disruption, heckling and shouting down of speakers, burning or bombing campaign headquarters, physical damage or trashing of headquarters and other buildings, harassment of candidates' wives and families by obscenities, disruption of the National Convention by splattering dinner guests with eggs and tomatoes, indecent exposure, rock throwing, assaults on delegates, slashing bus tires, smashing windows, setting trash fires under the gas tank of a bus, knocking policemen from their motorcycles. Do you have any basis for these allegations?
These have all, as I understand it, been documented as specific events, and this is not an attempt to make a complete list. It says such as, and there were a number of others.
Did you personally
including one I would have loved to put in here, but my lawyers made me take it out for the tender mercies of the television audience. But all of these, I have been told, are documented incidents that took place. Some of them are incidents which I personally observed, so I know they took place.
Go down the list, if you would, and tell us about the ones that you have any personal knowledge of.
Well, the violent demonstrations and disruption I have substantial knowledge of, because there was a fairly extensive program of violent demonstration and disruption during President Nixon's campaign at a number of campaign stops. And that one of the more notable examples was in San Francisco at a luncheon appearance at the Palace Hotel, I believe it was, that where the violence and activity was such that the entire block in which the Palace Hotel is situated had to be cordoned off by police and with mounted police. It was in a state of complete siege with men with guns and I believe bayonets and mounted policemen and pouring gas masks, and it was quite a scene. I have been widely reported as a movie fan, and I took some movies of that because it was sort of a remarkable situation. During that time, there was a considerable amount, I understand, a considerable amount of property damage by the demonstrators, breaking windows and that sort of thing in the general area of the hotel. And I believe that was the time that one of them stabbed a policeman with a knife. There was almost invariably heckling or shouting down of speakers, and specifically the President of the United States, at virtually every public campaign rally during the campaign. There was always an organized group of demonstrators with very unpleasant signs and very vocal lungs that would try to shout down the president as he spoke. A prime example of that was sort of I felt a tragedy, was one that took place on the grounds of the Statue of Liberty. This was not a campaign appearance. It was a dedication of an immigration museum on that island where the Statue of Liberty is located, and there were demonstrators that had situated themselves, obviously for the benefit of television, right in front of the president and between the president and the television cameras. And they attempted to shout him down, and did so quite effectively because they were so close to the microphones that the same microphones he was speaking into were picking up their shouts. And you might remember the newscast of that event, because the president, one of the rare times that he did so, directly referred to the demonstrators and made the point that he hoped that the television cameras would include the thousands of people that had gathered there for this ceremony, who were there for a constructive purpose, instead of just focusing on this small group of people who were trying to disrupt it. The burning and bombing of campaign headquarters, I have no personal knowledge of, in that I've never been in one that was burned or bombed, but there have been a number of news reports and I think official investigations of those, and I don't think there's any question of the fact that Nixon headquarters, one of them in Arizona, I believe in Phoenix, was burned down, and one in Hollywood on Fairfax Avenue was blown up by a bomb. As a matter of fact, I think that's one where one of the people who brought the bomb in was killed in the explosion. Physical damage, trashing of headquarters and other buildings, there was a considerable amount of that. The harassment of candidates' wives and families by obscenities. Mrs. Nixon and Tricia and Julie were subjected to such harassment in very crude form in a number of their public appearances. As you know, they traveled in independent schedules, campaigning on behalf of the president's reelection. And all of these incidents have been, I understand, put together in a documented form, and this question, I referred to some of these things at the time I met with the committee staff the first time, and I was asked at that time by the staff to provide more information than the general comments that I had to make, and I indicated that I would do so. I requested that this be done, and I assume that it has, and that the committee, I trust that the staff has received some documentation.
Mr. Haldeman, I think we have what we need available. I wanted to know what you knew from your personal knowledge and recollection, and you are one witness who can address this subject matter. Obviously, it's relevant.
I didn't cover the National Convention things, but I can testify to that too, as can any of the people who were at the Republican convention, and remember the problems the delegates had in getting to the convention hall because of the slashing of bus tires, threats of violence to delegates, the trash fires under these were mostly covered on, most of them covered on television, so I don't think they're events that are unfamiliar to the American people.
But you make the statement on page 29 that so far there's been no investigation of these activities and very little publicizing of them. You are in error on the first part. They are being investigated.
I'm happy to hear that I'm in error and welcome being corrected.
All right. You also make say some of these incidents took place with the clear knowledge and consent of agents of the opposing candidate in the last election. Do you have any basis for that statement?
I understand there is some in the documentation. The one specific that comes immediately to mind on that is the occasion of a trip to Los Angeles to the Century Plaza Hotel, at which there was a very large demonstration staged out in front. The handbills to notify people of this demonstration, of this planned demonstration, of where to be at what time, and that sort of thing, were handed out by the McGovern headquarters. And I understand there was a phone call program set up in the McGovern headquarters there for calling people to urge them to come and attend this demonstration.
Mr. Haldeman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I will save any further questions I have until after the members of the committee have questioned this witness. Thank you.
Were you at the McGovern headquarters?
Pardon me, sir?
Were you at the McGovern headquarters at that time?
No, I was not. This was reported in the newspaper, and the manager or one of the officials of the McGovern headquarters issued an apology, an acknowledgement, and an apology for that having been done.
Did he acknowledge that he had instigated it?
That the manager had?
Yes.
I don't know that he did, no,
Well,
sir.
that's the thing, you know. We've had a little demonstration so here, but I haven't consciously staged it. Now, when did you last see this tape?
Which tape, sir?
Which one was you saw in July?
The tape of the September 15th meeting.
And where did you see it? When did you see the other one?
I saw the other one, or listened to the other one in April, the latter part of April.
Now, the President consented for you to put in your version of these, your interpretation of these tapes in your statement.
The President authorized me to testify as to my recollection of meetings in which I was present.
Did the President give you consent to put your interpretation of these two tapes in your statement? That's my question.
No, sir, not. He specifically authorized me to give my recollection, obviously aided by having listened to the tapes.
Wasn't there a little bit of collaboration between you and the attorneys for the White House in the preparation of this statement?
I don't know what you mean, Mr. Chairman.
Collaboration, don't you know what the word collaboration means?
Yes, sir, but I don't know what you mean by collaboration between me and...
Didn't they know what was in your statement?
Pardon me?
Didn't the attorneys for the President know what was in your statement?
No, sir.
Well, will you please tell me why they put this third paragraph in this letter of July the 30th, 1973, that if asked to testify as to facts which he learned about meetings or portions of meetings which he did not attend, but of which he learned solely by listening to a tape recording of such meeting, the President has requested you inform the committee that Mr. Haldeman has been instructed by the President to decline to testify to such matters, and that the President in so instructing Mr. Haldeman is doing so pursuant to the constitutional doctrine of separation of powers.
Mr. Chairman,
Wait, I'm asking your witness a question, Mr. Wilson. This is no question law. I'm asking you how the attorneys for the President, why they wrote such a letter as this and gave it to your lawyer instead of this committee.
I don't know how they knew it. I represented to my attorneys my concern that in preparing my statement, I was obviously of necessity dealing with matters that covered events, the knowledge of which I had as a result of listening to the tapes. And I asked my attorneys to ascertain for me what requirements I would be under in terms of separation of powers restrictions as to my testimony in that regard.
Isn't the inference irresistible that the attorneys for the White House knew that you had in your statement references to your interpretation of these tapes?
At the time I raised the question, I did not have them in my statement, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to determine what to put in my statement and, on the other hand, what not to put in.
Do you mean to tell me, Mr. Haldeman, that you've had no communication or in any fashion with attorneys for the White House about what you had put in your statement or contemplated putting in your statement?
I had no specific
I'm not asking about specific, any kind.
No. I haven't discussed with them what I was putting in my statement. I've discussed with them the knowledge on my part that this was an area in which I would have to testify. I wasn't sure whether
you've told me just exactly what I've been asking you. You do say that you informed the attorneys for the White House of the area in which you were going to have to testify, and that included the tapes.
No, sir. I'm sorry if I gave that impression. I didn't mean to. I informed via my attorneys.
Well, do you know whether your attorneys consulted with the White House attorneys?
I understand they did, yes.
Yes. And so instead of sending the letter to the White House attorneys about what they objected to the committee, they gave it to your lawyer to communicate it to the committee.
What's wrong with that, Mr. Chairman?
Well, it just, I'm not saying anything wrong. It just shows there's been a little, what we call in North Carolina, canoodling together.
Well, let me answer you on that.
No, sir.
I can answer you on that.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Strickler and I had discussions with Mr. Bazard on a simple principle, and that was to what extent they would permit us to disclose these tapes without discussing in what manner they would be proposed. And so far as I know, not until Mr. Haldeman took the stand yesterday afternoon did the White House have a copy of his statement nor any idea as to what the inferences were to be.
Well, I practiced law a long time, Mr. Wilson.
So have I.
I know that lawyers don't ordinarily do things like this without the consent of their clients.
Yes, but I'm telling you again that the White House did not know what the contents of those statements were going to be.
Well, the White House has stated, according to the tapes which have been under my sole personal control will remain so, none has been transcribed or made public, and none will be. And yet, despite that fact, here the White House hears a witness appears and makes them public in just a few days after that. And it raises this inference in my mind, Mr. Haldeman. I'll be glad to have your response. Should we infer that the plighted word of the White House becomes inoperative in a few days after it's given?
No, sir. I think that it's quite clear that because the White House had made that statement, the President had made that statement, I was faced with a question as to what I was to do with knowledge that I had when I appear here with the requirement and the desire to transmit all of the knowledge that I have as best I can. And I, faced with that dilemma, asked my attorneys how to deal with it in the terms of what I was permitted to testify to and what I was restricted from testifying to. And in that regard, the White House's response, as I understand it, and as this, I can't give you a legal analysis of it, but from a layman's viewpoint, it would appear to me that the White House's response to my question as to what I'm supposed to do was that they obviously could not restrict me from testifying as to knowledge I had as a result of my having been in attendance at a meeting. But they did place upon me the restriction that I must not testify to information which I had gained solely from the process of listening to the tape.
When the White House lawyers learned that you contemplated using this, your interpretation of this tape?
No, sir. Tapes? No, sir. That was not the point I raised.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking about the point you raised. When did the White House lawyers learn that?
You'll have to ask Mr. Wilson, because I raised the question with Mr. Wilson.
Well, when did Mr. Wilson tell you if it's not confidential communication?
put in.
Do you mean to tell me, Mr. Haldeman, that you've had no communication or in any fashion with attorneys for the White House about what you had put in your statement or contemplated putting in your statement?
I had no specific
I'm not
discussion.
asking about specific, any kind.
No. I haven't discussed with them what I was putting in my statement. I've discussed with them the knowledge on my part that this was an area in which I would have to testify. I wasn't sure
well,
whether
now you've told me just exactly what I've been asking you. You do say that you informed the attorneys for the White House of the area in which you were going to have to testify, and that included tapes.
No, sir. I'm sorry if I gave that impression. I didn't mean to. I informed via my attorneys.
Well, do you know why your attorneys consulted with the White House attorneys?
I understand they did, yes.
Yes. And so instead of sending the letter to the White House attorneys about what they objected to the committee, they gave it to your lawyer to communicate it to the committee.
What's wrong with that, Mr. Chairman?
Well, it just, I'm not saying anything wrong. It just shows there's been a little, what we call in North Carolina, canoodling together.
Well, let me answer you on that.
No, sir.
I can answer you on that.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Strickler and I had discussions with Mr. Bazard on a simple principle, and that was to what extent they would permit us to disclose these tapes without discussing in what manner they would be proposed. And so far as I know, not until Mr. Haldeman took the stand yesterday afternoon did the White House have a copy of his statement nor any idea as to what the inferences were to be.
Well, I practiced law a long time, Mr. Wilson.
So have I.
I know that lawyers don't ordinarily do things like this without the consent of their clients.
Yes, but I'm telling you again that the White House did not know what the contents of those statements were going to be.
Well, the White House has stated, according to the tapes which have been under my sole personal control will remain so, none has been transcribed or made public, and none will be. And yet, despite that fact, here the White House hears a witness appears and makes them public in just a few days after that. And it raises this inference in my mind, Mr. Haldeman. I'll be glad to have your response. Should we infer that the plighted word of the White House becomes inoperative in a few days after it's given?
No, sir. I think that it's quite clear that because the White House had made that statement, the President had made that statement, I was faced with a question as to what I was to do with knowledge that I had when I appear here with the requirement and the desire to transmit all of the knowledge that I have as best I can. And I, faced with that dilemma, asked my attorneys how to deal with it in the terms of what I was permitted to testify to and what I was restricted from testifying to. And in that regard, the White House's response, as I understand it, and this I can't give you a legal analysis of it, but from a layman's viewpoint, it would appear to me that the White House's response to my question as to what I'm supposed to do was that they obviously could not restrict me from testifying as to knowledge I had as a result of my having been in attendance at a meeting. But they did place upon me the restriction that I must not testify to information which I had gained solely from the process of listening to the tape.
When the White House lawyers learned that you contemplated using this, your interpretation of this tape?
No, sir. No, sir. That was not the point I raised.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking about the point you raised. When did the White House lawyers learn that?
You'll have to ask Mr. Wilson, because I raised the question with Mr. Wilson.
Well, when did Mr. Wilson tell you, if it's not confidential communication?
I don't understand.
What did you say, Mr. Chairman?
My question's very simple.
What was that last observation of yours about a confidential?
I asked, when did the White House lawyers find out that Mr. Haldeman was contemplating divulging to the public his interpretation of the tapes, which he, unlike this committee, had been permitted by the President to see?
May I answer that?
Yes, sir.
Last weekend.
Last weekend?
Yes, sir.
Well, what day?
Sunday, I think.
Sunday.
When?
Sunday.
Monday of last week?
Sunday, 2 days
Sunday.
ago.
Well, Mr. Haldeman, after this Sunday, did the President communicate with you and give you any communication on this subject?
No, sir.
Well, if his lawyers didn't convey that information to him, they were somewhat deficient in the performance of that professional task, in my judgment. So they've had 48...
Which lawyers?
Hours.
Which lawyers?
I'm talking about the White House lawyers.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I hope you didn't include me in that deficiency.
Now, when the privilege of the executive privileges belongs to the White House, and it ought to have been asserted by the White House lawyers, why did they have your lawyer to call the matter to the attention of this committee and ask for a ruling?
Again, I'll have to defer to my counsel, Mr. Chairman. I don't understand the legal processes here.
We did the same thing with respect to the document that I think you've determined not to put in evidence. You have a letter involving the same principle, dated the 23rd of July.
Oh, I don't know in the document that anybody's refused to put in evidence.
I didn't say you refused to do anything. I said you didn't put it in evidence.
Well, we've got a lot of documents haven't been put in evidence. Well, the fact is...
You want me to describe this in more detail?
No, sir. No, sir. The facts apparent here that here is the President of the United States stated on the 23rd day of July that, in effect, that he had sole control of the tapes, that none would be public. Here is the man next to him in the White House appears before this committee this week and puts his interpretation in evidence, makes it public, and it appears here there's been conferences between his counsel and counsel for the White House in which a model procedure would be devised whereby the White House counsel, instead of preparing and making the objection themselves as would be the normal thing, whereby they give the letter to the counsel for the witness.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
the committee.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
So I would say that the clear indication is that the White House's counsel wanted Mr. Haldeman to reveal his interpretation of the tapes to the public.
The same procedure, Mr. Chairman, was used on the July 23rd with almost the identical third paragraph. And you accepted it. It was addressed to me just as this one is. I see no impropriety in it being addressed to me. You didn't raise any question about...
Mr. Wilson, there was nothing about anybody's interpretation in the tapes involved at that time.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you have a perfect right to rule out these interpretations if you want to.
No,
we are imposing them upon you.
No, I'm not, because I just think it's very peculiar for you to be interposed an objection, which in the nature of things should have been interposed by the White House lawyers. And I think that this is susceptible of the interpretation that this was an effort on the part of the White House lawyers to join Mr. Haldeman in making Mr. Haldeman's interpretation of these tapes, which the President withholds from this committee, public.
Mr. Chairman,
my time is up.
If I could simply say that it's anything that I have discussed regarding information I gained solely from the tapes, I have so spoken here after the chair overruled the objection of the White House to my doing so.
Yes, this was a what I would call a powder puff objection. If they'd really meant the objection to be sustained, they'd have been right here raising Cain about it themselves.
They weren't here on the 23rd on the other one.
This got nothing to do with the tapes.
Oh, yes, it does.
My time has expired, so Son Tobacco.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
You know,
I'll stay.
I'll go and vote.
Why don't you wait just for a minute? I don't want to take very much time on this, but just as a preamble, Mr. Chairman, just as a preamble, nobody's mad, I trust, and we're going to get to the facts, and we're going to draw inferences from them, we're going to state conclusions, and finally we're going to write a report. Now, we We can do that as we go along, or we can do that when we finish. I always was fearful of a jury that tried to give me a verdict before the proof was in. And for my part, and I impose this on no one else, I don't intend to do that. But I would like to clear up one point to make sure I fully understand it. Do I understand, Mr. Haldeman, your testimony to be that you prepared your statement together with your counsel and not in collaboration with the White House?
That is absolutely correct, Senator Baker.
But that, on the matter of the legal issue that might or might not be of interest to this committee relative to the admissibility of certain information used by you from the tapes to refresh your recollection, as you put it, on that issue, and since it's a pretty hot issue, you know, we got a lawsuit that's pending now with Mr. Cox on the one hand, and this committee preparing to file suit, having authorized it, on the other hand, on a matter of some considerable sensitivity, a legal principle that, as I've indicated before, has never been really fully defined or determined by the highest court in the land. Your attorney contacted counsel for the White House to discuss what strictures or restrictions would be placed on you in that respect. Now, is that susceptible to comment by you? If Mr. Wilson cares to comment on that, I'd be glad to hear either of you in that respect.
I would say that your description is correct. That
And
the
Mr.
reason
Wilson,
that
my
the reason that my counsel inquired of the White House is because I asked my counsel what to do in this, what I considered to be a very sensitive and difficult situation, and I sought advice and I sought it of counsel.
And as a result of that, Mr. Wilson, you did contact the attorneys for the White House.
Yes, Mr. Strickland and I both had separate conversations on Sunday about it, and your description, lest it appears that I evaded an answer, your description is correct.
And in response to your query to the White House lawyers about what their position would be, they gave you a letter dated July 30th addressed to you.
That's right.
Answering your question or your query.
Yes.
And it was signed by Mr. Buzzard, who designates himself as special counsel to the President, and reads as follows. If asked to testify as to facts which he learned about meetings or portions of meetings which he did not attend, but of which he learned solely by listening to a tape recording of such meeting, the President has requested that you inform the committee that Mr. Haldeman has been instructed by the President to decline to testify to such matters, and that the President, in so instructing Mr. Haldeman, is doing so pursuant to the constitutional doctrine of separation of powers. Did you conceive that letter addressed to you, Mr. Wilson, to be responsive to the question put by you?
Yes, sir.
And you passed that information on in the form of a statement to this committee on yesterday that there was a portion of the testimony which the committee might or might not want to compel the witness to testify to.
Yes, sir.
Does that fairly represent the factual situation?
It certainly does.
Mr. Wilson or Mr. Haldeman, I practiced law for 17 years before I came to the Senate. I remember many times that a client of mine on cross-examination by opposing counsel would be asked, did you ever talk to anybody about your testimony? And before I could look up, they'd say, no, I never did. It's, almost a standard technique, but I'm going to ask one more time just to make sure we have it in perspective. Mr. Haldeman, did you first prepare your testimony in coordination with the White House?
No, sir.
Did you advise the White House of the substance, the detail, or any substantial part of your testimony before you came here?
No, sir.
But did you advise them of the one issue we've already covered, that is, your information derived from those tapes?
I did not advise them of the information. I advised them of the question that I had.
And you did that through counsel?
That's correct.
All right, so much for that. Now let me move on to another matter during this
Mr. Vice Chairman, just to be sure I'm absolutely correct, I have reported to the President on the content of the tapes that I listened to as a report to the President, not in the context of giving and not in the time of the preparation of my statement, nor have I indicated that what of that content would be in my statement.
All right, fine. Now, for fear my time runs out, and Rufus back here calls the clock on me before there's anybody else to ask questions, but But let me move on to an entirely different subject now that we've gotten past the situation of the moment. I must say, Mr. Haldeman, that what I'm about to say next is based on partly my personal observation and my information about the way you ran a tight ship at the White House. I think you did run a pretty tight ship. And the next question I'm going to put to you is fairly subjective, but I'd care for your comment. How in the world could you run such a tight ship and still, on the morning of June 17th, 1972, have the papers emblazoned with the charge that 5 defendants, later 7, had been caught in the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate, followed on closely with the identification of one of them as the security officer of the committee to re-elect the president, soon involving the general counsel for the committee to re-elect the president, soon involving the transaction of funds and a number of other things that this record is burdened with now for many weeks? How could you run a tight ship and know all these things and not suspect that something was going on?
There is no intimation on my part, and I don't believe, well, I'll speak for myself. There's no intimation on my part that I didn't suspect that something had gone on. I knew that something had gone on. I didn't know what. I still don't know what exactly in terms of who did what, when, and how.
You've given us a pretty clear statement of what you learned and when you learned it. And that statement, of course, Mr. Haldeman, will be tested against the testimony of other witnesses, documentary evidence, hopefully someday these tapes, and the documents that the committee seeks, and the circumstances, and the probability and the improbability of the statements. It'll be weighed in the balances as the testimony of every other witness is weighed in the balances, and someday I'll have to arrive at a conclusion, because someday I'll have to help write a report to this committee. But the one thing that keeps recurring to me, and the one thing I've tried to put to every witness that has unique information, in addition to their own personal information and knowledge, is what did the President know and when did he first know it? Now, you were closer to the President of the United States more often than probably any other person in the world outside his immediate family. Now, I want to know what you can tell me in that respect. What did the President know and when did he know it?
I've tried to tell that in the recounting of my statement, but what the President knew about the Watergate, and if we can divide to pre-June 17 and post-June 17, what he knew was basically what has been clearly established here. There doesn't seem to be much contention about what he knew and when on the pre-June 17 activities. As I see it, he knew through the normal channels that the event had occurred. He knew as ongoing developments in the course of the investigation and prosecution took place that specific individuals were charged, tried, and convicted. He was informed and acted on the basis of the information given him, that the information that was made known was the complete information. He was told, as I think has been recounted here several times, the only one in which I believe I was present was an occasion which perhaps the Vice Chairman was also present, which was a breakfast of the Cabinet and some of the Republican leadership in the Congress and the senior members of the White House staff in September, I believe on September 12th of 1972.
No, I was, just for the record, I was in Tennessee campaigning for my political survival at that time.
All right, sir. A number of your colleagues were present at that breakfast meeting, and the purpose of it was to review the upcoming campaign. A number of these people were going to be out campaigning for the President and so on, and the course of the meeting covered campaign issues and questions and answers on various things that the speakers would want to know. In the process of that, the Attorney General of the United States spoke on the subject of the Watergate and reported to this group that the facts of the investigation of the Watergate, including the statistics of numbers of interviews and all the facts that have been gathered and so forth, and then reported to this group and the President, as he had reported earlier, that the indictments would be brought down in the next few days and that they would complete the investigation. The investigation had been completed, and that It was clear to him and to the investigators and prosecutors that the guilt for the commission of the crimes at the Democratic National Committee was limited to those people who would be indicted, that it did not rise further in the membership of the staff of the committee to re-elect the president or the White House.
Let me pick up one or two stitches, and by the way, let me say for the record that there's a vote in progress, which I've now already missed. There's nobody else in the committee here, and I'm going to continue past my 10 minutes and yield a commensurate amount of time out of my next round to equalize things. But let me continue in this way. Rather than put a rather rhetorical question, which I did, what did the president know and what did he know it, which alliterates pretty well but doesn't elicit much information sometimes, let me ask you two or three things that are of interest to me. What did the president say to you when he found out that Liddy and McCord, two officials of the CRP, and important officials, were caught in the Watergate or in connection with the Watergate situation? Can you tell us that?
No, he expressed at any time that you got the discussion turned to the question of the break-in at the Democratic Committee, just utter incomprehension as to how such a thing could have happened and why such a thing would have happened.
Did he ever ask to talk to McCord or to Liddy?
No, I don't believe so.
Was it ever discussed?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did anyone ever suggest it to him?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever talk to McCord or Liddy?
No, sir.
I see Senator Inouye's return now, and I'm past my time. If I may, I'll ask one more question before I yield to him. You know, this tape situation has gotten to be a pretty celebrated affair.
Yes, sir, I understand that.
And you understand that I made the motion to institute litigation to test the privilege of the president to withhold that information from us, and that I feel very strongly about that subject. As I've indicated earlier, I think my concern in that respect is heightened by your testimony and your reference to portions of that tape. Mm-hmm. I also remarked parenthetically to Mr. Wilson that I gazed deep into his eyes and couldn't divine quite what was going on, and I still can't, and I'm going to continue to tantalize him with that a little. But what I want to point out to you is that one statement in your addendum seems to me to be of extraordinary importance, and I want to test the accuracy of your recollection and the quality of your note-taking from those tapes. Okay. I'm referring to the third from the last sentence. On page 2, the president said, "There is no problem in raising $1 million. We can do that, but it would be wrong." Now, if the period were to follow after "we can do that," it would be a most damning statement. If, in fact, the tapes clearly show, he said, "but it would be wrong," it's an entirely different context. Now, how sure are you, Mr. Haldeman, that those tapes, in fact, say that?
I'm absolutely positive that the tape...
Did you hear it with your own voice?
Yeah, with my own ears, yes.
I mean, with your own ears, was there any distortion in the quality of the tape in that respect?
No, I don't believe so.
Mr. Haldeman, my final question is a follow-on from that. Do you have any idea whether or not other witnesses who were present at other presidential conversations that relate to the mandate of this committee to inquire might also be entitled to hear those tapes as they relate to their conversations in order to refresh their recollection?
I don't know, Senator, but it is my understanding that no one would. First place, I don't think anybody that has appeared or will appear before this committee knew of the existence of the tapes.
What about John Dean? He knows now.
Oh, he knows
now. Do you have
now,
any idea that Mr. Dean would be permitted to go to the White House and listen to those tapes?
No, sir. It's my understanding that no one has been or will be.
Is the rationale for your utilization of them that it's an aid to the refreshing of your recollection for reporting to the president as a former staff member?
Yes.
Wouldn't that precisely exact same situation apply to John Dean?
Not at this point in time, no.
Would you be agreeable, Mr. Haldeman, if it could be negotiated otherwise, would you be agreeable personally, as far as you're concerned, would you be agreeable to bringing those tapes up here, those two tapes, and playing them?
Well, Senator, you're asking me to take a position on a legal issue contrary to the position that the White House has taken.
You're perfectly free to confer with your counsel if you wish. I'm not asking, will you ask the President to do it? I'm not asking if you think we violate the doctrine of separation of powers. I'm simply saying, would Bob Haldeman, a witness before this committee, be agreeable as an individual, if we can otherwise procure the tapes, to them being brought here and being played in public?
Having been advised by counsel that in their opinion I'm not creating a legal problem by the answer that I would give and that I would want to give without even talking to counsel, is that I would welcome that opportunity because they would confirm what I've told you.
Thank you.
Before Senator Talmadge continues the questions about that money for Watergate defendants, we're going to take a short break. Public television coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearings, President Nixon's former Chief of Staff, H.R. Haldeman, is still answering the questions, and Senator Talmadge is asking them.
Senator Talmadge, I think.
Mr. Haldeman, following up Senator Baker's line of interrogation, why were you and you alone, to the exclusion of every other witness that's been before this committee, permitted to listen to the tapes?
I wasn't permitted to listen in my capacity as a witness before this committee. I was asked to listen in my capacity or former capacity as a staff assistant to the President and as the assistant to the President who knew of the existence of the tapes.
Mr. Ehrlichman was not permitted to listen to them, was he?
Mr. Ehrlichman, I don't believe, was aware of the existence of them.
Now, you listened, I believe, once in April. That was before you left the White House.
That's correct. I listened to one of the tapes at that time.
And subsequent thereto in July after you became a private citizen.
That's correct.
Why would a private citizen be more entitled to listen to those tapes than a Senate committee of the Congress of the United States?
That's a question that I can't answer, Senator, except that I did it as a means of reporting to the President.
Now, you're aware that the President has stated that he himself has listened to the tapes and that he's satisfied that they sustained his point of view, though he stated that someone else might get a different interpretation. Now, you've listened to the tapes. In your judgment, is there any way you could get a different interpretation other than what the President of the United States said about it?
Senator Talmadge, I think that the President's statement was that the tapes would sustain the position that he's taken with regard to matters here. I don't believe that, and I may be wrong, but I don't believe that he said that that would be subject to interpretation by other people. I believe he said that the tapes contained commentary and discussion that would be or could be susceptible to interpretation. In my opinion, if you're asking my opinion, it would be that any reasonable person who listened to the tape, as I did, would come up with the same conclusion that I have and that the President has on an overall basis.
My recollection is that the President wrote this committee that he himself, after listening to the tapes, was satisfied that they sustained his viewpoint, but that they could be subject to some other interpretation. And I read a letter from the President. I personally listened to a number of them. The tapes are entirely consistent with what I know to be the truth and what I have stated to be the truth. However, as in any verbatim recording of informal conversations, they contain comments that persons with different perspectives and motivations would inevitably interpret in different ways, unquote. That's a letter addressed to the chairman of this committee dated July the 23rd.
I believe that's consistent with my answer to your question, Senator, which I would take to say that his conclusion and his belief is that the conclusion would be, as he stated, but that there were also comments in the tape subject to various interpretation.
Now let's get into another area briefly, please, Mr. Haldeman. I believe you requested $350,000 be sent in cash, be made available to your discretion at the White House. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that money was so sent?
Yes, it was not in the White House, but it was available.
Available at your discretion?
That's right.
And that was money left over from the 1968 campaign?
Yes, sir. That was my understanding.
Didn't that money ultimately wind up in the hands of lawyers to defend criminals, in the hand of criminals to pay for bail bonds, to support and sustain their families?
I don't know that it did, Senator. I only know that it ended up being delivered to Mr. LaRue of the Committee to Re-elect the President.
Mr. LaRue has testified before this committee how he spent the money. Most of it, I think, wound up in the hands of lawyers and families to sustain themselves while their husbands were in jail and being prosecuted for various crimes. My question is this. That contribution was made to friends of the President for a political purpose to elect him. Don't you think it is a violation of trusteeship to spend that money to pay for the support of criminals, lawyers for criminals?
I don't attempt to judge the reason for the defense funds that were set up. I didn't attempt to judge it at the time they were set up, and I don't know now what the
under your control,
rationale is for it. No, sir. It was not under my control. It was it was moved from my control to the control of the committee.
You sent it to the committee for the reelection of the president at their request.
Not at their request. I sent it at my
request.
At my request.
And you knew what they were going to do with it.
I did not know for sure what they were going to do with it, or that they were in fact going to do anything with it.
You had a pretty good idea, didn't you?
I knew that they had, at the same time, a need for these funds for defense funds.
Suppose you were a candidate for public office, and I was one of your admirers and wanted to see you elected. I wrote out a check and mailed it to you for the furtherance of your campaign efforts to get elected to public office. Wouldn't you think it'd be a violation of the public trust if that money I sent to you ultimately wound up to defend criminals?
It would depend, I'd have to say, Senator, on the circumstances of the individual situation with which, in the hypothetical case or in the actual case, I'm not fully familiar, and I'm not able to make the judgment.
Now let's get into another area. On page 25 of your statement to the committee, I requested or approved use of these funds for such purposes as the continued polling that we did during that period, for campaign support to a candidate for governor in Alabama. And then skip over to page 26. The Alabama campaign funds were in support of the candidate for the Democratic nomination for governor who was opposing former Governor Wallace. Now that also was money contributed to the furtherance of the political efforts of the president, was it not?
I assume it was, Senator
Don't
Thomas.
you think it is a violation of the trust to take that from the president's political efforts and spend it in a Democratic primary in the state of Alabama?
No, I don't believe so. As I've said here, it was the belief of the president's advisors on the southern political scene that this was a sound political move on behalf of the president.
How much money was sent to Alabama?
I'm not sure. The testimony has been, I believe, Counsel,
About
Mr. Dash?
$400,000.
$400,000.
Who transmitted that money?
I don't know.
Mr. Combach testified that he himself handled 2 secret funds in different hotels, that it was given to people unknown to him, a total of about $400,000, and he understood that it was to go for a political purpose in Alabama. He didn't even know the name of the individual to whom he gave it, who they were, never seen him before. Would you verify that statement?
I can't verify it. I've heard the statement by Mr. Combach.
Well, how did you handle this money? You requested it then. You stated in your own statement money to go to the governor's race in Alabama.
That's right. I requested that the money be allocated for this purpose. I did not, was not directly involved in the process of making the transfer of the funds.
Now, in this so-called investigation of the cover-up, the entire investigation was left to John Dean, was it not?
The investigation of the cover-up?
Yes, whatever was taking place in the White House.
Well, I'm not
There's
sure.
been a lot of testimony that John Dean was requested to make an investigation. You know anything about that investigation?
An investigation of the Watergate, yes, sir.
All right, or whatever it was. No one else was involved in the investigation at that time?
No one at the White House, no. There were hundreds of other people involved in the investigation in the administration, in the executive branch.
Well, this was a matter where specific charges were being made almost daily in the news media. Is that not true?
No, sir, it wasn't with nearly that frequency, but there were indeed charges made from time to time.
And even accusing the president of being involved in the highest associates around him. Is that not true?
I don't believe so.
Well, you recall the facts that occurred daily in the news media in the country, don't you?
I don't believe any charges.
Speculation?
I don't believe there were charges made that the president was involved, Senator Talmadge.
So my question is this. Why, considering the serious nature of those charges, when you were the president's closest confidential associate, Mr. Ehrlichman next closest to you and the president, was it left solely to the discretion of Mr. Dean and no one else?
Well, it was not in any way left solely to the discretion of Mr. Dean. It was under the supervision of the Justice Department and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and it was an investigation of unprecedented scope.
I thought all that came much later.
No, sir.
All of them were going on simultaneously.
Yes, indeed. The FBI investigation started immediately, as I understand it.
But you and Mr. Dean weren't doing the investigating at the same time, were you?
Pardon me?
You and Mr. Dean weren't doing the investigation at the same time, were you?
I was not doing any investigation at all, Senator.
You finally got into it at a later date, did you not?
No, sir.
Mr. Ehrlichman got into it?
Mr. Ehrlichman was asked by the President on March 30th of this year to make an effort to assemble what facts were available and any other information he could get at that time.
Now, there's been a lot of testimony, these demands for money that caused trouble for the White House. How could any of the Watergate defendants have caused trouble for anyone at the White House considered sufficient to consider demands for executive clemency?
I don't know.
You never did get into the area of executive clemency, no discussions with anyone at any time?
Not until March of this year when it was raised in Mr. Dean's report to the President.
On April the 17th of this year, the President announced that on March the 21st, he began an extensive new investigation into Watergate as a result of startling new information which he'd received on that date. Who conducted that investigation?
At the outset, Mr. Dean, subsequently, well, let's see, you're talking about a statement that he made on what date?
April 17th, that he had discovered startling new information at that time.
He had discovered the information on March 21st. And from the time of March 21st through the, for about a week, it was Mr. Dean who was supposed to be giving him a full report. And then starting March 30th, he asked Mr. Ehrlichman to assemble the facts for him and try to give him a full report on it as he saw it. Now, at the same time, it's my impression, and if I would like to avoid impressions as much as possible, but I think this one is very much to the point that you're raising. I think that the President was investigating the thing himself also. He spent considerable time on this. He asked me from time to time to make phone calls, as I testified this morning. He talked with people, and he asked questions that I think were a part of his a personal effort on his part to gain information firsthand, although no attempt to make an overt personal investigation, because that was something that just wouldn't be possible for him to do.
To your knowledge, did the President believe that you were involved on March 2nd, 1973, when Mr. Dean implicated you?
On March 2nd?
Yes. March 21st, I believe it is. It's the correct date.
March 21st?
Yes.
I don't believe that Mr. Dean implicated me on March 21st, except to say that there was a potential problem that could develop in connection with the transference of the $350,000.
Did he question you about it extensively, the President?
The President? Yes. He asked me about the matter of the $350,000, yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Ehrlichman testified that Mr. Peterson had pressed the President to fire you on April the 15th because of the implications of the matter. Mr. Ehrlichman said that he voluntarily resigned under no pressure from the President. How about you? Did the President ask you to resign?
No, sir. The President and I discussed, as I testified this morning to the to this committee, that at that time it became apparent to me, and I'm sure it was apparent to the President, that I was not in a position to carry out my duties effectively and properly. And the question was discussed in terms, during the period of the last couple of weeks of April, in terms of a leave of absence or a resignation, and ultimately decided on my part that a resignation was the proper course. The President agreed with that.
Now, you had been implicated by both Mr. Dean and the Assistant Attorney General, Mr. Peterson, and you were not asked to resign. That's your testimony, is it?
I don't believe that I had been implicated, Senator.
I'm talking about what others have said.
Yes, sir, but
Mr.
I mean...
Dean so testified, and I understand the Assistant Attorney General had urged the President to fire you on April 15th. You know anything about that?
Well, you're basing that, as I understand it now, on Mr. Ehrlichman's testimony. My recollection is slightly different.
Can you disagree with Mr. Ehrlichman?
No,
on
sir.
that
Just I would like to explain my point.
Sure.
My recollection is slightly different, and perhaps not substantially different, in that it was my understanding that Mr. Peterson's recommendation was that the President place us on leaves of absence because the testimony or the information that he had was concerned or contained in matters that would be embarrassing to us in terms of our continuing in our position. He specifically, as I understand it, informed the President that he did not have anything that legally implicated us on that basis. And the President, it's my understanding, said that he would not take action to place us on leaves of absence in the absence of specific charges or information that did implicate us, which Mr. Peterson, as I understand it, never produced.
Thank you, Mr. Haldeman. My time has expired, and I must go to the floor to cast a vote. Also, Senator Gurney.
Thank you. Mr. Haldeman, your statement was very full and comprehensive, and so have the questions by counsel today. I have mostly bits and pieces of information I'd like to ask you about to sort of fill in. On this business with Mr. Strawn, cleaning up the files and his later shredding them, I think he testified, as I recall, that later on during an airplane trip on Air Force One, he brought up this question with you. Do you recall that?
No, sir. As I said, I don't recall a report from him. I don't recall requesting him to clean up the files, nor do I recall a report that he had done so from him.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Mitchell anything about the break-in or the cover-up of Watergate? And now, of course, I know you did late this year in March, but I'm talking about earlier, after the break-in or during 1972.
After the break-in, I'm sure there were discussions, there were discussions regarding the break-in and the ongoing developments in the Watergate case, and I am certain that Mr. Mitchell was in some of those discussions. So the answer regarding the break-in would be yes.
I should have phrased my question a little better. Did you ever discuss any matters with him that indicated to you that there was a cover-up? That's what I really intended to ask.
No, sir. I attempted in my statement to try to draw a distinction between what now is termed cover-up, which I feel is a loose term that is not maybe defined in each person's mind the same as in each other person's, and it has so generally come to mean the illegal acts that have been laid forth here, that when you say cover-up, if by cover-up you mean any of the illegal actions that were or have been alleged to have been taken, then my answer would be very clearly no.
I did intend that. I did intend to refine it to include the illegal actions. Mr. Magruder worked for you as a staffer in the White House, did he not?
He did for a short period of time. He came into the White House as a special assistant under my direct responsibility as a project man, and continued in that role for approximately 4 months, I believe, at which time he moved over to Herb Klein's office as Deputy Director of Communications, which was a post he held for a little over a year, I believe, before he went to the reelection committee.
Were you at all close to him during this period of time in the White House? I mean, were you close personal friends? See a lot of each other?
No. He was a member of my staff during the time he was a member of my staff, and I saw him fairly frequently on a business basis. I have no social relationship with him.
Did he do any reporting to you when he was in his capacity at the committee to re-elect the president as deputy campaign director?
Some, yes, but he primarily reported to Mr. Mitchell, and I dealt primarily with Mr. Mitchell on matters relating to the reelection committee.
Again, in any conversations that you had with Mr. Magruder in the year 1972, did you discuss any of the illegal aspects of the cover-up of Watergate?
No, sir.
One of the questions or issues brought up at the La Costa meeting in California was this business of raising money, and I know you testified about it in your statement. My recollection was that you did not recall that the issue was discussed. Is that correct?
I have no recollection of a discussion of money in that meeting.
Of course, out of that meeting arose the dispatch of Mr. Moore on the mission to New York to talk to Mr. Mitchell about raising more money. But you have no recollection of that at all.
Well, it's my understanding from Mr. Moore's testimony that he went to New York to talk to Mr. Mitchell about a number of things.
Well, that's true. There are other things
and that
at the meeting.
Among them was the question of raising money. Now, I have no recollection of that having been brought up. As I said this morning, I was in, I believe, most of the meetings, or I was in the room most of the time that the meetings in La Costa were underway, and I simply have no recollection of a discussion of money. As I said in my statement, if there was one, I'm virtually certain that it would have been in the context of the type that Mr. Moore described, which was very incidental to the meeting. That was not a principal subject under discussion at that time. It may have been a matter that came up peripherally.
Mr. Dean stated either in his testimony or really I think in both, testimony before the committee and also in discussions with committee staff prior to his appearance here, that he reported to you several days after the meetings with Mr. Mitchell on the Liddy plan that involved Dean and Mitchell, Magruder, and Liddy, reported to you about this Liddy plan. Do you have any such recollection?
As I've stated, I don't have a recollection of the instance of his reporting that to me. I have a general recollection of his telling me that there had been such an occasion, and I have a very clear recollection of his telling me that in last summer sometime, and a very clear recollection of his telling me in March of this year in considerable detail and several times of such a meeting. I also mentioned earlier that there's a date question there which raises some puzzlement in my mind as to what actually happened there. I had been willing to accept Mr. Dean's recollection or recounting to me of this meeting on the basis of a check of my log which had indicated that there had been that I had had a meeting with Mr. Dean on February 1st. That was in March when I was back looking through logs. Then in June or July, as these hearings got underway, and I discovered that the two planning meetings were not in December and January, as Dean had told me, but were in fact on January 27th and February 4th, I now find a question in my mind.
Your best recollection is that he did not report that to you in February of 1972.
I'd have to put it that I don't recall his doing so. He's told me about it so many times that I have heard the story fairly frequently.
Did I understand you to say that your logs do not show that you had a meeting with Dean in February?
My log does show that I did have a meeting with Dean on February 1st, and that was the only meeting I had with Dean in either February or January of 1972.
Do you recall what that meeting on February 1st involved?
No, sir.
One of the points of controversy here, which has become important, is the so-called Dean investigation in June, July, and August following the break-in. Mr. Dean's testimony, of course, was he never conducted such an investigation. What is your recollection?
My recollection is absolutely clear, totally unequivocal, and without any shade of doubt in any way, shape, or form, and that is that Mr. Dean was conducting an investigation, that everybody who would be in a position to be interested or concerned with it knew that he was, and that Mr. Dean knew that he was. And I included in my statement some quotes from Exhibit 39, which, to my view at least, confirm that Mr. Dean knew he was. And if I could take just a second, because I didn't put it in there, I'd like to read, I think it's 2 sentences from Exhibit, I believe, 35A, which Mr. Dean also put into evidence before this committee, and in which this, incidentally, 35A is the draft of a proposed letter or affidavit to be submitted by Mr. Dean to the Senate Judiciary Committee in response to its request that he appear before that committee with regard to matters in connection with the Gray confirmation hearings. And this draft, which Mr. Dean put into evidence, shows on its last page a line for sworn, I swear that this is the truth, or something of that sort, which would indicate that it was his intention to make this a sworn statement to the committee.
This, I suppose, was contemplated in response to the Judiciary Committee wanting Dean to come before it.
That's correct.
Testify in connection with his FBI reports that he obtained from the Justice Department.
That's right. And in the process of that, on page 2 of Exhibit 35A at the bottom, he enumerates facts that he would like to give to the committee concerning the matters which have been publicly raised. And the second of those facts that he says he would like to give to the committee, I would like to quote. Second, it has been suggested that the fact that I conducted an investigation of this matter at the direction of the President made it inappropriate for me to obtain FBI information relative to their investigation. To the contrary, in an investigation of this importance, it was incumbent on me to obtain all available information from every appropriate investigative resource, and I would have been derelict indeed if I had not requested information from the FBI. That, in this draft that Mr. Dean himself has placed into evidence. And I say that one of the major puzzles in my mind in this whole case at this point in time is how John Dean possibly could contend or feel that he did not conduct an investigation, or that he was not being looked to for conducting an investigation in the sense of being of White House involvement and of being aware of all of the facets of the ongoing investigation by other agencies. Now, he was certainly not called in and commissioned Chief Special Investigator for Watergate and put in charge of all investigating activities that were being conducted in the Watergate matter. But he was the man at the White House who was investigating White House or potential White House involvement in Watergate, and who was maintaining White House coordination with the other governmental agencies that were conducting the overall investigation of Watergate. That is, I believe, absolutely clear.
In other words, this affidavit, which was never used before the Judiciary Committee, prepared by him, states in effect that he was making an investigation.
Well, it would appear so, Senator Gurney. I can't verify the document. I accept it as something that the committee has in evidence.
I think my 10 minutes has run out, but let me ask just one other question. You know, March 13th has been a vital date in the Dean testimony.
Yes.
That is, the meeting with the President on March 13th. And he stated that in that meeting, of course, the President brought up executive clemency as well as the $1 million. I'm curious, why wasn't that tape listened to? Do you have any idea why the President didn't instruct you to listen to that tape as well as the one on the 21st and September the 15th?
I don't know. That, for one thing, that was a meeting in which I was not present except for a few minutes.
Yes.
It was, that may have been one of the meetings that, of the tapes that the President listened to himself also. As the President has indicated, he has listened to some of the tapes himself.
Well, thank you, Mr. Haldeman. My time has elapsed, and I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Haldeman, I'm certain you've seen the letter of the President dated July 23rd, 1973, addressed to the chairman of this committee. If not, I'd like to read...
Is that the letter that was read earlier, Senator?
I believe so. I'll just read the part of the first paragraph.
Thank you.
Indeed, the special nature of tape recordings of private conversations is such that these principles apply with even greater force to tapes of private presidential conversations than to presidential papers. And in your opening statement on page 19, the third paragraph, you say, I've had access under the supervision of a Secret Service agent to my handwritten notes regarding conversations with the President which are in the President's files. I presume from this that the Secret Service agent was with you at all times.
When I was in the files, yes, sir.
Do you recall the testimony of Mr. Alexander Butterfield?
Yes, I do.
I'm certain you'll recall that in response to an inquiry, Mr. Butterfield testified that these tapes were in the exclusive custody of a Secret Service agent at all times?
I don't recall that, but I'm sure that was his understanding.
How can you explain how this tape, the tape of September the 21st, was placed in your custody and permitted to take home and listen in your living room or your den or wherever it was at your leisure, and I presume it was kept in your custody for nearly 24 hours, wasn't it?
Yes, I'm sure it was.
How would you explain that, sir?
Well,
here the President says that the tapes are much more important than presidential papers. You've indicated that when you were looking at your papers, you had a Secret Service agent at all times, and yet you were permitted to take this tape home.
That's correct. First of all, I believe you said September 21st.
Oh, March 15th.
No, it was a tape of September 15th.
I stand corrected.
Is the one. I just wanted to be sure we're talking about the right tape. But at the time that I took the tape home and listened to it, the existence of the tapes was not known to anyone other than the limited people that Mr. Butterfield identified. And it was not contemplated, I don't believe, that its existence would ever be known to people, and it was a request to review material for the President, which he knew I was familiar with, and concerning a meeting in which I had been in attendance. Now, let me also say, just so that the record is completely open on this, that I also had several other tapes in my possession at that time of other meetings, which it had also been suggested or requested that I review, but which I did not listen to because I believe they involved, I think all of them involved meetings at which I had not been in attendance at any time, at any part of the meeting. The September 15th meeting, I had been in attendance for the entirety. And I decided not to listen to the tapes of the meetings to which I had not been present, and I returned them without listening to them.
Are you suggesting that this special label of top secret is placed on?
meeting in which I was not present except for a few minutes.
Yes.
It was, that may have been one of the meetings that, of the tapes that the President listened to himself also. As the President has indicated, he has listened to some of the tapes himself.
Well, thank you, Mr. Haldeman. My time has elapsed, and I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Haldeman, I'm certain you've seen the letter of the President dated July 23rd, 1973, addressed to the chairman of this committee. If not, I'd like to
Is that the letter that was read earlier, Senator?
I believe so. I'll just read the part of the first paragraph.
Thank you.
Indeed, the special nature of tape recordings of private conversations is such that these principles apply with even greater force to tapes of private presidential conversations than to presidential papers. And in your opening statement on page 19, the third paragraph, you say, I've had access under the supervision of a Secret Service agent to my handwritten notes regarding conversations with the President which are in the President's files. I presume from this that the Secret Service agent was with you at all times.
When I was in the files, yes, sir.
Do you recall the testimony of Mr. Alexander Butterfield?
Yes, I do.
I'm certain you'll recall that in response to an inquiry, Mr. Butterfield testified that these tapes were in the exclusive custody of a Secret Service agent at all times?
I don't recall that, but I'm sure that was his understanding.
How can you explain how this tape, the tape of September the 21st, was placed in your custody and permitted to take home and listen in your living room or your den or wherever it was at your leisure, and I presume it was kept in your custody for nearly 24 hours, wasn't it?
Yes, I'm sure it was.
How would you explain that, sir?
Well,
here the President says that the tapes are much more important than presidential papers. You've indicated that when you were looking at your papers, you had a Secret Service agent at all times, and yet you were permitted to take this tape home.
That's correct. First of all, I believe you said September 21st.
It was March 15th.
No, it was a tape of September 15th.
I stand corrected,
is
sir.
the one. I just wanted to be sure we're talking about the right tape. But at the time that I took the tape home and then listened to it, the existence of the tapes was not known to anyone other than the limited people that Mr. Butterfield identified. And it was not contemplated, I don't believe, that its existence would ever be known to people, and it was a request to review material for the President, which he knew I was familiar with, and concerning a meeting in which I had been in attendance. Now, let me also say, just so that the record is completely open on this, that I also had several other tapes in my possession at that time of other meetings, which it had also been suggested or requested that I review, but which I did not listen to because I believe they involve, I think all of them involve meetings at which I had not been in attendance at any time, at any part of the meeting. The September 15th meeting, I had been in attendance for the entirety, and I decided not to listen to the tapes of the meetings to which I had not been present, and I returned them without listening to them.
Are you suggesting that this special label of top secret is placed on these tapes after Mr. Butterfield made it known to us? That prior to that it was all right for private citizens to have access to it?
No, sir. I think that the access here was not in a capacity as private citizen, but in a capacity as a former assistant to the President who was aware of the existence of the tape and was able and had been present at the meeting and was able to review the tape for the President and report to him on its content.
I gather from your opening remarks that you admire the President very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
And that you have at no times knowingly disobeyed any of his lawful instructions.
I, in all honesty, would not be able to say that, but wherever I have disobeyed any of his instructions knowingly, I have informed him.
We have here a letter dated July 30th addressed to your attorney, Mr. Wilson, and it says in part, the President has requested that you inform the committee that Mr. Haldeman has been instructed by the President to decline to testify to such matters. And yet, unless my recollection is wrong, you appeared to some of us as being overly eager to testify on this. In fact, you had your addendum ready.
Senator, I had 2 addenda ready because I wanted to be prepared for whatever the ruling might be. I have put the other addendum also into the committee record, which would have been the addendum I would have read had the committee not ruled that I was required to testify as to the
I'm certainly aware that
meeting.
At the time of your testimony, this tape in particular and a few others were rather controversial.
Yes, sir.
And the outcome of whether these tapes be made public or not would have to be eventually determined by the courts.
Yes, sir.
And the President so indicated that that should be the route.
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you join the President in that route?
Pardon me?
Why didn't you obey the President's instruction?
Why did I?
Why did you not obey
I did not because the chairman ordered me not to.
Were you prepared?
The committee, as I understand it, instructed me that I must I must not abide by the instruction of the President to withhold any information.
Are you prepared to abide with
tapes.
every wish of this committee?
Every wish?
Yes. Every order of this committee?
In every lawful order of this committee, properly made, certainly.
We may have a few things we'd like to get from you, Mr. Haldeman, at some later time.
All right, sir.
Is my time expired, sir? If I may, Mr. Haldeman, I'd like to go through your statement, sir.
Sir?
This is on page 23, where you discuss the establishment of the Special Investigations Unit, later became known as the Plumbers, and the supervisor was Mr. Ehrlichman, and 2 principal staff members, Mr. Krogh and Mr. Young.
Yes, sir.
We have the CIA, the FBI, the National Security Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and all of these agencies, I've been told, have competent people. Why did you find it necessary to form this Special Investigations Unit?
I did not find it necessary to form this unit. I did not form the unit, and
Somebody did.
Yes, sir, the President formed the unit.
Why do you think the President found it necessary?
I think the President is the one that has got to explain that, and I think he has in his statement of May 22nd.
Did the statement suggest that the CIA, the FBI, and the other agencies were inadequate in performing their duties?
Statement said, and I'm quoting, "It created a situation, the leak of the Pentagon Papers, in which the ability of the government to carry on foreign relations, even in the best of circumstances, could have been seriously compromised. Other governments no longer knew whether they could deal with the United States in confidence. Against the background of the delicate negotiations the United States was then involved in on a number of fronts with regard to Vietnam, China, the Middle East, nuclear arms limitations, U.S.-Soviet relations, and others, in which the utmost degree of confidentiality was vital, it posed a threat so grave as to require extraordinary actions. Therefore, during the week following the Pentagon Papers publication, I, the President, approved the creation of a special investigations unit within the White House.
Is the President suggesting there that he could not trust the CIA?
Senator, I'm not the one to question on that. I was not involved in the creation of the unit. I was aware of it, but I don't have first-hand knowledge as to reasons or the problems involved therein.
Fine. May we go to page 25? It's in the middle of the page. In discussing the substantial fund, or large cash fund, and you've indicated, as Mr. Kalmbach has indicated, he looked to me as well as to other people from time to time for direction or approval, etc., disbursement of the funds.
Yes, sir.
Who were the other people?
I'm not sure. Apparently, Mr. Ehrlichman, at least in connection with the Ulasewicz payments, and there may have been others. I don't know. Mr. Kalmbach, I was picking that up from Mr. Kalmbach. I said, as he indicated, he looked to me as well as to other people from time to time. I stated that as acquired from Mr. Kalmbach's testimony here.
My final question during my 10 minutes. On that same page, you say, I requested or approved use of these funds for such purposes, etc., for campaign support to a candidate for governor in Alabama. Just for the record, who was this candidate, sir? You approved $400,000.
And I'm not sure what his name was. He was the man who opposed Governor Wallace in the primary for the nomination for governor.
Was this candidate aware of this support?
I don't know if he was aware of the source of the support. I'm sure he was aware of the support.
Was he aware of the nature of the support?
I don't know. I had nothing to do with the dealings with the candidate or his campaign people. I don't know what the arrangements were.
You have the job of approving the $400,000 expenditure, and you were not curious as to how it was spent?
No, sir, because this was worked out by other people who were advising the campaign and the president on the political situation in the South.
Are you satisfied that these $400,000 went to the purpose that you had intended?
I have no knowledge as to whether they did or whether they did not. I don't know.
And as one in charge, you were not concerned?
I was not in charge of the funds, Senator. Mr. Kalmbach was.
But you requested or approved the use of this fund?
That's correct. A request was made for this admittedly very major allocation of funds for this purpose.
No, I asked this because in your opening remarks, in the area of advertisements and material, you had to give the final okay.
That's because those related to presidential policy. When you run an ad that makes a statement, it becomes a statement by the president, and I wanted to be sure that the White House had the final authorization on that process.
You were concerned about the minute details of those ads, but not as to the expenditure of $400,000.
That is correct.
I thank you, sir.
Senator Weicker.
Mr. Haldeman, I'd like to, for a few more minutes, relate to the acquisition of these tapes. As I understand it, you listened to the tape of March the 21st in April, and you listened to the tape of September the 15th in the early part of July. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I would have to get the transcript, which isn't in my hands now, as to the testimony that you gave earlier this afternoon. But did I hear you say that you were put into a dilemma by the White House relative to those tapes?
No, sir.
Well, let me ask you a question then. Do you think that you were put into a dilemma by the letter of July the 23rd from the President of the United States to this committee?
I'm not sure that I would say that put me in the dilemma. I think that I found myself in a dilemma as I was preparing this statement, as I realized that I would be testifying as to my knowledge of the content of those two meetings, and that there was that I had heard the tapes as well as having been present at both meetings, and there was the additional factor of my having heard the tape of that part of the March 21st meeting at which I was not present. And this clearly posed a problem.
Well, that's exactly what I'm referring to. In other words, clearly as you were preparing to come before this committee, did it not give you pause for concern when you read the sentence in that presidential letter which said, accordingly, the tapes, which have been under my sole personal control, will remain so. None has been transcribed or made public, and none will be. Is this what posed a problem to you?
Yes, it would be. The question of the problem was really posed before that, but in my own mind, I think, in the sense that I knew there was a problem.
And what was the nature of the problem?
The nature of the problem was that I had knowledge of two meetings which I had attended and which I was going to testify to, but that I also had my recollection of those meetings refreshed by having heard more recently the tapes of those meetings, and that I had heard the portion of the March 21st meeting in which I was not in attendance. Now, that in itself puts me in I think Senator Baker described it quite well, a rather difficult situation. But with this statement, I have the further problem of the President stating that these tapes will not be made public, and yet my testimony as to that part of the March 21st meeting in which I was not in attendance was in effect a violation of the non-publicizing of the tapes. I did not feel that my testimony as to the other parts of the March 21st meeting or as to the totality of the September 15th meeting posed that same problem. For that reason, I requested my counsel to get a determination from the White House as to how I should deal with the situation.
Is not the problem then that you knew what you had done in regard to these tapes, specifically that you'd heard two of them, that in the case of one of them at least, you took notes, which may or may not be interpreted as transcribing?
I took notes of both of them.
Or took notes of both of them, which may or may not be interpreted as transcribing. So this is what you knew that you did, and here comes a presidential letter after these actions of yours, in which the statement is made or the impression is given that nobody else but the President has had these tapes. Isn't that the essence of the problem?
No, because the President knew that I had heard the tapes.
But clearly the impression is given to the public, to this committee, in the letter to the committee, and certainly to the public, that nobody other than the President had these tapes or listened to these tapes. I mean, wasn't that the concern in your mind?
No, it wasn't. The concern in my mind was how I would deal with my situation concerning my testimony before this committee.
Well, would you describe that sentence then as being accurate in light of the fact that you had access to the tapes?
I think
and that you had listened to the tapes?
Could you read me the sentence again?
Accordingly, the tapes, which have been under my sole personal control, will remain so. None has been transcribed or made public, and none will be.
I would say that was accurate at the time it was written, because they had been under the President's control. He had directed me to listen to them and report to him on them. I was acting on his behalf in doing so. And
well, in what capacity were you acting on the President's behalf? I now refer specifically to the September 15th tape, which you heard in early July, the 9th, 10th, 11th of July. As I understand it, you certainly were not an employee of the United States government.
No, I was not. I was a former employee of the government, former assistant to the president, who was one of the few people who had knowledge of the existence of the tape and who had firsthand knowledge of the content of the meeting, having been present at the meeting.
But what is the element of control? I don't understand the element of control is between you and the president. How does he control you? You're a private citizen. You're not his employee.
Well, I'm not his employee, but I assure you that I will, as a private citizen, carry out the instructions of the president as effectively and diligently as I would as an employee. I'm sure he considered that to be the case.
How could the president have been in control of these tapes while they were in your house?
I think that's, I think he was in control of them. He knew that I had them. He had asked me to listen to them. He knew I was going to report to him on the content of them and return them to him.
All right, the rest of that sentence reads, none has been transcribed. Did you go ahead and transcribe any portion of these tapes?
No, sir.
What did you do?
I made notes.
And you don't consider that transcribing?
No, I don't. I made notes in the same sense that I would make notes if I were in the if I had made notes in a meeting. And transcribing would be to expand those or to in the case of a tape, a transcribing would be, in my view, a literal reproduction in writing of the sound on the tape.
Could the president control what you did with these tapes while you had them? Could the president control that?
Not physically, no.
Sentence reads, part of that sentence, none has been transcribed or made public. Do you feel that when the president turns something over to a private citizen, that in effect it has now gone outside of government channels and is in the public's hands?
I don't feel at the time he said that it had been made public, and in the sense that I don't feel having me listen to the tape in order to report to him on it was a matter of making the tape public. No, sir. I think he had every reason to believe he could rely on my confidentiality.
In other words, because of your definition, very precise definition of these words in the letter of July the 23rd from the President to this committee, you don't feel that there's any inaccuracy to that statement relative to the fact that you had access to the tapes at an earlier date and had listened to them?
I don't believe so. I believe the President considered my access to be totally under his control.
Well, we have an awful lot of things thrown on our heads, in the last couple of months, and I realize that both in numbers and in quality, it almost puts us into a state of shell shock, but when I read a sentence, and this is the way I took it when we got the letter here on the committee, accordingly the tapes, which have been under my sole personal control, remain so, and none has been transcribed or made public, and none will be. I think probably I got the same impression the rest of the American people got, which was the fact that nobody else had gone ahead and either had the possession of those tapes or had listened to those tapes. Now, we have your explanation, as I said, in very narrow terms as to this particular sentence. But as a matter of common sense, as I've said earlier, it would seem to me, anyway, that the dilemma that you found yourself in was a dilemma created as between the words of the President in his letter and your deeds of an earlier date. Now, in your questioning by Senator Inouye, you made a statement, and this is the area that I'd like to concentrate on for the few minutes that I have, when you said it was not contemplated that the existence of these tapes would how did you contemplate withholding the existence of these tapes from this committee and the U.S. attorneys or the special prosecutor?
I never contemplated the existence of them being known. These were tapes that were produced with the knowledge of a very limited number of people. They were for a very limited purpose, and it was my understanding that their existence would not become known.
Well, let's get out then to the start of your statement here before the committee today, where you give the appearance of an individual and as one part of a branch of government that is most anxious to get all the truth before the American people. On page 3 of your opening statement, you state as follows, quote, "One of the great tragedies of our time is that for the moment at least a cloud hangs over the accomplishments of the past 4 years and the promise of the next 4 years because of Watergate, its aftermath, and related matters. This has spawned an unceasing barrage of charges and countercharges, allegations, innuendo, hearsay, rumor, speculation, hypothesis, which I devoutly hope these hearings and the concurrent work of the Justice Department and the Special Prosecutor will bring to an early and definite conclusion so that the nation and its leadership can again turn their thoughts and their efforts to more productive enterprises." And you further state on page 2 of your opening statement the following, "I have full confidence that when the entire truth is known, it will be clear to the American people that President Nixon had no knowledge of or involvement in either the Watergate affair itself or the subsequent efforts of a cover-up of the Watergate." Now, Mr. Haldeman, with reference to the above two statements, what steps have you taken on your own initiative to clear up this matter and to assist in seeing to it that the full truth regarding the Watergate and the cover-up be made known to the American people? Which step, I might add, if I can just qualify it, was not in response to the press, to this committee, or to some other congressional committee or arm of the judicial branch of government? What have you done and what has this administration done on its own initiative to bring the truth before the American people?
What I've done nothing before the press because, as I said here, I felt it was more appropriate for me to try to do whatever I would do before the proper legislative and judicial bodies. I have attempted to cooperate as fully as I can with your staff in several long meetings, and I've looked to the opportunity to do so before the full committee, which I'm now doing. I have told the grand jury everything that I could tell them. I've tried to meet with the U.S. attorneys and review the thing with them. Did in a short meeting, given a very full deposition on the matters germane to their lawsuit to the attorneys representing the Democratic National Committee and their associates. As far as what the administration has done, it's my understanding that the administration conducted, through its appropriate arms, the FBI and the Justice Department, an enormously extensive investigation, an enormously thorough prosecution. And I have raised the question with principally John Dean, who was our contact with that investigation, sometimes at my own instance and sometimes at the instance of the President, as to why or whether we can't get all these facts and get them put together and get them out and get them known. I did not ever succeed in getting that done, although there were minor steps taken along the way. I now, today, see reasons for that failure that I didn't see at the time. And as I said in my statement, I still don't feel that I know what actually did happen or who actually did it.
Well, how do you, first of all, let me say this, that as I read your statement, every one of the actions which you indicate to me was a reaction rather than an action, a reaction to this committee or to the prosecutor or to what other arm of government is moving forward. But how do you jibe making a statement before the committee on the one hand, or to me, that you advocated putting out the truth, getting out a complete statement, with the statements you make to Senator Inouye, where you go ahead and said it was not contemplated the existence of these tapes would ever be known?
Well, Senator,
certainly, is there a greater repository of the truth in this matter than these particular tapes?
yes, sir, I think there is. I think there's a much greater repository in the testimony of first-hand witnesses. The tapes relate only to several meetings with the president. The problems of the Watergate and the things that we were trying to get out over a long period of time until March 21st, or if you want to go back to February 27th, didn't relate to meetings with the president at all. And I think that the facts need to be brought out and will be brought out, are being brought out, and I don't think that that in that connection the tapes are the essential matter at all.
But who's going to do this? Who's going to bring these facts out? That's the essence of my question to you. Is the president going to bring the facts out?
I would think that the place ultimately that the facts will be brought out and the appropriate action taken with regard to those facts is through the judicial process, which I have full confidence in and feel is the proper place to deal with criminal acts.
So the American people are going to know the truth, not by the leadership of their executive branch of government, but by the leadership of the judicial and legislative branches of government. Is that your answer?
My answer is that when you're dealing with criminal acts and dealing with the questions of the fine questions of law, which I'm certainly not qualified to comment upon, that the place for them to be dealt with, the forum for them to be handled in, is the judicial process.
Well, I've just gotten the word from the bell ringer that the time is up. But I would suggest to you in my closing statement, we'll have additional time here, Mr. Haldeman, in the days ahead, that as you were all sitting there at La Costa figuring out what to do about this committee, how to go ahead and slow it down or handle it or whatever term you want to use, that maybe the best way to put this committee totally out of business would have been for the executive branch of the government of the United States to have stood forward and told the entire story. And that would have been by far and away the best, the cleanest, the most above-board way of putting Senator Ervin and all the rest of my colleagues here right out of this room.
And as I indicated in my statement, that was one of the principal purposes of the La Costa meeting.
And it never happened.
That's right.
In a moment, Senator Montoya will add his questions about those presidential tapes that Mr. Haldeman obtained. For now, we're going to pause. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a break for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we go back to the hearings, it is Senator Montoya's turn with the witness.
Senator Montoya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Haldeman, when you took the September 15 tape to your home, I believe you indicated that you played it in your home.
Yes, sir.
What kind of a tape player do you have?
I don't have a tape player for this. I was supplied with a tape player by Mr. Bull, with a machine for listening to the tape.
What kind of a machine was it?
I don't know, sir. It was a battery-operated portable tape recording device.
It was a regular portable machine then?
Yes, sir.
And how many times did you play this?
Once.
Did you have a recording device on this machine?
No, sir.
It was just a straight tape player?
Well, this is as you probably know, it's a tape machine that both records. The machine is capable of recording or of playing tape. It can only do one thing at a time, and at the time I was using it, it was playing, not recording.
So you played the tape from the beginning to the end. Is that it?
The tape of that part of the tape that concerned the September 15th meeting.
All right. You only played one side then?
Yes, and I didn't play the entire side because these tapes cover an extended period of time, and the portion that I played was only that portion relating to the meeting with Mr. Dean. I had to skip a little bit and listen. Actually, September 15th was an afternoon in which I was meeting with the President all afternoon. I listened to little bits to find where the Dean meeting started. As soon as the Dean meeting started, I listened to that in its entirety and then turned it off.
Well, were all the reels the uniform that you used for taping purposes at the White House?
I don't know, Senator, because I have not reviewed them.
What size of a reel was this? More or less.
7 inches, maybe?
About 7.5 inches. That's standard.
All right. If 7.5 is standard, I would assume it was a 7.5-inch reel.
And the March 21st tape, would you say that was about the same size?
Yes, sir. It's on the same size reel.
And what did you play that in?
I'm sorry?
What did you play the tape of the March 21st meeting in? What kind of a tape recorder?
Either the same one or a similar one to the one I used for the September 15th tape.
All right. And you only ran the tape once, and you'd stop it occasionally and make notes. Is that about it?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, how long did it take you to transcribe these notes?
I didn't transcribe the notes, Senator.
How long did it take you to play this tape, and how long did it take you to make notes from these tapes?
I'm not sure. I didn't time it.
Well, will you estimate the time with respect to the March 21st tape?
See, it's difficult to do because I'm not sure.
All right. Now, did the March 21st tape have the conversation and dialogue between the President and Mr. Dean, as well as the dialogue in which you participated after the President and Mr. Dean had met?
It had, what I listened to was the entire content of the President's meeting with Mr. Dean.
Did you also...
In which I was present for the final 40 minutes.
Did you listen to yours, too?
The 40 minutes in which I was present?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And that was in the same tape?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if it was a 7.5 tape, and I'm going to show you one. You only listen to one side, this would be only about 30 minutes.
It depends on the speed of the tape, Senator. The tape recording machine had And in fact, I had a problem with that because the machine has a number of settings for how fast you run the tape.
All right, what was the speed of the tape?
I don't know. There were, I think, 4 different settings, and when I first started it, I got that noise you're familiar with of a tape that's running too fast. And I moved it down to the lowest speed that the tape recording machine operated at, and that provided the sound at the proper level.
Well, that's why I asked you how long it took you to play the tape. Can you estimate the time?
No, sir. The meeting took 105 minutes. 65 minutes before I came in and 40 minutes after I came in, a total of 105 minutes.
And would you say that the tape ran an hour and 40 minutes?
Well, 105 minutes, yeah, an hour and 45 minutes.
An hour and 45 minutes?
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm reasonably sure. As I say, I didn't time it when I listened to it.
Well, I just want to know the facts, what kind of a tape you had, and
I can find out for you, Senator.
And what kind of a speed the tape had. I think that's very relevant.
I see that it is, and it's easily, well, I assume it's easily obtained. It's a matter of fact, and I'm sure can be ascertained. I know that they recorded these tapes at the slowest possible speed so as to get the most amount of material onto an individual reel, because as you can imagine, this was producing quite a lot of tape.
Well, who would change these tapes when the tapes ran out?
It's my understanding that this was handled entirely by several staff members of the Technical Security Division of the Secret Service.
Right, now let's go into another subject matter. I believe you stated that the President didn't get interested in trying to unravel the possible involvement of the White House until after the March 21st meeting, when he announced that he wanted an intensive investigation. Is that correct?
He didn't make an announcement after the March 21st meeting.
Well, he announced on April the 17th that on March the 21st he had determined that he would conduct and begin an intensive investigation into the Watergate affair.
Which he had done.
All right.
He was announcing a month later that he had done so.
Why did he not do this before, and why did you and Mr. Ehrlichman why didn't both of you initiate investigations of your own?
Senator, I can speak for myself. I didn't initiate an investigation of my own in this or any other matter, simply because I was not the person to initiate investigations or conduct investigations, and particularly in this matter, which was the subject of, as I understood it, the most intensive or one of the most intensive investigations in American history.
Well, I believe you stated that both you and Mr. Ehrlichman relied on what Mr. Dean was doing and relied on the information which he was bringing to you. And that's why you didn't manifest greater concern or go to the President, or words to that effect.
Well, we relied on what the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Justice Department, were doing as reported to us by Mr. Dean.
And as a result of the federal...
And from time to time by the Attorney General and others.
And as a result of the information which you were receiving from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the information which you were receiving from Mr. Dean, you felt that there was no need to implement those investigations and start on your own under White House auspices or under Mr. Ehrlichman or yourself.
That is correct, with one minor exception, which is that I was not receiving any information from the FBI. Mr. Dean was, and I was receiving information from Mr. Dean.
Was he imparting it to anybody who might have taken it to the President?
Imparting what, sir?
The FBI information.
He was not imparting any detailed FBI information to any of us, at least not to me.
All right.
And what information he was imparting to us was in summary form and verbal, and was to the point that there had been nobody in the White House involved in the Watergate matter, which was the area of his specific concern and responsibility.
All right, now, in the Washington Post on October 10th, appeared a story to the following effect. FBI agents have established that the Watergate bugging incident stemmed from a massive campaign of political spying and sabotage conducted on behalf of President Nixon's reelection and directed by officials of the White House and the Committee for the Reelection of the President. And the article continues. Now, didn't this excite the concern of those people in the White House, the Chief of Staff specifically, and the Assistant to the President for Domestic Affairs, Mr. Ehrlichman? Didn't this story excite some kind of concern?
To a degree, but there have been a number of stories, many of them with some degree of accuracy and many of them with no accuracy whatsoever. So a story is one step in raising a question on that, but certainly not definitive.
Then there was
may I say, Senator, that the allegation, and I don't have that story before me, but the allegation there, as I recall it, attempted to tie a number of what I believe to be at the time unrelated events together into a massive plot of, however it was defined there, espionage and sabotage.
Mr. Chairman, if you'll permit me to finish my question.
Okay.
Now, on October the 16th, there was another story linking Mr. Kalmbach as attorney for the President with Mr. Segretti. Then, in the Evening Star of Monday, October the 23rd, there was a story linking Mr. Magruder, the Assistant Director of the CRP. Then on October the 25th in the Washington Post, there was another story linking Mr. Chapin and Mr. Strawn, who were employees of the White House. Then on October 25th, 1972, there was a story in the Washington Post linking Mr. Dwight Chapin and Mr. Strawn, and also another story later on linking Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Hunt, and Mr. Colson, and reciting an article in Time magazine. Didn't all these things and other stories excite the concern of those people who had the administrative responsibility to inform the President as to what was going on from the outside?
Well, they certainly did in that sense, Senator, and the President, of course, was fully aware of those stories, too, and asked questions. We didn't have to excite the attention of the President to those, that he was fully aware of them.
Do you mean to tell me that he discounted them?
Of course, the 10-minute rule on other sentences, I expect we'll have to enforce it on you and myself.
I just want to answer that
you come
question.
back again, and you have another turn.
Yes.
But if I don't hold each senator to the 10-minute rule, why, I'm in trouble. And if I treat them all impartially, I'm not quite as in much trouble.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
When I said that the way that this, your interpretation of the tapes was released to the public through this committee, that it was what we call connigling in North Carolina, I was paying a compliment to the legal dexterity. You were forbidden by the President to testify about your interpretation of the tapes.
Yes, sir.
Then, notwithstanding, you prepared a statement giving your interpretation of the tapes, didn't you, and brought it down before the committee.
I prepared that as one alternative and another statement not giving my version as the other alternative, pending the decision of the committee as to how to deal with it. I wanted to be prepared for either eventuality.
Yes. Then the lawyers for the President, they didn't advise the committee in any way, by letter or by personal appearance, that the President had any objection to your testifying about your interpretation of the tapes. And then, instead of doing so, they entrusted the lawyer of the client, who had prepared the statement giving his interpretation of the tapes, to raise the objection for them.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
I'd have to say that not only is that what we would call a very skillful legal dexterity and conniving in North Carolina, but if the writer of the book of Ecclesiastes had been here, he wouldn't have been able to say right that there's nothing new under the sun.
Well, Mr.
So
Chairman,
that's a genuine tribute.
Mr. Chairman, I can affirm that that this act was indeed nothing new under the sun, because this is the procedure we've been following in this matter ever since I retained counsel, and since I've appeared before a number of committees of the Senate, the House of Representatives, before the grand jury, and before the U.S. attorneys. Whenever any question arose relating to White House restriction, presidential restriction on my testimony, whether it was in the early days of this process pure executive privilege, at which time I was foreclosed from testifying as to anything relating to a conversation with the President, or whether it was a question of national security, which was imposed upon my testimony in some other areas, or whether, as it has been in recent days, a question of separation of powers. In each case where such a question arose or appeared that it was going to arise, I asked my counsel to request advice from the White House as to how we were to deal with this. Counsel received that advice in the form of a letter from the counsel at the White House, and such letter was delivered, in case to your staff regarding executive privilege, to the grand jury and the U.S. attorneys in regard to executive privilege, and so on. So this was not a new process that was dreamed up as of the arrival of the tapes on the scene.
Well, it's rather unusual for your lawyer to be an opposing objection, but I'll bypass that.
What'd you say was unusual?
I say it was unusual procedure. It may be familiar to Mr. Haldeman, but to me it's very unusual for the attorneys, for one client to trust the attorney who has a diverse interest to interpose their objection.
Well, that's the process that's been followed in this case since the day I left the White House, and have started the trail of testifying, Mr. Chairman.
I don't want all my 10 minutes to be used up.
I don't quite understand you. Is that criticism of me?
No, sir. It's just praise for the legal dexterity of the attorneys for the White House, that they can get another lawyer to do their work for them without drawing their salaries.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Mr. Haldeman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dean testified he had a talk with the President on the 13th of March. Were you present at that time?
As I said in my statement, Mr. Chairman, I do not recall being present in that meeting, but the President's log does show that I was in for the first 12 minutes of it. Yes. Or for 12 minutes at the start of at the early
you
part
don't know, then you haven't read the tape of that meeting.
No, sir.
And you don't know what Mr. Dean said during the time you were not present.
No, sir, and I don't recall anything he said during the time I was present.
Let's see, on this meeting, this tape, the tape showed that Mr. Dean told the President in this that you had gotten the fruits of the bugging from Strong.
I'm sorry, when
Mr. Dean told the President that you had gotten the fruits of the bugging from Strong, didn't he?
In the March 21st meeting. He told me that I may have, that it was his understanding that Strawn had gotten the fruits of the bugging.
And he stated also that you had okayed the return of the $350,000 which Strong had one of his friends to store in cash.
It was not a friend of Strawn's, but it was the funds that Strawn had held in custody during the campaign period.
Well, he told you that you had okayed the return of the committee to the committee of the $350,000, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he told you, in addition, that he told the President, in addition, that part of that fund, part of that funds had been used by LaRue to pay the lawyers for the defendants in the Watergate case. I'm not sure that he did. Well, didn't he say that one of the things that would raise suspicion about you was the fact that you had used these combat-back funds?
No, that I had authorized the return of them to the committee. I don't know that he went the next step. I don't recall that he did. Well, didn't he tell about the Segretti affair and say that you had used funds for the Segretti? They authorized the use of funds. You had authorized Collenbach to pay funds to Segretti for the dirty tricks. I have the feeling, Mr. Chairman, that he had already that he had already described the Segretti activity to the President at some earlier point, and that he simply alluded to it in this March 21st
yes,
meeting.
Alluded. Well, you did authorize Comback to pay the money to pay Segretti, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And also, he also told the President that Colson, he said that nobody in the White House was involved, that he was talking about the bugging and the burglary, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And then he proceeded to say these respects in which he said that they could claim that you were involved, that I've mentioned.
With regard to the fruits of the
Yes.
bugging.
And then he said that that they might involve Colson because he had called and urged the expedition of the Liddy proposal.
That's correct.
And then he also said that Colson could be involved because he had said something, had allegedly said something to Hunt about executive clemency.
To Hunt or to Bittman, yes, sir.
And also he said Colson could be involved because he had suggested the bombing of the Brookings Institution.
No, sir. I don't believe there was any reference to an individual in connection with the Brookings thing, and
he did say the White House could be involved on account of, allegedly involved on account of the a proposal to bomb the Brookings Institution, didn't he? But
no, sir.
Did he mention the Brookings Institution?
Yes, sir.
Well, what did he say about it?
He said there was some problem regarding the Brookings Institution, as I recall it. I don't believe, my recollection, I don't know if it's in that meeting or another meeting, but the way Dean referred to it was a second-story job at the Brookings.
What is a second-story job?
I don't know what a second-story job is. I assume it's a burglary, but in any event, whatever it was wasn't carried out. I had not heard the story about the allegation of bombing the Brookings until it appeared in the press.
Now, with reference to the break in the burglary, he said that told the President Magruder was certainly involved.
That he felt he was, yes.
And that he said that there's a possibility or probability that Mitchell was involved in the break-in and the burglary.
He said he didn't know whether Mitchell was or not.
Yes. Then he also told the President that Hunt was demanding he told the President that Comback had raised money to pay the lawyer fees for the defendant in the criminal case.
That's correct.
Yeah. And also that he told him that Hunt was attempting to get $120,000 more by blackmail, and Hunt threatened that if he didn't get to $120,000, that he would tell the seamy things he had done for Ehrlichman.
Yes, sir.
And then the President got to discussing with him how much it would take to satisfy the demands of the blackmailers.
Yes, sir.
And he said $1 million. I suggested that figure.
He said it could go to $1 million, over a period of years, could go to $1 million, yes.
Then the tape said that the President said that was no problem raising the $1 million.
Well, I should put that the way it really came, Mr. Chairman, which was that Dean said, when the President said, how much money are you talking about here? And Dean said, over a period of years, probably $1 million. But it would be very hard, or it is very hard to raise that money. And the President said, it's not hard to raise it. We can raise $1 million, and then got into the questions of in the one case before I came into the meeting, making the statement, but it would be wrong. And in other exploration of this, getting into trying to find out what Dean was talking about in terms of the $1 million.
Are you familiar with the testimony Dean gave about his conversations on the 13th and the 21st of March with the President?
I'm generally familiar with it, yes,
sir. This tape corroborates virtually everything he said, except that he said that the President could be, that the President said there'd be no difficulty about raising the money, and you say the only difference of the tape is that the President also added, but that would be wrong.
And there was considerable other discussion about what you do, what Dean would recommend, what should be done, what this process is, and this sort of thing. It was a very there was considerable exploration into the area.
The tape recorded that, didn't it? And also Dean testified about the discussion between the Ehrlichman and him as to how they'd bring this matter out for the grand jury.
I don't understand the reference to Dean discussion with Ehrlichman.
Well, it's just like you say here in your statement, that to discuss the question of how to bring this out. And Dean Ehrlichman suggested everybody go before the grand jury.
I see.
And then Dean suggested to go before the grand jury with immunity.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can you point out any other differences except that about the president saying that would be wrong in what Dean testified?
Yes, I think that the difference is in the appearance in the Dean testimony, at least as I would understand it, that Dean said it will take $1 million, and the president said that's no problem, and that was the end of the matter.
Now,
that was not the end of the matter.
Yeah. Well,
And I think that's a terribly important difference, Mr. Chairman.
The original tape would be about the best way to determine whether what Dean said or whether your version is right, wouldn't it?
I guess so, yes.
Yeah. Well, my time's up in 10 minutes, so debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Haldeman, let's talk about the money for a minute. I'd like to talk about the excess of funds that you say you understand were left over from the 1968 campaign, and also about the $350,000.
All right.
Do you have any information about how those 1968 funds were raised, who did it,
No, sir.
whether it was in cash or on deposit?
Well, it was my understanding that, I think it was my original understanding, and probably through this entire interim period, that whatever funds it was Kalmbach had were all in cash. I understand from the testimony that's been given here that there was a certain amount in cash and an additional amount in bank deposits of some
You know how much, I'm talking now about the 1968 campaign surplus.
Well, so am I. If I understand it, the testimony that's been given here, and I shouldn't be trying to characterize it, but my recollection is that you've been told that there was $1 million, a little over $1 million, $1.1 million or something like that in cash.
Left over from the 68 campaign?
That was my understanding, and about 600,000 in, or 700,000 in
wrong.
And there was considerable other discussion about what you do, what Dean would recommend, what should be done, what this process is, and this sort of thing. It was a very there was considerable exploration into the area.
The tape recorded that, didn't it? And also Dean testified about the discussion between the Ehrlichman and him as to how they bring this matter out for the grand jury.
I don't understand the reference to Dean discussion with Ehrlichman.
Well, it's just what, like you say here in your statement, that they discussed the question of how to bring this out. And Dean Ehrlichman suggested everybody go before the grand jury.
I see.
And then Dean suggested to go before the grand jury with immunity.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can you point out any other differences except that about the president saying that would be wrong in what Dean testified?
Yes, I think that the difference is in the appearance in the Dean testimony, at least as I would understand it, that Dean said it will take $1 million, and the president said that's no problem, and that was the end of the matter. Now, that was not the end of the matter.
Yeah. Well,
and I think that's a terribly important difference, Mr. Chairman.
The original tape would be about the best way to determine whether what Dean said or whether your version is right, wouldn't it?
I guess so, yes.
Yeah. Well, my time's up in 10 minutes, so it's a debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Haldeman, let's talk about the money for a minute. I'd like to talk about the excess of funds that you say you understand were left over from the 1968 campaign, and also about the $350,000.
All right.
Do you have any information about how those 1968 funds were raised, who did it?
No, sir.
Whether it was in cash or on deposit?
Well, it was my understanding that, I think it was my original understanding, and probably through this entire interim period, that whatever funds it was Kalmbach had were all in cash. I understand from the testimony that's been given here that there was a certain amount in cash and an additional amount in bank deposits of some kind.
You know how much? I'm talking now about the 1968 campaign surplus.
Well, so am I. If I understand it, the testimony that's been given here, and I shouldn't be trying to characterize it, but my recollection is that you've been told that there was $1 million, a little over $1 million, $1.1 million or something like that in cash.
Left over from the 68 campaign?
That was my understanding, and about $600,000 in, or $700,000 in bank accounts.
You mean a total of $1.7 million or $1.8 million?
That was my understanding of the testimony, and it would be in accordance with my general understanding of the amount of money that of which Mr. Kalmbach was custodian.
And over $1 million, you understand, was in cash, and the balance was in account.
Yeah. At the time, as I say, I thought it was all in cash.
You know why it was in cash?
No, sir.
Or how it came to be in cash?
No, sir. I would have assumed it was contributed in cash.
You know what happened to the fund at some subsequent time?
Well, as I've indicated in my statement, the fund was put into Mr. Kalmbach's custody. I knew, following the '68 election, that Mr. Kalmbach did have a very substantial cash fund, and that it was available for use on request and discussion with Mr. Kalmbach. I used or asked for the use of a substantial amount of those funds for polling during the 4 years from '68 to '72.
How on earth do you use cash for polling? Did you actually pay in cash?
I didn't, but I believe that it was paid for in cash, and it was done because these were polls that were taken at the White House request for White House use only, really for the president's information only. And we didn't want either the knowledge of the polling or the results of the polling to be generally known outside of the
But in any event, there
office.
was, according to your understanding, over $1 million in cash, and it was turned over to Kalmbach, who held it until, and this is the point I'm getting to, it was turned over, or was it turned over, to the Finance Committee for the reelection of the president?
Well, you have to start through a subtracting process because a lot of it, if not all of it, was used during the period from 1968 to April 7th, 1972. I understand there was about 400,000 used for polling. It's been testified here that 400,000 was used for the Alabama governorship campaign. I forget how much has been testified here was used for Segretti, but you have that figure. And I forget how much was used for Ulasewicz, but you have that figure. It's my understanding that all of those things came out of this fund.
Did the $350,000 in cash come from that fund?
That's my understanding, yes, sir. Now, I'm not totally clear, as I indicated in my statement, as to the precise sources and allocations and disbursements of the funds that Mr. Kalmbach, of which Mr. Kalmbach was custodian, and only Mr. Kalmbach can give you that information. In that he was custodian of this surplus 68 fund. He also undertook to raise funds in 1970 from supporters of the president for support of candidates for the House and Senate.
It's my information.
And it was my understanding that there were funds left over from that endeavor also. And then Mr. Kalmbach in 1971 undertook to raise a very substantial startup fund for the 72 campaign.
Mr. Haldeman, what I'm trying to reach really is whether or not the $350,000 was a part of the $1 million or more in cash that was accumulated from the 68 campaign, and apparently your testimony is that it was, according to your understanding.
That's exactly right.
Did you request the transfer? I'm sorry. Did you request the transfer of that $350,000 in cash to the White House? That is, was it your request that produced that transfer?
Yes, in discussion with, I believe, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Stans, and Mr. Kalmbach.
Did you ever discuss that with the President?
The President knew that we had a fund available. I don't know that I discussed the specific amount.
Did he know that $350,000 in cash was coming to the White House?
As I say, I don't know about the specific amount, but he knew that I would have available a fund for private polling.
According to my notes, that transfer was made between Hugh Sloan and Strawn on April 6, 1972. Does that accord with your understanding?
That's my understanding. I think there's been testimony somewhat different from that, but not importantly so.
And you've already testified, I believe, that that money was not, in fact, used for polling.
That's correct.
But rather it was paid by check, I believe, from one of the other accounts of the Committee to Re-elect the President, or the Finance Committee for the Re-election of the President.
Apparently so, at the end of the campaign. I didn't realize that was the case.
There's some testimony in the record, Mr. Haldeman, about a Haiphong mining of the Haiphong Harbor advertisement that was run in the newspapers that was paid for out of this account. Did you direct the payment of that account?
As I said in my statement, Senator Baker, I was told by Strawn that $22,000 had been removed from the $350,000 to pay for advertising. I don't know that he's ever told me or that I know what the purpose of the advertising was, but I have heard from somebody at some point that it was in relation to Vietnam support advertising.
The point I'm trying to reach here is, did you authorize the payment from this fund of the cost of that advertisement?
Strawn says that he checked with me before he delivered or took the $22,000 out and had it delivered to the advertising people. And I don't recall his having done so, but I have. That's what he has told me.
And that was in cash, Mr. Haldeman?
Yes. At least that's my understanding. I was not directly involved in the transaction.
Is it also your understanding that the ad did not cost $22,000 and that there was some amount, which I believe is variously stated as $15,000 or $15,200 or $7,800 or something such that was left over? There seems to be some dispute in the record on that point. Are you aware of that?
Not until I heard it unfold on television here.
Do you know who, well, you don't know if that's the first you heard of it. I was about to ask if you know who retained custody of the excess of that sum of money.
I'm not familiar with the question. It was my understanding that the 22,000 had, I believe I was told that the 22,000 had been delivered to the advertising agency.
Do you have a firm recollection on that?
No, I don't.
Do you know the name of the advertising agency?
My recollection is I was told it was to the, I believe it's Baruti Associates or something. It has Baruti in the name.
Do you know where they're located?
I believe they're here in Washington, and they were, I think, placing ads for the Tell It to Hanoi committee or somebody, some group of that sort.
Mr. Haldeman, did you actually supervise the use of this cash for polling between 1968 and 1972?
I requested or instructed that polls be taken, that polling be done. And that instruction was implemented by either Mr. Strawn or Mr. Higbee of my office directly with the polling organization. And they then made the arrangements, and I'm not sure which one of the two it was, or perhaps both of them at different points in time, made the arrangements for Mr. Kalmbach to make the payments to the polling company.
But Kalmbach actually made the payments.
I believe so.
Physically transferred the funds.
I believe so. I'm not sure, but that's my understanding.
Do you know the name of the polling companies?
They used a number of polling companies.
Could you give us, according to your best recollection, the names of those companies?
Opinion Research, I'm not sure whether, I don't think any of those, probably principally Opinion Research. There were other polls taken by the Harris organization and by, there's another Michigan Opinion Research, I think, and a polling firm in California, but I'm not sure that, whether any of those were taken from this source, or whether all from this source were.
What would the average billing be? What would a poll of this sort cost? $15,000, $20,000?
I'm not sure, and it would depend on the nature of the polls. We took a number of different kinds of polls, many of them telephone polls, and some of them personal interview polls.
What I'm reaching for is who actually gathered up a bundle of $100 bills, if that was the case, and physically delivered it to the polling organization. Would that have been Mr. Kalmbach?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
But you don't have any personal knowledge?
No, sir.
Did you, in fact, I'm told my time's up. Let me finish this one question. Did you, in fact, recommend the employment of Mr. Ulasewicz?
No, sir.
Did you discuss his employment?
I don't believe so. I was aware that there was such a person.
What was the extent of your knowledge of the proposed operations of Mr. Ulasewicz?
That's about it, that there was a man that was working through Mr. Ehrlichman on special investigations.
What role did you play in the payment or authorization of payment to Mr. Ulasewicz?
I don't believe any.
Senator Inouye.
Thank you very much, sir. I have another question on the tapes, Mr. Haldeman.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask a question which I believe is in the minds of many people. On July the 9th, 10th, or 11th, you're not certain, but on one of these 3 days, you were presented with several tapes and a tape recording machine in the Executive Office building.
Sir.
You took this machine and the tapes home, somewhere in Bethesda, and that evening you played the tape which you have testified was a recording of the conversations had in the Oval Office on September the 15th.
Yes, sir.
My question is, can you, from your knowledge, assure us that this tape that you listened to was in fact a faithful recording of the conversation which was held in the office on September the 15th?
I cannot, from my own knowledge. I can say that the tape was delivered to me as such. It was in a box identified by that date, and it was very clear that the voices that I heard were those of the President, Mr. Dean, and myself.
After you finished with the tape recording, what did you do with the tape?
I rewound it, put it back in the box, and put the box in the case that it had come in with the tape recording machine.
And what time was that, sir?
It was in the evening. I don't know what time.
And when did you return this tape?
Well, as I told you, I had some other tapes, and I think that I left the tape machine and the tape at my residence when I left the residence the next day. And I think the following day was when I picked up the additional tapes,
and so,
which were of other meetings, and which I then also took home the following evening and then did not listen to. And then I think I returned. I then returned the whole, all the tapes and the machine. I took the tapes out of the envelope that they'd been delivered to me and put them in the case also, and delivered all of them back on the following day.
So your testimony is that the so-called September 15th tape recording was in your possession for 2 days?
I think it probably was.
And who was in that house during the time?
No one. My family had moved to California, and there was nobody else using the residence at all.
Can you assure this committee that no one else got hold of the tapes during that absence?
I can, to the best of my knowledge, Senator, assure you of that, in the sense that the tapes, the machine and the tape itself were put in the suitcase and left in the closet of my study in my house. The house was locked when I left, and there was no evidence when I returned that anybody had been in the house, and when I took the case, the carrying case out, no evidence that anybody had moved it or opened it.
Can you assure this committee, from your direct knowledge, that the tape of September the 15th, which you returned 2 days later, is the same tape which is presently in the tape library in the White House?
I can assure this committee that I returned all of the materials that I had, the machine and all of the tapes, and I don't know what happened to them from there on, so I don't know what's in the files.
And this is the question that the people are asking. Is it possible that this tape during those 48 hours could have been doctored?
I don't consider it to be possible.
You're not certain that the tape you listened to is now the tape in the library?
I firmly believe that it is, but you asked if I could testify as to my personal knowledge. I have not gone back to the tape storage room and re-listened to the tape to ascertain whether it in fact is the one that I listened to.
Thank you. Now I'd like to get to the section on some of the activities which you attribute to opponents of the president. You've mentioned burning of campaign headquarters, damage to headquarters, splattering of dinner guests with eggs and tomatoes, slashing of bus tires. Can you testify to this committee that the people who were responsible for these criminal acts were on the payroll of the Democratic National Committee, or Mr. Wallace, Mr. Humphrey, Mr. Muskie, Mr. Jackson, Mr. McGovern?
I can't, to my own personal knowledge, make that statement. No, sir. I have, as I indicated to the Minority Council this morning, I believe in your absence, or possibly you were here, said that it is my understanding that as much documentation as is available has been turned over to the staff for investigation into these incidents.
Do you have any documentary evidence in your possession at this time?
Any documentary evidence?
Yes.
No, sir. Well, now wait. Excuse me. Correction. I do have, I believe, what is probably a copy of the report that was turned over to the committee at my home in California. I don't have it with me here.
And this evidence will link members on the staff of these candidates in their involvement in these illegal activities?
In some of them. I've carefully indicated here that some of these took place with the clear knowledge and consent of agents of the opposing candidate. Others were acts of people who were clearly unsympathetic but may not have had direct orders from the opposing camp.
Were you aware of the testimony of the former Assistant Attorney General, Mr. Mardian, who testified here just a few days ago?
I heard some of it.
At that time,
I have not read it, Senator.
As you know, Mr. Mardian was in charge of internal security, and under oath he testified that no information was ever brought to his attention that, quote, anybody in the Democratic Party posed any threat at all in the form of violence or otherwise to the Republican Party or the security of the United States. Do you disagree with that statement, sir?
I don't disagree that any was brought to his attention. I don't know what was brought to his attention, but I have the distinct feeling from this information that there were such acts carried out.
Mr. Haldeman, are you aware that on May 24th of this year, this select committee requested of the Department of Justice any evidence that they may have concerning links between violence or disruption and the Democrats?
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
And we have received no official report or evidence to date. Can you explain why the Department of Justice cannot produce such evidence at this time?
I don't know that they cannot. I would assume that they should be able to, and as I say, what evidence I have had brought to my attention, I think has been turned over.
I'd like to clear it because, Mr. Wilson, have we received from you a documentation of this kind?
It was not received from me, Mr. Dash. It was sent from, I believe, Ken Kachigian. Was it not, Mr. Thompson? I can say it, but I can't spell it for you. Kachigian.
Yeah.
You say it like you sneeze. Kachigian. I'm sorry, I don't either. You want me to spell it for you like my thinking goes?
You're using up my 10 minutes. I thank you very much, Mr. Haldeman.
What do I do? You want a spelling? Kachigian. Kachigian.
On that definitive piece of testimony, the floor is yielded to Senator Gurney.
I don't vouch for the accuracy of that spelling, Mr. Recorder.
Well, in the interest of saving time and trying to expedite the hearings, I only want to ask one question at this moment. One of the important pieces of testimony is something that was supposed to have occurred at the September 15th meeting. This was a statement by John Dean when he was here, that's when he first thought that the president knew about Watergate and about cover-up. And as I recall, he gained that assumption on this statement. He said to the president, after there was some talk about Watergate, I don't think Watergate can continue to be contained. Now, you were at the meeting, Mr. Haldeman, and also you reviewed the tape. Do you recall that any such statement was made by John Dean to the president like that?
No, I don't. And I don't recall hearing it in the tape when I listened to it recently. There was a discussion, as I think I indicated in my statement, of Dean saying that the indictments that had been brought down meant the end of the investigation by the grand jury, but that now there would be other investigations, and that the GAO audit was underway, I think, at that time, and that was, I don't think related to Watergate, but he was talking more in general campaign terms, And then there was considerable discussion of the Patman Committee inquiry that was, I guess, proposed at that time, or was in fact underway. I'm not sure which. And he said that something to the effect that nothing would come out to surprise us, which I took to mean that whatever facts there were, that we already knew them, and that they were as he had represented them.
And there was no offering of any facts by Mr. Dean about this comeback raising of money and carrying money around by Mr. Lasowitz and leaving it here and there and paying people off?
No.
None of that discussion?
No.
And as far as you can recollect, and you have reviewed the tape of this meeting, he, Mr. Dean, never made any such statement that I don't think Watergate can continue to be contained to the President.
I don't believe so.
As I say, in the interest of time, I'm going to yield at this point, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Montoya.
Following up our previous dialogue, Mr. Haldeman.
Yes, sir.
I laid the foundation about the statements which had appeared in the press and which certainly must have come to the attention of the President and people at the White House, especially you and Mr. Ehrlichman, with respect to possible involvement of White House personnel as well as CRP personnel. Now, did you ever discuss these articles with the President, or did anyone else?
Yes, the President was quite a thorough reader of the news and was very much aware of those articles at the time they appeared, and he initiated discussions. I wouldn't call them discussions. He would raise the question of, what's the story on this, or what's this thing about?
Well, would he raise these matters with you or with Mr. Ehrlichman?
At varying times, I would imagine probably both of us, each of us.
Well, what information did you have to adequately inform him on these things?
It would depend on the particular story that arisen.
Well, I told you about the stories that had arisen.
Yes, but each of them referred to different matters. For instance, if it was the story on the Segretti matter, I had fairly specific information to give him. If it was a broad-scale allegation of an espionage ring, I did not have any information to give him.
Well, what about the stories with respect to Mr. Kalmbach giving out money to Mr. Segretti? You stated that you called that to his attention and informed him as to the facts. Now, what about Mr. Magruder, the story on Mr. Magruder that he might have been involved before June 17th in the Watergate affair? Did you inform him of that?
I don't remember the nature of that story, and it was something that I think was denied at the time.
Now, what about, there must have been some discussion if you people denied it.
We people didn't deny it, Senator.
Who denied it?
I assume Mr. Magruder did. That would be the logical place for denial.
And this was discussed with the President?
I don't recall a discussion with the President of that particular matter.
Well, wouldn't you...
I don't know that it was not.
Wouldn't you say that he would be concerned with respect to the Assistant Director of the Committee to Re-elect the President?
He would be concerned if it were proven that, or there were a supported allegation that he had done something of this sort, yes.
What about the story which relates to the FBI agents' reports indicating that there was political spying and sabotage conducted by people in the President's Re-election Committee and also directed by officials of the White House?
Senator, I don't know what that story was. There were, as I said, there were a number of stories during that time. Some of them had some basis in fact, some of them didn't. And our reaction in terms of a newspaper story was by those who had knowledge of the event that was under coverage, to try to determine what the facts were and make sure that if the story were correct, that it be allowed to ride, but that if it were not correct or contained some areas of error, that those be cleared up and corrected.
These stories were appearing in the press every day, in the Evening Star, in the Washington Post, in Time magazine, and in the press across the country. And you mean to tell me that the President did not ask you or Mr. Ehrlichman to try to complement the investigation that Mr. Dean was conducting at the time?
That's correct. He did not ask us to do so. He was fully aware that there was an investigation underway. He was equally aware, Senator Montoya, that there was a political campaign underway.
And then, besides these stories that were appearing in the press every day, Mr. Dean informed the President on March the 21st about possible involvement on the part of White House personnel and personnel at the CRP. And then on March the 22nd, Mr. Mitchell came in to see the President, and I believe you and Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Dean were present at that meeting. Now, did not the President ask Mr. Mitchell about any possible involvement on the part of people working for the CRP?
No, sir, he did not.
He did not direct any questions to Mr. Mitchell at that time with respect to any possible involvement before June 17th or after with respect to the cover-up?
No, sir.
Did he ever ask Mr. Mitchell at any subsequent date with respect to these things, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. As Mr. Ehrlichman has testified, he did ask Mr. Ehrlichman to talk over the subject with Mr. Mitchell, and Mr. Ehrlichman did so.
Well, don't you think that this was very unusual because the President had trusted Mr. Mitchell implicitly, had appointed him head of his own campaign? He had been his Attorney General and his confidant and friend. Don't you think it unusual for the President not to ask Mr. Mitchell about these things?
No, sir. I think that what the President would have done is what the President did do, which is to try to find out the facts rather than to confront a man with what, in the President's hands at that time, were unsubstantiated and very general, in the case of Mr. Mitchell, very general allegations.
Well, doesn't a man, when he's trying to elicit facts with respect to anything that connects him, go to one of his close friends if he knows that it is within the power of one of his close friends to disclose some facts or shed some light on those possible involvements?
Well, Mr. Mitchell had said that he had no involvement, and that statement was well known to the President.
No, but Mr. Mitchell also testified here that if the President had asked him, that he would have cited chapter and verse about all these things. And still the President did not ask Mr. Mitchell, did he? That's your testimony.
To my knowledge, he did not.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Weicker.
Do you have any personal contact, Mr. Haldeman, with Henry Peterson, either before the Watergate break-in?
No, sir.
After the Watergate break-in?
No.
You've never met with Mr. Peterson?
No.
You've never had occasion at any time to talk with him or meet with him?
That's correct.
At any time up until your departure from the White House?
Or since. I don't believe I have ever met Mr. Peterson.
Now, you state in your opening statement, in the selection of his personal White House staff, the President emphasized the qualities of integrity, intelligence, and initiative. He urged that we bring in young people, men and women with the great energy and enthusiasm of youth to provide those qualities, along with the wisdom and experience of the more senior members of his administration. Now, who would you categorize as being the ultimate person that the President would look to insofar as personnel matters within the White House is concerned?
It would depend on the area within the White House.
Well, let's talk about the White House staff.
Pardon me?
The White House staff.
It would depend on which part of the White House staff.
Aside from Dr. Kissinger's operation.
In the domestic policy area, Mr. Ehrlichman.
And insofar as other persons are concerned? In other words, you didn't look upon your own role in any way, in other words, as having any charge of personnel, either at the White House or...
Oh, yes, indeed.
All right, and
But not the total charge
what
of personnel.
What areas were you in charge of?
White House operations, the staff secretary, the support units within the White House.
What do you mean by support units?
The the speech writing and research group, the people that prepared the news summary and did that kind of activity for the President, the legal counsel's office and from the administrative viewpoint, the special assistants that worked on projects from time to time. The people came and went depending on the need at various times.
And in the selection of personnel, whether by you or by Mr. Ehrlichman, the President emphasized the qualities of integrity, intelligence, and initiative.
Yes, sir.
Now, to what extent did you play a role in the staffing of the committee to re-elect the President?
I've already discussed that in some detail. The role that I played was one of consultation in the area of moving White House staff people over there in connection with whether they were people that could and should be diverted from the White House to the committee. Some questions of compensation because of balance between the White House and the committee.
Well, I'm a little bit confused by your opening statement as to exactly what your relationship is. You say that you did not function as the White House liaison, but you say that the President looked to me as his basic contact with the campaign organization.
As his basic contact.
All right. Now, you say you maintained communication with John Mitchell in this regard until July of '72, and then with Clark McGregor. Right? And you say that Gordon Strawn on my staff handled the day-to-day liaison of the committee for me and virtually all my contact with the committee.
That's right.
Well, in view of your initial statement here about the qualities of integrity, intelligence, and initiative, what is your reaction? What is your reaction to the fact that several of these young men who were hired both by the White House and the committee to re-elect the President have come before this committee and have admitted to being parties to payments of hush money, perjury, subordination of perjury, and other illegal and unethical and improper conduct? And who sets the example? Since I can only assume from what you said when they came into the White House and when they came into the committee to re-elect the President, they had the qualities of integrity, intelligence, and initiative.
Well, they were certainly selected with the hope that they had those qualities. I believe that virtually all of them did and do.
Well, would you consider Mr. Magruder at the outset to have been someone that you had confidence in?
Yes, he was.
Is this one of the reasons why he went to the committee to re-elect the President?
It was one of the reasons, yes.
Well, now we've had Mr. Magruder before this committee testifying as to certain things that he did. Are these matters that you feel that you should share responsibility for?
No, sir. I don't feel that I should share responsibility for them. I was not a part of his doing them. I feel a deep sense of sorrow if, in fact, what has been discussed here is what happened. Because I think it's a very tragic thing, but I feel no sense of responsibility in those areas because I was not involved in those areas.
Mr. Strawn, did you go ahead and have a responsibility for his hiring?
Not originally, I don't believe. I think he was already on the staff when I came to know him.
Well, I think it's fair to say, though, he was one of your assistants, that you had some responsibility for...
Well, I had a
having him
responsibility for his coming into my office, absolutely. But I don't believe I had any responsibility or even knowledge of his original coming onto the White House staff.
All right, but nevertheless, you had the responsibility of naming him as one of your assistants, specifically
That's right.
your liaison with the committee.
Yes.
Now, here it is, July the 31st, 1973, and in your statement, on more than one occasion, you take the testimony of Mr. Strawn and blow Mr. Strawn out of the water, to use a modern expression. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Well, you certainly indicate that you disagree rather thoroughly with what his recollection of the facts are.
On a couple of points, I do not recall...
I'd say rather important points.
Yes, sir, they are, but I have tried to indicate that he has said that certain things were said or certain things were done, which I'm not aware of.
Mr. Dean, did you have any contact? Did you have any contact with Mr. Dean's coming to the, or any involvement with Mr. Dean's coming to the White House?
Yes, I did.
And do you feel you share any responsibility for the things which Mr. Dean testified to before this committee?
No, I certainly don't.
Do you feel that your contacts with Director Helms of the CIA have enhanced his reputation since the matters of your meetings with him have come to public attention?
You're using the plural, Senator. I had one meeting with Director Helms in this regard, and I had that meeting with him at the direction of the President, did what I was told to do with the President and told to do by the President, and I feel that it was completely proper and in the national interest to do so.
Mr. Gray, did you have any contact with Mr. Gray or any...
Virtually none.
Involvement with his being selected or considered as a director of the FBI?
Not really, no.
I just wonder, I realize my time's running out and I have many questions which I'll get to tomorrow, but I just wonder, in light of your statement where the President emphasized the qualities of integrity and intelligence and initiative, and I've seen so many young people come before this particular committee in their capacity, in their various capacities with the committee to re-elect the President, and I've seen other persons of a more mature age that had various functions to perform in government, and I've seen so many lives just completely shattered, if you will, on the very quality which you emphasize, or you said you emphasize, in selecting people. Who set the example for what happened?
I don't believe that anyone has to have set the example, and I think that there are probably many explanations for what happened, and I'm not sure that any of us really knows what the true explanation is. But I can't, Senator, if I could be permitted a moment, I can't let this line of inquiry and the point that you're making, which is a very understandable point, simply lie there, because you're referring to 6 or 8 maybe young people, and you're referring to 6 or 8, as you describe them, more mature people, for whom great problems have arisen, in some of the cases at least, because of their acts. In other of those cases, perhaps because they've been falsely accused or have been brought into something that was not in any way of their doing. But in any event, take all of those people and then look at the rest of the people that have not been brought before this committee and that won't be, because they had in no way any involvement in any of this matter, and who have performed in outstanding fashion for the President and for this country. And I still have a very great sense of pride in the caliber and the performance and the proven record of the many young men and women and the many older men and women that I had a part in bringing into this administration in one way or another, and that others in the administration had a part in bringing in, and overall that President Nixon attracted to the service of this government and to the service of his administration, and who, in my mind, judging by the results and looking at it in a total context, not just in this microcosm of Watergate and the few people that have become enmeshed in it, some by their own doing and some inadvertently and some probably wrongly, some certainly wrongly, I would hate to see a sweeping conclusion drawn that there was something wrong with the people or the selection of the people that have served this administration in the past and that are serving it now and that will serve it in the future, because I still stand foursquare behind the statement that I made in my opening statement, that this was the most outstanding, most dedicated, and most able group of people with whom I have ever been associated and with whom I ever hope to be associated.
Well, I'm afraid that we had best review maybe exactly what that track record consists of.
I tried to in my opening statement the accomplishments of the administration.
An Attorney General of the United States in whose office matters are discussed, which matters come to your attention, and which matters certainly in no way can be categorized as representing integrity or intelligence. Initiative, yes. A Secretary of Commerce, again, whose associations with the committee to re-elect the president, whose associations with his administration are now under question. And I've gone down and I could continue to list the names of those that have appeared, before this committee. But, Mr. Haldeman, I think that in light of the facts that are coming out, both you and I would agree that this went far beyond just a few men breaking into the Watergate, but rather it's revealed a situation both within the committee to re-elect the president and within the White House, whereupon everything that was touched was corroded.
No, sir, I will not in any way, shape, or form ever accept that allegation or contention. There is no way that any man in this country can make and establish the case that everything in the White House, everything the White House touched was corroded, and I think that does a grave disservice to this country even to state it. And I apologize immediately for having responded with that amount of vigor, because you touched off a spark that I should have quenched and responded with a little more patience and care. But Senator, that is just a thing that is not true, and it's a tragic thing that anybody could even think that it might be true.
Well, I see this every day as I sit here and these people come before us. And I would only say this, that the real problem is that your definition as to who does a disservice to the country has always been far too broad a definition.
I'd like to put in record a copy of the letter to Mr. Wilson from Mr. J. Fred Buzzard. And in view of the testimony of some of the testimony of Mr. Haldeman, I would like to state that by direction of the committee, the Chief Counsel wrote a letter to the United States Department of Justice asking what information they had in the Internal Security Division or in the Federal Bureau of Investigation concerning the action of Democratic candidates, and they got this reply on June the 8th, 1973. That is the action during the 1972 election. Honorable Samuel Dash, Chief Counsel, Select Committee on Presidential Activities, United States Senate, Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. Dash, this is in response to your letter to me of May the 24th, 1973, requesting any information received by the Internal Security Division, Department of Justice, which indicates or alludes to any criminal act or conspiracy perpetrated or planned by or involving in any way any Democratic presidential candidate, including Senator Muskie and Senator Humphrey or the Democratic National Convention, in connection with any violence group or disruption group carrying out or conspiring to commit any unlawful or disruptive act. A thorough search of the files of the former Internal Security Division reflects no information of the kind which you requested. In addition, I inquired of the Federal Bureau of Investigation whether any information of the type you requested was ever furnished to the Internal Security Division by the FBI. I have been informed by the FBI that a search of their files disclosed no information relating to the committee's request. Sincerely, John H. Davitt, Chief, Internal Security Section, Criminal Division.
Mr. Chairman, may I say that that letter confirms precisely what I said in my statement, but that your minority counsel said I was in error on, which I said there has been no investigation of these allegations. And the fact that these agencies have searched their files and found nothing would confirm that there's been no investigation.
Yes, but if wouldn't it be reasonable to suppose that if you'd been in such acts as you stated, that there would have been an investigation?
I don't think so.
Well, did you make any complaint?
Pardon me?
Did you make any complaint?
I didn't. I don't know whether complaints. I don't know whether complaints were made or not.
Well, they say they have no information
In their files.
in the files, and
They didn't have any information in their files on the Watergate either, which was one of the problems.
There's good deal of reason for that, but
there may be for this too.
well, I would think that the FBI and the Department of Justice are under the control of the administration, and I would have thought that it was duty of the administration to have given them, made complaints to them if any such things as occurred as you delineated.
Mr. Chairman, what has your committee done to investigate this situation?
We have had to spend all our time in investigating Watergate. We haven't had any leisure to investigate anything else.
I suspect that.
Mr. Chairman, may I, pardon me, sir, may I address that just briefly? I believe we have.
We have some subpoenas out, I understand.
Yes, sir, and some interviews are in the process of being conducted. It appears to me that part of the reason for forming this committee is to investigate part of these type of activities. The resolution under which we're operating applies to campaign activities of 1972, and of course that applies to Democratic activities as well as Republican activities, and as to whether or not at some time previous the Justice Department has any indication of any wrongdoing might be relevant, but I certainly wouldn't think it would be determinative. I, for one, assure this witness and everyone else that I consider it part of our duty to explore these matters, and they will be thoroughly explored, and if these matters come to light, they'll be across from the table and not in the newspapers. You pointed out that they haven't been reported, and they may not ever be reported until these witnesses testify here.
Well, some have been, but some have not.
Well, I would say that if Mr. Haldeman has any information that any individual candidate or any reliable information, any person working for a candidate for the nomination or for the election, he ought to transfer it to this committee, and this committee will investigate it.
Sure.
But,
Mr. Chairman.
But from the description, I just got an idea the country must have been in a state of insurrection during the last election.
Had you traveled with us, Mr. Chairman, you would have at times had that impression, because it was indeed created at some times during the campaign.
Mr. Chairman, our staff is in the process of making such investigations and is in the process of looking at these matters, whether it be involved the Democrats or the Republicans. This set of hearings deals with the Watergate situation, and that's why such testimony has not come out. But another series of hearings will be held which will involve that investigation.
That was my understanding, Mr. Dash, and certainly is my hope.
Well, if there's no objection from any source, the committee will stand in recess till 10 o'clock tomorrow.
10 o'clock?
9:30.
The longest session yet comes to a close with Chairman Ervin's question of White House involvement in the Haldeman defense still left open. The chairman thinks the former White House chief of staff is now being used to present the White House version of the Watergate tapes to the committee, and it's clear that Haldeman has succeeded in developing the story of the tapes a bit further to the benefit of the White House point of view. But Ervin's objections will probably be fruitless unless and until there is a definitive court ruling on the topic. The committee today showed a new discipline and a determination to get through all the scheduled witnesses by the earliest possible date. The early start and late finish will probably be typical from this point on.
All right, there was indeed much more discussion today of H.R. Haldeman's private access to those two presidential tapes and his interpretation of their contents. John Kramer, the Georgetown University Law Center here in Washington, is with us now. Mr. Kramer, what new bits of information did we get today which might affect the separate legal battles over the release of the tapes, do you think?
Well, we did learn the size of the reel, but not quite how fast it ran, which was a matter at issue between Senator Montoya and Mr. Haldeman, but we didn't get very far in that area. We did discover, I think, some more facts that relate to the concept of waiver. It seems that Mr. Haldeman took home some tapes that were not tapes of conversations to which he had been a party. He didn't listen to them, but he took them home. If that is so, and he had custody of those tapes, it seems to me that carries the waiver a step further, because they could claim, well, he was part of the conversations, therefore they rightfully belong to him, but not on those tapes. Now it turns out there's a second defense. It's almost as if there's a line of dikes, the president moving back behind. The next defense is the one that it's all in the family and the president will decide who can best help him get the facts. But here he is dealing with a private man. Mr. Ehrlichman was in a private capacity on July 9th through 11th, and as such, he cannot be said to be an appointee, or certainly I don't think he was still on the presidential payroll. Then there's the question of the so-called open door policy. Senator Ervin is suggesting, with his word connigling, that what is happening here is that the committee was sort of trapped into letting Haldeman give his particular version of the tapes with a powder puff defense of executive privilege.
Okay, thank you very much.
You may have noticed that tempers are getting shorter and the arguments are longer as the committee tries to wrap up this phase of the investigation. After today's hearing, NPAC's Peter Kay asked Lowell Weicker if the long hours were getting to him.
I'm not tired. As a matter of fact, the only thing that I object to now is that it cuts into my exercise schedule. But as far as fatigue is concerned, I'll have to take exception from some of my colleagues. I feel as good now as I did when we went ahead and started out, a little lonelier because I haven't seen my family and a little fatter because I haven't gotten my exercise. But insofar as partisanship is concerned, I'm not willing, and this has been discussed, you're right, I guess it would be unfair for me to comment. I have nothing really firm to go on except for the fact that there have been a few interruptions, one of the other. On the other hand, I saw Senator Erwin come down on a couple of his colleagues, and I didn't hesitate to go ahead and interrupt our minority counsel. I don't know, it's awfully hard to attribute it, I think, to any particular motive.
All right, it is now after 3 in the morning, unless you live in the central time zone, where it is still early, just a few minutes after 2 a.m. So, for the sake of my mother and you other hearty souls who are still with us, I shall be brief. I have only one point to make tonight. John Wesley Dean III may have met his match in Harry Robbins Haldeman. And as a consequence, those open-minded people who long to think in simple, neat terms about Watergate may have had it for a while. In short, we may be right back where we were a few weeks ago. The crucial question of the president's knowledge and possible involvement in the cover-up, as well as that of his top aides, is suddenly as murky and unclear as it ever was. And it's all because of Bob Haldeman. Like everyone else who has appeared before this committee, opinions will undoubtedly vary on the truth and veracity of his total testimony. but any reasonable person would have to conclude that Mr. Haldeman has been an extremely effective witness for his side. His directness, his cool, friendly demeanor, and his air of sincerity have come through. Here again, without commenting on his truthfulness either, the only prior witness to come close to him on both the effectiveness and significance scales was John Dean. So unless those tapes are made public or some other revelation comes our way, the senators, as well as the rest of us who are interested, may have to eventually make an ultimate choice between believing John Dean or Bob Haldeman. That's the way it looks to me, at least, at 3 or so in the morning. Feel free to disagree. For Robert McNeil and Peter Kay, I'm Jim Lara. Good morning. We'll see you again tomorrow night.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This coverage is made possible by grants for special events coverage from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation, and has been a production of NPAC, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.